Hello everybody and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what is that belief? And why do you hold on to it? But good morning, Shell. Hello, Saints. Hello, Nishu. Welcome in. I see a Shannon. Welcome, Shannon. Good to see you. Also, welcome, 96. Toria, good to see you. Josh, good to see you. And Sele. Welcome in, everybody. Apparently, we hit a glitch on the YouTube and we're down for a whole minute and a half. Lost the one guy there. He threw his fit, took his toys, and went home. Well, that's fine. If anybody does want to join us over there, the YouTube link is in the link tree in the bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. Just go check out the Batcolyte YouTube and make sure you subscribe over there. Saints is asking, what is a girl you gotta do to become a mod? Well, usually I follow one piece of advice from Plato. Just one. I don't like a lot of what Plato said, but one thing he said that always sticks with me is that those who ask for power are the least deserving. But then again, sometimes those who ask for power are the ones who actually have the time and ability and wherewithal to handle it. So Plato doesn't know everything, and that's something to consider. Hey, the AI got it right. First try. Questioning beliefs. Share your thoughts. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a shouting match or some kind of verbal pissing contest. I don't think either of us would win something like that, anyways. Nobody wins. I just rather, well, find out if you can question your beliefs. Then what are those beliefs? Latino says Thrayle can use Thrayle. I don't know how to say that name. You got it wrong. Thrayle. Can you scream? Why would I scream? That makes no sense. And whoever this Thrayle is, he probably shouldn't scream either. They want to hear me scream with this voice. What does that even mean? That's kind of disturbing. Zero likes Witty. Well, on my end, it's 6.5. We're doing great. They help us hit the FYP a little better. Latino says I be speaking in low frequencies. I don't know. Could probably speak lower. Yeah, we just hit 7K. That's awesome. 7.2.3. We're just climbing like that because you guys are amazing. Let's see. I think if anybody does have a belief and is open to questioning, well, it's about time we could take a guest. But if not, then I'll just be forced to speaking at you about how I just want to question beliefs, about how I don't want to debate, about how I'm not really into the verbal competitions, the elocutional comparatives. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Hello, Ghostbane. Good to see you. I see a Hammy. Hello, Hammy. And Bee. Good to see you, Bee. A wild bee out in her natural habitat. Hello, birdies. Good to see you. Hello, Artificial Red. Good to see you. And if I didn't already, hello, A Notion. Hello, Witty. Well, and we hit our goal. That's right. Now the only thing, really the only thing missing to make this live start off any better than it has is a guest who's capable of questioning, somebody I haven't spoken to before, somebody who's just able somehow to question their belief without arguing, without fighting, or turning everything into a competition. mean, that'd be awesome. We may not get that, but even if we don't, I think we had a great start. So let's see where we go. 10,000 likes right before the first guest. Good job, guys. Appreciate y'all. Hello, Sean.
I ain't gonna leave the camera on though.
TikTok TOS.
That's all right.
Didn't hear you. Don't need your camera. I just said I need your age.
Oh, 39.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I know it probably sounds cliche and it probably is indignant, but I kind of been flip-flopping a little bit, but recently I've been leaning towards something like spiritual, and most of my teachings are in the Christianity and Jesus and the Trinity, and I've been baptized and all that good stuff. So, and I can show you. I keep a rosemary close by, and I got Irish heritage. So, yeah, religion is a huge part of my upbringing, my indoctrination, I guess you could say.
You really quick gotta thank Artificial Red, Birdies, and Shell for hitting that goal before I even get the second question. You guys are amazing. So you were indoctrinated into Christianity. You find yourself wavering and consider yourself.
You're definitely, like I was most definitely more religious growing up, like as a kid and stuff like that. And then I kind of fell off, you know, just due to life experiences and everything that goes on that you see and are exposed to in life. And I think everybody's, indoctrinated at some point because, you're pooped out into the world and then your family just kind of indoctrinates you on whatever belief they have. That kind of residue just kind of, leaks off onto you. And it's like, yeah. So indoctrination, I think everybody's indoctrinated at some point.
What were you indoctrinated into? Catholicism, Protestantism?
Catholic, so yeah.
Catholic.
Yeah.
And
Christian
do you
Catholic.
still believe that God exists?
Like I said, there's been some things recently that have happened that have made me shift towards that.
Shift back towards Catholicism?
Well, just a God in general, like someone higher than me, something going on that I can't explain or I can't prove or disprove, or like something that's happening outside the boundaries of my reality, basically.
So for you, it's a something. It's not necessarily Jesus or the Bible God. Just a
Well, I'm
something.
definitely more influenced to say that because, I'm like just off my upbringing. I'm more influenced to say, yeah, it's God, and yeah, it's, my guardian angels, and yeah, it's my grandmother looking down on me from heaven, like them type of things for sure. Things that I can't explain with like just normal scientific stuff. You know what I mean? So,
So because there's things you can't explain, you lean towards there being a God. Because there's indoctrination in your background, you feel that it might be Jesus.
yeah, I lean towards it. Yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that the God you feel inclined must be there should be Jesus or the biblical God? Or is it just
Uh,
the indoctrination that leans you that way?
Mostly indoctrination. Mostly beliefs and things I was taught growing up and things that were, I was taught growing up and the environment I was around. And
When you insist that there must be or there feels like there is some kind of God there, what is it that
something
you're
going on that I can't explain with reality is basically what I said. But yeah,
something going on with reality that you can't explain?
yeah.
What about that implies anything godly?
Something that's out of my power, and something that is happening above my power, and that maybe I'm a part of but don't realize, I guess you could say.
Sounds somewhat grandiose if you think about it. So it's
A
something
little bit for sure. It might be, yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
something beyond you and greater than you, but somehow you're a part of it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like you said, it is a little bit grandiose, but that's part of life, ain't it? That's part of being alive, I guess.
Is it?
I mean, seems pretty provocative and seems pretty common for sure.
Does that imply in any way that it's true?
Well, what's really true, we don't see in all colors. We don't see in all spectrums of colors. We don't. There's a lot of things that we don't see. We're very limited on what we do experience. So, what's to say anything's true? Like when we never actually touch anything in our whole entire lives, and that's a known fact. If you go down to physics, there's a gap. There's a little gap that you'll never notice, and you'll never ever. Sounds like just a nerdy
So
fact, but it's
because
pretty
right,
profound.
I understand. So because things don't physically touch in the way that we imagine they do, you say that we don't even really exist, and so
No, I never said no. No, you're putting words in my mouth. Don't do that.
that's
Don't
fair.
uh,
I'm just repeating back how it sounds. If something's wrong, then
So you're
correct
taking
it.
your own interpretation. That's fair enough because that's what people
So
do. But that's not
so
what I
if
said.
something's wrong, correct it is what I said. I'm not trying to paint you into some corner.
I hope not, because that wouldn't be very fair.
No, it wouldn't, Sean. So can you correct my mistake?
Thought I already did, because
Oh,
you said I said something that I didn't say.
I reiterated what it sounded like you were saying. If
And
I was
that's
wrong,
perfect.
I'd like the correction, but I haven't heard the correction yet. You just said that's wrong.
No, I didn't say I wasn't discounting anything you said. I just simply said I didn't say that.
Okay, so would you like to reiterate what you were saying?
Do you want me to repeat what I said? I'm confused now. Are you? No, I'm getting confused. No offense.
I see, Sean. Um, uh, are you are you all the way with us tonight?
Yeah. Are you
You
all the way
following
with
the
us?
you following the conversation?
Well, I just don't get it because you interdicted what I said. You basically like you said I said something that I didn't say, and now you're asking me to like
I asked if you
rephrase what
said
I said,
something.
even though you're
I
the one that
asked,
like
yeah, I
mistakenly.
asked if you said something. You said that's not what I said. I asked for a correction. You've been
I gave
arguing
you that
about that ever
correction,
since.
not only with the original statement, but then I do
What
you
was the
record this?
correction
Can we
you
play it
issued?
back real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah, we recorded. What was the correction you made?
Can you play it back real
I
quick?
can't just play it back. It's not that easy. It's going to three different devices, and none of them are ready to play back for you.
Well, then
So,
can we move on? Because I'm not gonna get sit here and just like
great,
go around
Sean.
in
So,
circles
we're just
about
here
the beliefs.
questioning your beliefs, and you're not stating them very well. I'm trying to understand what it is you think God is, or why you think that anything like it is necessary. And as you're meandering around your
I never
story and I
want.
repeat things back, you're not
You know what,
agreeing with
sir?
them,
I see
so
what
it's
you're
fine
doing,
if
and
you
you
don't
do kind of
actually.
like you're doing the
That's
same thing
fine.
to everybody that comes up here, sir.
I'm just going to move on, Sean. I do the same thing, apparently. I repeat back what I thought I heard, sometimes not verbatim, and if you have a correction, you can correct. But when you argue about it the whole time and you don't offer the correction you claim you did, you just sound like you just sound petty, really. I'd like to get back to the topic. Seems not to be what you want to do. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, and they think they can actually converse like an adult, that'd be great. Hello, Landon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, I'm 28.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, Krishna.
You believe in Krishna as your god?
Yeah.
Have you read the Vedas?
No, just the Bhagavad Gita.
Do you believe this to be true and literal?
Yeah.
You believe the Bhagavad Gita to be literal.
Yeah. It was a real story.
Why do you believe that?
I mean, just the wisdom that's written down in it. I don't know.
Just because there's wisdom written down in it, you feel that everything in it is true?
Yeah.
I see, Landon. Are you actually coherent and with us? Because it's sounding like you're falling asleep. Or did we interrupt your sleep?
No.
Okay. If anybody actually has a belief in a god or gods and the capability of having a conversation, that'd be great. I don't think Landon was up to the task. Hello, Zeta. Can I guess your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Did you hear me ask your age?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. Cool. So, if anybody is fucking sober and can have a conversation, that'd be fucking great. Okay. Hazelnut, no, it's not Friday. It's Thursday morning. Thursday morning. Well, almost midnight on a Wednesday for some. Still, I don't know. It's wild. Let's try. Maybe Seta's just waking up or something. We'll give him another chance. Hey there, Seta. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 40 years old.
40 or 48? You just said two different ages.
40.
Awesome. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah,
Which god is that?
Yahweh.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, Moses 1, 2, 3, Talmud, Old Testimony, New Testimony, and I
You
read
read it all. Did you
all,
believe it to all be true?
of course.
You believe the earth was created in 6 days and that Adam and Eve were the first two humans?
I believe the earth was. Yeah, I believe that.
Why?
Because I've chosen to believe it.
Why?
I just said it. I just choose to believe it. Why
Yeah,
do
the
you ask me
question was
that
why.
twice?
Right, it's on the screen. Why do you choose to believe it?
Why do I choose to believe it multiple times in my life that God was respecting me and showing me ways that and signs that are really clear to me that some of the saints were near me. I don't want to get into discussion about that because my children are okay. I will tell you. My children are born on the two saints.
Your children are born under two saints,
Yeah,
and the two saints saved you.
yeah, they did.
Yeah, how did they do that?
I prayed to them.
You prayed to them.
Yeah,
Can
one
I ask
time.
you, stop. Can I ask you questions about this? You said you don't want to discuss it. That makes it very difficult on a live about discussing beliefs to know what questions I can ask and not.
Okay.
So are you open to questioning this, or is it something you don't want to discuss, as you said?
Yeah, because they're my children. I don't know. I'm new on the channel. I don't know who am I speaking or what am I speaking with.
Well, we're questioning your beliefs. You're speaking to me. I'm Thrayle, and I'm asking why you believe that the Bible is true. You said because you were saved by two saints, and then you mentioned something about your children and said you didn't want to discuss it.
Okay, and
So I'm trying to find out why you choose to believe the Bible is true.
I said I read the Bible. I'm not saying that I believe in Bible.
Oh, you don't believe it's true.
I don't believe it's fake.
I had asked you if you believed the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve being the first two humans in the garden. You said yes. Do you believe those things to be true?
Yes, and yes,
Why do you believe those things to be true?
because the church says it.
So if the
Yeah, I see where you're going. Where you're going with this. I believe in good people. I believe in saints. I don't believe in church, to
I
be
see.
exact.
So you believe in good people that you consider to be saints or that your denomination considers saintly, but you don't consider the church as an authority?
No, I don't go. I don't go to church.
Then why do you believe the Bible if not for the church, as you said?
I didn't say I believe in Bible. I just
Sure,
said,
fair. You said you believed in the 6-day creation and Adam and Eve being the first two humans.
yeah, I was
Why
just
do you
testing
believe
you.
that? How's
I was just
okay?
testing you.
I think there's too much testing going on, Seda. I'd much rather move on to somebody who can honestly answer questions directly. Testing me. Consider that a failure. It's almost like it gets harder every day to have an honest conversation. The first guest was unfortunate. I misheard something, stated it back how I thought I heard it, and he ran wild with the meta. The second guest, I'm fairly certain, was falling asleep or was on something. And Seda, I mean, I thought it was a language barrier at first, but the I'm just testing you thing tells me you're not actually communicating with me. You're just playing some kind of weird mind game that only you are a party to. It's not gonna it's not gonna be entertaining or interesting or in any way communicate anything. We're not gonna be productive that way. It was a sting operation. That's what it was. It is wild how many people will listen for 20, 30 minutes, or even an hour or more, waiting in queue, and then come on the panel and absolutely bomb. Unable to answer simple questions, unable to communicate, thinking that they can win. There's no winning here unless you actually critically think. That's it. That's the win. The win is recognizing that you don't know something and really giving it that earnest thought. The winning is not finding my beliefs and destroying them. The winning is not being as obnoxious or loud or as confusing as you can be. That dancing in duality says people turn their beliefs into their identity. I do find that interesting because you chose the name Dancing in Duality. Kind of a belief in identity, but I understand what you mean. There are many more people I meet here who are way more tethered to their belief in their identity, and I see it constantly. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I don't want to destroy your gods. I just want to know what it is you believe, why you believe it. Oh, yes, dancing in duality. That is a good clarification. You you find that we are in an illusion of duality, not that you are a dualist. I wonder. I mean, we can go back to familiar territory, or we can go to more familiar territory. Was not patient enough, but really quickly I will thank our official Red and Shell, also Saints and Hazelnut, and 96. I appreciate all of you for helping with that goal. You're all amazing, and I thank you much. I guess we can try again with, should we try again with Seda? Or maybe we'll try this. Maybe it's the music. That's what it is. Hammy says, who was the impatient one? Was it me? If you were in the queue, you definitely were the impatient one because I didn't see you. That's what it is. It's the music. Let's play the music that anticipates all the drunkenness, and then we'll be ready for it. There we go. Now I'm in the right mind frame. David, if I could just offer comments without need for debate, I would love to share some thoughts. Well, but David, I want to question your beliefs. We'll see where it goes. Welcome back, David.
Thank you, Thrayle.
How's your god of source energy doing today?
Great. You know, we're like in my mind, we're all part of the synergistic music of the spheres, right?
The music of the spheres now.
Yeah. But I would like to just offer some thoughts on why I love this particular channel so much. I partake in many of them. But rather that, like you said a minute ago, you don't want to destroy gods. You just want to have a debate. You just want to discuss. Feel, in my opinion, you are the most accommodating questioner of the divine, of the cosmic, of the beliefs. And that's why I come back every day and I listen to people from all walks of life, and I learn something. And I think lately it's really actually helped me kind of solidify maybe my beliefs rather than question them, which is probably the opposite of what you want or what you're striving for on this channel. But it really has helped me
Have you
solidify.
gotten better at communicating what it is you believe?
I think so. I think I've got better at understanding what I believe. Therefore, my communication seems more fluid. But if I was to really offer a true personal sentiment, as a man, as a straight man, what I really believe in is family. And maybe that's why I gravitate towards God so much, because I strive to be a good man. And in our Western philosophy of God, whether
David,
yeah,
I got a question.
yeah,
What is a man?
a man is a creator with family, and they create a loving environment and they provide.
So your understanding of what makes a man relies on sexual reproduction,
Not particularly what makes a man,
gender
but
norms.
it's more so a personal sentiment of what kind of man I want to be, and maybe why I gravitate towards God so much.
You're saying you gravitate towards God so much because you want to be a father,
I want to be a creator. I want to be
and
yes,
provider.
I want to be a creator of children.
Why do you say creator? Like it
Because
has some extra weight.
it does, but I think it's
Does
grounded.
it really?
I think it's grounded in our Western understanding of God, whether you're Christian or Muslim or Jude.
Does God show himself all the time?
No.
Does he take care of his children all the time?
Like within scripture, yes. Like within the mythology, I'm not saying it's real, Thrayle.
Right.
I'm just saying within the scripture, within the paradigm.
Does he really all the time within the scripture, within the paradigm?
Not particularly. No, there is
contradictions.
There is contradictions, but the overarching theme
They complain about food, and he sends snakes, right?
Right.
And that's not very fatherly.
It's not, but I also believe. I also have a philosophy that I've solidified lately, which is one is love and the other is pain. Pain is a necessary evil. Struggle, but without struggle,
David,
there's very little learning.
Do you think that becoming a father will make you more godlike?
Not particularly, but I feel like to my children I will seem like a god.
Is that something you desire, to seem like a
Yes.
god to
Yes,
other
sir.
humans?
No, not particularly. My desire is to create and love children.
Why?
I just feel like that is my natural
Is it
drive in
an
life.
is it an evolutionary drive to reproduce?
Maybe on one level, yes, of course, it's a biological, but it's a biological drive, of course. It's a sexual drive, of course it is. It's
So what does it
increasing
have to do with what does it have to do with
theology.
godliness or theology?
I suppose it's a synthesis of biology and also human culture and my understanding of the kind of person I want to be.
Are you saying you use theology to reason why you have a biological urge?
Absolutely. It's all the same
Why?
thing. I
You
think
say it's all the same
humans,
thing, but is it
well,
really?
I think humans in human culture, whether it be it literature or music or art, these are expressions of our biological drives. These are the higher logical, higher primate that finds itself on the top of the food chain. And these are the ways we express and consolidate and logically reason this world that we find ourselves born into. Do you get me? You don't need
It
to
sounds,
agree.
it sounds, David, like you are using theology as a sort of excuse to slot yourself into traditional gender roles in a way that makes you comfortable about what is actually just a biological urge to reproduce.
I I would I'm not disagreeing with you on what you just said, but I would say that I'm not trying to use it as an excuse to justify a gender role. More so, I would say it's a gender role I find myself already in naturally. This is my gender role. And yes, I would use theology as an extension of that logic and reason to strive to search for a wife and to marry one day because I want to have more children. I love children. I
So,
love being a father.
David, why would you why would you use theology as a reasoning for something that has a reason that you recognize?
It's not that I need theology to do it, but I feel like it does. It's in harmonization with my desire already, and it gives me like an abstract paradigm, like an abstract inspiration in a sense to strive and to reach for the stars, so to speak, and to really go for what I want already inherently.
Inherently.
Yes, sir.
So what you want inherently is more children. You
Yes, sir.
want a
Not just more
wife.
children,
You
but
want
a
to
family,
fill
a home.
a role. You want
Yes,
to
sir.
fill a
Yes,
traditional gender role. You want to be a
absolutely. Yes,
provider, protector, father.
exactly.
You think that that is what makes a man.
I don't think that's what makes every man. I think that's what's going to make this man, personally. That's what's going to fulfill me. I have been lost my whole life. I want children and I want them to be loved and to feel loved and to look upon me
Does it matter
as
to
if a
you?
god.
Does That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, you want children. You want them to look upon you as a god. Does it matter to you if you are worthy of that?
It's more so an aspiration to become worthy, if you get me. It's an aspiration to be worthy. I want to be worthy. Do you get me? It's about self
What do you
improvement.
think?
It's
What do you think determines the worth of that?
the outcome.
So, if you accomplish it, if you have children who look upon
Yes,
you as a
sir.
god, that you are
Well,
somehow
I mean,
worthy of
that's
that.
quite a weighty kind of thing. But yeah, abstractly, yes, I want to be.
Right,
A
but
good
if you
father.
accomplish it,
Yeah, I'll
then
die happy.
well,
I'll
then
die
you
happy.
would stop. Then you would deem yourself worthy of it if you accomplish it.
I will feel like I fulfilled what I wanted in my life. And I feel like I would leave behind a family that I loved very much, protected, like you said, provided, like you said, and I would die feeling like I accomplished what I wanted in life. The one true thing I wanted, a
And if you
family.
fail,
Well, God loves a trier. God
loves a
loves a
trier.
trier.
What does that even mean?
Reach
God
for what
loves
you
people
want
who.
or die trying. Don't
Why?
stop trying to become better, to achieve what you want. Have a singular focus and strive for that rather than becoming cynical and apathetic and miserable and bitter.
Do you think that's what this is?
No, sir.
Cynical,
No, no, no,
apathetic,
no.
bitter.
No, I'm not. That is not a diatribe on what you're doing. I'm simply came in here to express my
Right.
gratitude
Do
for
you think
your
that
style.
I understand. Do you think that um, the antithesis of what you want is going to be cynical and bitter? The
Do I
opposite
think
of what you want.
currently that I am the antithesis of that?
No, I'm asking, do you think that this father, this provider, this traditional man,
Not particularly.
do you think
Not
the opposite
particularly.
of that is something cynical and bitter?
No, not really. You're kind of. I think you're misreading what I'm saying. So I'll try and clarify that.
I'm not misreading, David. I'm just
Okay. Yeah.
asking
Yeah.
questions.
That's cool, man. I love your style. I love listening to you. All right. So
You love listening.
if
It's hard to
if
put
I
you on the hot
fail
seat,
my
isn't it?
goal, if I fail my goal, that's one thing. But if I give up my dream, that's another. If I
If you
give up
fail
on
your goal,
myself,
if you
yes.
fail your goal
If I
and you were
give,
given, right, I'm trying to present an idea. If you fail at the goal and you are presented obstacles that give you no choice but to give up on that dream, would you consider your life a failure? Would that somehow end all of your ambitions?
if I was to give up on my ambitions,
On the one dream, to be a father again, to fill this traditional role of husband and provider.
well, I'll put it this way: I'm 37. I probably have 15 years or so to achieve such a goal and to find a wife fertile enough to have children. Okay? And there's going to come a point where the goal will no longer be feasible if it's not achieved within that time frame. And I won't be disappointed. But what I would be disappointed in was to give up on myself and to give up on my aspiration to achieve my happiness, because I think that's what's going to make me happy, to really have a family.
I have to ask a question from the
Yeah.
comments before I introduce Saints here.
Yeah.
Really quick, do you think that someone who desires these traditional values wants as you said, fertile wife to be
Well,
able to provide? You
more
gotta
not.
let me finish. You
Okay.
got to. I
Yeah.
know it doesn't always sound the most flattering.
Okay.
You said that someone who what, I'm sorry, what I was asking. Do you think that someone who wants these things that you want to have a fertile wife, to produce more children that would look upon him as a god, do you think that kind of person looked upon as a god, if that is their true ambition in life, is simply reproduction and adoration?
It like when I said that about to be looked upon as a god, it was a very abstract statement in a sense that, like, just to be a great father, that is truly is a great father in practice that provides, protects, and loves, and that the children grow up knowing they were loved and provided for and protected. Do you get me? It's not
I
a
do get
selfish
you,
desire.
David, but I think, I don't know. Um, I think there is a certain selfishness involved. There's a certain
Sure.
there's a certain misogyny involved. I think there is a certain level of it. Yeah.
When I made that comment about a woman that is young enough and fertile enough, that's more of a comment on that I realize I am aging, and my prospects of finding of being in a romantic relationship with a woman who can have children is dwindling fastly, because I'm in my late 30s. I'm approaching my 40s.
I think there's a certain underlying misogyny to the entire framework and
Really?
oh yes, and to the notion that this younger fertile woman will even want to just bear your children who will look upon you as a god.
Right. Okay. Well, see, the
There's a certain 1950s
I see where you're
black
coming
and white
from.
lens here going
I
on.
see where you're coming from. But the caveat here is I'm searching for a wife who desires what I also want. I'm searching for a wife who also wants a family. It's a two-part deal. It takes two to tango. I'm not talking about just going and finding a girl and getting her pregnant. I'm talking about finding a wife. Do you understand the difference? Someone who shares that desire for children and who loves me. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Or is it misandristic? Is it misandristic if a woman desires a man to have a family?
No,
So it works one way, but not the other.
no,
Do you see
no.
where
It could, depending upon the motivations she expresses, actually relay a type of misogyny as well. Yes, you, not misandry.
Okay. You know what misandry means now, don't you?
Yes.
Right. So it's
So
misogynistic for
wanting,
me to want a
so
wife. But if
a
a
woman,
woman wants a husband, that's not misandristic.
no,
So can you just outline the distinction for me there? How is it misogynistic for a man to want a wife? How is that misogynistic?
it's not necessarily on the face of it.
So can you give me the nuance of what you're saying?
It's in the details you're sharing, David.
What
It's
are the
about these.
details?
It's about the traditional gender roles, the desire
What is
to be
wrong
the
with tradition?
protector,
What is
provider.
wrong?
The
What is wrong with that?
oh goodness,
I understand.
why is it when I begin answering the question, which again I don't usually do, that you're defensively responding?
I just want to know what's wrong with the traditional outlook as one walk of life. I'm not saying it's the right one or one for everyone.
You. I can
Okay.
too.
Okay.
David, shut up for like
I'll mute myself, okay?
minimum 30 seconds. Hi, Thrayle.
Hello, Jen, and also Saints. Hello. I want to make
Hello.
sure Saints gets a chance to speak up first. She's been waiting a little longer, but go ahead.
That's fine.
Okay, David, you and I are good enough friends. That's why I decided to come up and talk about this, because this is extremely personal to me. I'm a perfect example of someone who has been through what you are going through, on the opposite end of the woman who found a husband who I was in love with, that I wanted to start a family with. Okay. And the structure of it is wrapped up in misogyny, in tradition. Now, biologically, there is nothing wrong with that. And the ways you've talked about it, it is just nuanced in there a little bit when it comes to tradition. It's not that we're sitting here going, well, you're an extreme misogynist and shame on you for that. It is just tied up in there a little bit. Now, what you need to know about me is that I grew up in a community where I was taught and indoctrinated and expected to get married young and have children. And I was taught that if I did everything that God commanded me to, then he would find me worthy and he would bless me with both sons and daughters. Guess what didn't happen? I watched everyone in my church community my age grow up and have spouses and children, but I didn't. And my husband at the time thought that there was a worthiness issue with me and found there were medical issues with me, and he divorced me. I lost everything because of it. And everyone in my state approved because of the cultural misogyny that goes along with the cultural beliefs here. And my worthiness was tied up in that. And there were church leaders and other people in my family and friends who said to me, to my face, there may be worthiness issues here. Have you done everything that the Lord has asked you to? Is there anything you need to repent of so you are worthy to receive God's children? And that nearly destroyed me. It took away everything from me. I wanted to end everything. And thankfully, since then, I family together. What is so dangerous about what you're asking for? Because, you know, the biological, traditional nuclear family, is there something truly wrong with that? No. But when you tie your worthiness and your whole desire up in that, and you come to the day when you realize it will not happen for you, David, you're such a good person. I would hate for you to see that day of reckoning and see what it does to a beautiful soul like yours. You are going down a very dangerous, dangerous road, and you need to set your sights and true desires of what will make you the best man you can be on something else. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Saint. I appreciate your sentiments and your personal perspective, and I hear you. I'm not tying up my whole worth in becoming a husband and a father. I expressed to Thrayle that is what I would desire, and I'm at a point in my life, I'm at a point in my chronological age where I realize it's time to get serious if I'm going to make that happen.
Okay, I can see that. Thank you for the clarification.
I am just expressing a desire for a traditional, like Thrayle said, 1950s style nuclear family. And what's wrong with that is my question. What is wrong with that?
There's nothing inherently wrong with that, to your point, and also to not negate Saint's point. Will you stop?
Dangerous road.
Will you quit trying to talk over me? Or do you have a problem with women speaking?
Jen, I don't think he has a problem with women speaking at all. David's really chill. I think he was just finishing addressing what I was saying.
He does that to me too. But yeah, I'd like to hear from Jen.
Thank you, Bad. No, what Saint was saying is absolutely correct. It is absolutely horrible to go through finding out that you are infertile in that way and knowing that you cannot carry your children in any capacity, in whatever fashion. Like, it's awful. But also, where are you coming in with this ideology that you think that you can speak on anything in relation to what we go through? David.
What? What? Who go through?
Women.
Women?
I don't know if he did speak on what women go through.
I don't believe I did.
I agree. I don't think he ever touched on that. All he said was he wanted to find a partner who shared his goals of having a family.
Yeah, he's expressing a desire to have a traditional 1950s family unit.
Willing partner.
Right, with a willing partner, and asking what's wrong with that. Again, it's not what's wrong with that, David. It's partially the way you expressed it, and the way you
Maybe I expressed
detailed
it.
certain things.
Yeah.
That kind of elaborated a very.
I'm not 25 anymore. That's more so like, I realize I'm getting older, and the women who are my peers are also getting older. So my window to marry.
My questions were about the worthiness of a person who sets that as their goal to simply be adored for that goal. Saints was asking more to the point of, if you put all your eggs in this basket, what are you? I'm curious, David. What does any of this have to do with the topic of the live?
I started my diatribe on this topic as maybe why I gravitate towards, like, I am not a Christian. I'm not a Christian believer. Do you understand? But I suppose the idea of man made in God's image, man and woman, I include woman in that when I say man, mankind made in God's image are creators. And what I want to do is have more children. That's what I want. I desire to be a father.
And how many children do you have currently?
1.
What if who you fall in love with and who has this goal isn't able to give you children?
I mean, that would be very unfortunate, and Saint, I empathize 100% with your own personal experience.
Well, it's also a question that's just being asked in the chat.
No, fair question. You're asking me, would the woman suddenly lose her worth to me because she can't conceive?
More like just what you would do when you come to the realization that you can't have biological children together.
I mean, I'm still quite a romantic man, and I desire a female partner.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what she's asking you.
Okay, can you clarify then?
I was just asking what you would do at that point. Like, let me give you examples. Like, would you adopt or foster or give up on having biological?
But we were financially stable enough to raise children. Children are children, man. I love kids. I want to be a father. You realize that
there's more than financial stability that comes into play with adopting or fostering children, right?
I just mentioned that if I was financially stable enough, I would love to be a father.
It doesn't have to do with stability either.
Well, it would be quite irresponsible if I wasn't financially stable to adopt a bunch of kids, right? Would you not say that's irresponsible?
Sure.
Okay, well, this has been really interesting and not at all on topic. So
I'll drop. I'm sorry.
I think I'm just going to move on to the next guest. Appreciate y'all for whatever this weird detour was, but yeah, I'm here questioning beliefs. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, well then can we talk about that? Because that was weird.
Thank you for the space and the time, Thrayle. I greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. I wanted to make sure when that road started going down that you were able to be heard from, but what a weird road to go down. And it didn't have anything to do with his belief in a god. He's just saying that something more traditional sounds fun to him.
I think he started to talk about his beliefs, like of because
energy.
of what I believe, what do I want for myself.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we're gonna see who else is in queue and question some beliefs. So I don't know who's been waiting the longest, but if you were just here to give it to David for his belief in wanting something that he worded badly, then yeah, that's not what we're talking about anymore. Maybe one of these guests actually exists. Hello, Hyperactive. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, yeah, I just turned 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I think with this question, that's where my problem kind of comes in, because I don't believe there's anything out there.
Why not?
So I have actually passed away at one point and was brought back. And it felt like, you know, the whole thing happened, the whole experience, and then I just officially closed my eyes, and then I woke back up in a hospital bed. There was no time in between. There was no revelation. There was nothing. It was close your eyes, and then you're back when you wake back up. And to cover the questions, the benefit is it's...
Oh, we'll get to those. I had more questions about... Yeah, so you don't believe in a god because you've had an NDE, and in that you didn't experience anything.
Yes, sir.
And did you expect to experience something?
I thought so. I grew up in kind of a half and half family where they believed in a higher power in more of the traditional sense. And then the other half was more, well, if there's something, there's something. And if not, there's not. It wasn't like a confirmed set lifestyle. So it was surprising when I went through it that that's just how it was. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. Which, you said half and half. What were the halves?
So my father was raised deeply Catholic. And then my mother was raised more free-spirited, as in they could believe whatever they wanted, but with the belief that there was some kind of something greater than. Just more of a personal identity with something else higher.
So your mother was a free spirit with a higher power, and your father was Catholic.
Yeah, most of my mother's family was a free spirit on their beliefs.
Mm-hmm. And as you were raised, were you more Catholic or more free spirit?
I think I was a good 50-50. Like, I believed there was something. Like, I knew there was something, but I couldn't quite figure out exactly what it was. But I knew there was a much higher power than myself that would take me somewhere.
Really quickly,
Yeah.
off topic, I just have to make sure I thank Jim Shell, Dancing in Duality 96 and Artificial Red for our last goal. Thank you guys so much. You said you knew there was something higher. What does that mean?
It just felt like if I was to pass away, or there was something, it felt like there was something drawing me to a higher power that I should listen to, that I should believe in. It didn't have a face or a name, but there was something significant there that would bring me to a higher plane of existence.
There was something significant that would bring you there. And
Yeah.
so when you had your experience and you, I assume your heart stopped for a period.
Yes, sir. For
And
about
so
3 minutes.
I see. And so when you had your experience and nothing happened, what was that like?
There was nothing. It was literally, I felt really tired and sleepy. And then all of a sudden I woke up in a hospital bed connected to what felt like 100 different tubes.
I guess what I was asking, and it was more of a selfish, not very Socratic question, was, were you disappointed?
I don't... I think initially the shock was a little much, but as I healed, I wouldn't call it disappointed, but more just trying to figure out where my mental state was at that point. Like, there wasn't an immediate doom and gloom of disappointment. It was like, oh, well, this is my reality now. How do I go about accepting it? Confusion. I should call it confusion. And then just coming to terms.
And coming to terms, that means coming to terms with the idea there was nothing there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it didn't take too long because, you know, it happened. I'm a very logical type of person, so I just had to go with what happened.
And what happened was nothing.
Exactly.
So, I usually ask a set of questions to people that don't believe, but based on your experience, I'm going to frame them different.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's, what would you have expected to see? What would have convinced you that there was some higher power during that experience?
Like, maybe kind of like the feeling, at least, of like, because at a certain point you accept it, and then like maybe a loved one coming down and you get to see them again, or this feeling of like, oh, I'm at eternal peace, or like my soul just feels quiet, or but it was mostly like seeing loved ones and them just being like, hey, come on, like, let me take you here, whoever here is, like, let us guide you. And I just felt like I fell asleep. Like, I know that sounds silly, but it was a pretty quick situation, so.
Absent that guidance, absent the warmth, absent the embrace, you're left with nothing. I wonder if you had that embrace, that warmth, and then found yourself awake and, alive, would you have then devoted yourself to that God, worshipped it?
Maybe. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not trying to lie here, but I think if I would have had that, like, seen my grandparents and seen, you know, people that have passed, like, of course I would have probably delved into a deeper religious side of myself, for sure. Because to me, that would be like proof of a certain side that I was taught. But there was...
Does it feel now like you have a choice to believe or not to believe?
I like to think I do. But I think I'm more experience-based as a person, if that makes sense, with no fault to anyone, and like not trying to offend anyone that, you know. But I don't know. It was just, that's what I experienced and that's what I felt. So what else can I go off of, you know? But it does come at a cost. I will say that for sure.
What is the cost?
So I come from a very massive family that are super, super close. And it's kind of hardened me a little bit to the thought of family members passing away, especially because I'm one of the youngest out of roughly 40 family members I'm very close to. So funerals are regular, at least a couple a year. And I don't feel the same anymore. Like, I don't grieve the same way. And
You feel colder.
yeah, and so, especially with, like, you know, ever since I was a child, funerals are regular, but it added to it. And I've definitely been questioned and somewhat berated or punished because I don't feel the same way about them, so I don't grieve the same. So people see that and then say, like, oh, well, you didn't really care for them as much as you did, or you didn't love them as much as you did. And I'm like, no, I still do. I still grieve. I still care. But
I was going to say, you don't believe them when they say that, right?
I mean, when I was a little bit younger, when I was in my early 20s, of course it hurt.
I'm so sorry that they said those things to you, and I'm glad you know that it's not true.
Yeah,
that's
but
something you put up with.
Everybody grieves different. And now I'm just like, okay, well, whatever pain they were in, it's gone. Like, it's done. It's over. They don't have to feel that way anymore. So I'm thankful they don't have to feel like that anymore. You know?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, like, pros and cons. Pros and cons.
Do you, did your family go to this? This is a little off topic. I'll try to keep it more on topic.
Okay.
Did your family go to the same funeral home for everything?
No, so we're pretty widespread throughout roughly 4 different states. So it's whatever funeral home you died or passed away closest to.
Got it. I ask because I'm a mortician, and so you're speaking my language a little bit here.
Oh, so you might think this is pretty cool if I can continue the slight off topic.
It's up to the host. I'm interested.
Directly outside my house, where I currently live, is my family's grave plot.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So over 3 generations of us are currently buried on the left side of my house.
That is amazing. That's rare anymore, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I really love that. Does the way that you feel about that place outside of your house, has the feeling of that changed too as your beliefs have changed?
Oh, yes. I used to be terrified. Like, I quit cross country because they wanted us to train inside of a different cemetery. Like, we would run all through it, and I quit because no.
Wild.
Terrified. Weird. And then after that whole experience, I'm like, oh, well, here's like great uncle so and so and great aunt her, and then, you know, great great grandma and great 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 grandpa. And I'm like, oh, they're right there. We're fine.
It's interesting to me. I've had the opposite effect of what I've witnessed is that people, when they do have an after unaliving experience, that they experience something and then all of a sudden they're this big believer. And when people pass away, it's not this big horrible thing anymore, or their way of reaching, and yours is the opposite. But I think that this is what I've experienced is those who are firm in their beliefs, whatever those beliefs are, if they're firm in them, especially from personal experiences, much like yours, they do better with the grieving process. They have a much healthier way to process those things than people who are on the fence about what they believe. And so I commend you for the grief process that you are obviously dealing with every day with your family, inside and outside of being with them, and having that cemetery outside of your house. Like, this is something you're obviously working with. And from someone who's a bit seasoned with the grieving process, you're doing really well. And your belief system tied up in that. I'm glad it can be ever changing for you, but it sounds like it's still really healthy right now. And so I commend you for the work you've done with your grief, first of all, and second of all, with trusting yourself in what you believe in. It's really important.
Thank you so much. That is actually so sweet of you. I really appreciate that.
You bet. Keep it up, man. It's hard work. It takes energy people don't understand. And keep asking questions about your beliefs.
Well, I'm always happy to ask questions.
Do you have any lingering beliefs after this experience? Anything supernatural, or do you find there are easy explanations now?
I would never say anything's an easy explanation because there's always room for interpretation or change, but I have always grown up with night terrors, if any of you guys have ever heard of those. And I'm one of the small population that gets to remember them.
Oh, fun.
So, like, I've kind of always dealt with it. So, like, this part of the dark side of living life it's just I don't know how to describe. I'm describing it terribly. I'm so sorry, guys. But I don't have any regrets, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I was wondering more if you had any lingering beliefs, any beliefs in the supernatural and spirits and ghosts and anything.
I think lingering beliefs, some people can feel it a little more than others when it comes to spiritual. And if they want to follow that sense, then I think they should, because it means something to them.
Do you think there's anything really there?
Honestly, no. Like, I think there's, like, natural intuition that we should follow, but beliefs that there's something there, probably not.
How has this changed the way you interact with the world?
I would say not much. I just still go about my day-to-day with, you know, my husband, my mom, my dad, my whole family, strangers. But it's when there's a grieving process, that's when there's, like, the biggest change. That's just
I too am often called cold during the grieving process, and I have forever had this belief. I drowned when I was 7, and it was much the same as your experience, right? Like, I drowned, and I luckily washed up on the beach, but in between there no time passed, right? And there was no great mystical experience. So I've always thought this way, for all intents and purposes. And I too get called cold during the grieving process, but don't let that get to you, because it's not true. It's actually probably healthy, like a very healthy way of dealing with it and understanding that this person is gone, but that has to be okay. So good for you for getting through that with them. Has this changed the way you view yourself at all? Or has this changed the way you interact with the self at all?
Honestly, I think yes, because I used to be scared of a lot of things. Like, I was never super scared, like I was always a regular kid. I didn't have this experience until I was 24.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since then, I've just been way more open to, like, I'm not scared of heights anymore. I've gotten into like a lot more physical sports. Rally racing is my newest hobby, if anybody knows what that is. So I have my whole setup now. Like, I'm not scared.
So would you say that with no afterlife to either fear or look forward to, you have started enjoying the life that we've been given a lot more and doing more things?
With a little more, I would say, edge of caution for my loved ones, because I know what it's like for the loved ones to lose you. Because, you know, especially when you come out of it, you have a whole room. If you're as lucky as I am, which I'm so lucky to have the family I do, you wake up and there's like 20 people in your room and they're all freaking out. And
so you have a deeper appreciation for just like life, doing life things.
Yeah, life things and human connection.
Oh, human connection. You know, I've had this theory lately that is God.
Yeah, I was a super angsty person. I didn't care about like anybody but, you know, my husband and my dad and my grandma. And then after that, I was like, oh, let me actually be a better person. Like, let me talk to people. Let me like ask questions. Is everyone okay? Like, do they just need 20 minutes to vent? Or
so would you say that this like experience and the way it has shaped your beliefs has ultimately like benefited you, or would you say it's not any different?
I would say it benefited me with kindness to strangers, but I quickly learned there has to be a limit to my giving and kindness. I learned that real fast. So
this is very interesting to me that like having like adopting the beliefs that there is no God, there's no afterlife benefited your kindness to strangers. I feel like most people would intuitively think or would say the opposite, but I think this is very interesting. I
love it. Look,
a lot.
It like maybe the realization that things are that much more bleak. So be nice, because this is it.
Yeah, this is it. Like, just spread a kind word, or, you know, tell a guy his haircut looks nice, or a girl her outfit is pretty, or smile at someone at the gas station. It costs nothing.
Well, see, these are things I have always again, a lifelong non-believer. These are things I have always practiced for these reasons, right? And I am often told that there's no reason to do these things if you don't believe, if you don't think you're, you know, getting somewhere with it. And I think that you should do these things just because you should do these things. And so that's very nice to hear, actually. It's refreshing.
It's free and it takes a second, you know? Make somebody's day.
I appreciate you, Hyperactive, coming up and sharing what you did with us. I really do. I hope that you keep asking questions, but I do think we're going to move on to a new guest.
Yeah, of course.
If you're interested, there is a community that we have. The link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio has a Discord link in it, and you're welcome to join. I think you might enjoy it there.
You should definitely come hang out with us. Yeah.
One of us. One of us.
I'll take a look, I swear.
I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. And take care.
Sorry, I got a little intrigued there and got...
No, that's all right. It was intriguing. Definitely better than our last detour, wouldn't you say, Saints?
Oh, I was Look, the only reason that I didn't come up during that detour was because I was like, I can, like, Saints is up there, she's got this, and I cannot, like, I would not, it just would not go well.
I appreciate everyone's trust. When you let me up, everyone was like, behave, don't think, be nice, Saints. And I'm like, come on, you guys, have a little faith, have a little trust.
I know that you knew David, so I knew it would be somehow amicable in some way.
For sure.
You would find the gentle way through. And he wasn't, well, I'm not going to defend anything now. But he's David.
He is David, and we love David.
Yes.
Well,
But
what
if anybody else has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. Go ahead and request on out. We are not here to dogpile you or argue with you. I'm not interested in a debate. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what are those beliefs? And why do you believe them? I have been hitting the accept button one at a time, and they keep disappearing.
Well, you got one, maybe. Oh, now you got two. Look what you've done.
Did get
Look
two.
what you have
See
done.
what happens. See what happens. Well, okay, we can go one at a time.
This is what they do, folks.
Sam, you're on.
I was waiting for Hammy to say it.
Sam, you're on teacup. You can request back up. We'll go ahead and start with the bang. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello. Can you hear me? Am I not creating echoes?
You are creating a lot of echoes. It sounds like you're in a bathroom and about 3 feet away from the phone.
Oh, okay, I will request back once I get out of here.
Okay. Well, fun as
Well,
that
at least
was.
he was polite enough to be cognizant of it.
Let's invite Sam back if he meant to be up here. Maybe I let Sam go too soon. There we go. Welcome back, Sam. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that?
I thought I was agnostic, leaning atheist until about a week ago, and a situation has just completely turned me on my head.
So a situation a week ago has turned your agnostic atheism on its head.
Correct.
Before we begin, what is it that you considered agnostic atheist? What does that mean to you?
Basically, I just believe that we're here to live this life, live it the best we can. We die. That's about it. Like, wasn't really looking too much into... I mean, I definitely am interested in history and cultures and how religions affect culture, but wasn't necessarily, like, when I learn those things, it's more because I'm interested, not in a literal sense. I'm more interested in, like, biological facts.
So to you, it meant that you were interested in biological facts.
Correct, specifically with the brain.
I see. And so what is it, the event of you said a week ago?
So there was a deep betrayal that happened, and I don't want to go into too much detail about that, but it was like lifelong friends, and some things got revealed. The bottom came out from that, and I just started questioning reality. Like, how did I not see this. But then there are other things happening within that relationship. Like this is what I'm questioning. Like, is telepathy real? And if it is, how is it real and why?
So something happened that caused you to think telepathy might be real?
Yes, through our interactions, like little things would be happening and we're like states apart. I'd be up at 3 a.m. and so we were writing music together was really why we were coming closer together.
Oh, I see.
And like just little synchronicities like that were happening, and it just made me pause and be like, that's interesting. Like, what is that about?
Can I ask, I don't want to divulge too much, is the relationship with this collaborator just a friendship, professional, or is it something much more?
I would say much more. We kind of grew up together.
So, a musician that you grew up with, someone you had formative years with?
Not formative years. We entered each other's lives around 15. I'm 41 now.
So, 15, not a formative year.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just ask it. Sis, are you romantically involved with this person?
So I didn't think I was. Now I'm realizing I think I was in love with her, which fucks me up even more because I'm I'm like, what is happening? But you're intuitive. I think that was part of it. And I didn't realize it until the bottom came out. And because of the nature of the betrayal, my reaction was remove myself from the whole situation. And like, is this a trauma bond thing? It felt like there was stronger forces at play that I'd ever experienced in my life, and it scared the shit out of me.
Could this be a response, like a way that your brain is trying to reason out this thing that has happened to you?
Yes.
Do you think it is more likely that that is the case or that telepathy is real?
I don't know.
That's a fair answer.
I don't know is a fair answer. So this is somebody that you have known since you were 15. You kind of grew up together into adulthood. You're having potentially romantic feelings towards them while working in a collaboration musically where you are thinking kind of in sync, right?
Mostly correct. I felt like it was completely platonic until the bottom fell out. And because of the distress I felt without the relationship, I was like, I've never felt this kind of pain other than.
But everything else was on you.
Yeah, like, and we were not in close connection all those years. Like but we've always reconnected. Yes.
Does it not seem likely that the two of you have similar modes of thinking?
We do.
Especially while working on a collaborative effort that requires quite a bit of synchronization.
Yes. So is that just like a brain thing?
Could it be?
Yes, but it just felt like so much more. And I feel nervous right now because, like, obviously I don't know anyone on here and I'm talking on the internet about a very personal thing. So it's nerve-wracking, but also I just felt so assured and at peace with my standing in the world. Like, okay, we have this one life. We're going to live it, make the best of it. And
I'll tell you two things. One, we are not judging you one way or another, and we don't know the answer, number one. So talking to strangers, I feel is a fair way to go about getting answers while you're asking questions. And two, one thing about living in this life and going through it, just doing our best, is by asking questions and living experiences as they come. Is that not what you're doing?
correct.
Okay. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Kat.
My best friend and I, it's almost telepathic, but it's not telepathic. It's just that we know each other really well, right? When you develop this close relationship with somebody and you start to get to know them well enough to know what they're going to say maybe, or how they're going to react to things, or sometimes you're just in tune with them. My partner and I often have the same thought about doing something at the same time, right? Because we live together and we know each other really well. And it does feel like this kind of in-tuneness that you develop with this other person that can feel almost like telepathic or supernatural. But I think that it might just be that you get to know this person in a way that is very intimate and it leads to these things. Is it possible that this telepathy that you're considering could be that?
Definitely. Yeah.
And I think it's perfectly reasonable to be considering these things at this point, because when your entire world is shattered, what else do? You question everything. And so I think what you're going through is reasonable.
Sam, do you know if her world is also shattered or how she's doing?
I don't know, and it hurts not to know, but I have to do this for me. It's a breaking point in my life where so let me give you an example of things that are unexplainable. When I thought of the album, I was like, I knew things will drop into my brain and it'll make no sense and I don't question it. I'm just like, okay, this is the name of the album. Okay, let's go with it. Well, after this happened, I was like, oh my God, I actually have so much shame and fear from my childhood. I need to go back and correct that. And I mean, I'm sure that looks different for everyone, but I just knew in my brain that was something that was broken that needed to be fixed if I want to function optimally. And so am I just putting things together to try to make sense of it? This is what I'm having trouble with.
You could be. It's a good thing you're asking that.
So I feel crazy. Maybe I am. I don't know.
I don't think so. Our brains are built for pattern seeking, and it is something they do when they're in distress.
Yeah,
we want to get sense of the things that we can't make sense of, and when something that is earth-shattering happens, your brain is in stress mode all the time, trying to make sense of the earth-shattering thing that has happened.
I'll play devil's advocate and also be the one to say, if you don't get very far with this on your own, and you've been best friends that long, you should talk to her about it. Maybe the way that you came in talking to us about it without disclosing romantic feelings, and just say, you know my brain, you know me, am I nuts? And see what she says. If she echoes it, if she just gives you great advice to help you figure it out, or if she's like, I've been going through the same thing and I have these feelings. And it would be good to check in on her anyway, because she's, it sounds like she's one of your best friends and always has been. I think you should check in with her.
Person. Not if
so
she's not.
That's kind of where we tried for about 3 days to get to the bottom of things. And there was, all the receipts were there, all the evidence. And when someone is telling you to your face that's not real and they're making you literally question your reality, I cannot do that.
Oh, she did that? I missed it if you said that she did that. I'm so sorry.
No.
If
It's
I missed that.
I didn't disclose that, but
That's
it's
a
just
horse of a
it's
different
just
color.
that's where I'm like, there's people like this in the world. Am I that dumb? I like why
No.
would you, I don't understand this. I can't say it's interesting because I feel like I am growing and not in a place of like hate, because I could never hate her, but in a place of like, I can't imagine how someone ends up like this. I don't know. So just trying to let that go. And also, Thrayle, you said something assuring, like, okay, yeah, this is probably your brain just like pattern seeking and trying to make sense of what doesn't make sense and attaching it to like, okay, is there something supernatural that we don't know about? That, I guess at the end of the day, it's like, why does it matter? People is what matters to me. I don't really, yeah. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you letting me come up and like sort this out.
It matters because it's bothering you. It's bugging, and it's playing on both of your it's playing on your emotions, your psyche, and a little bit your sanity. And I could appreciate that
I
you
don't
can
know
see
that
it
we did much.
objectively. Like I appreciate that you can see it objectively. That's really important too, to be able to question things. But I don't think you're crazy, and it does matter if it matters to you.
Yeah, I was saying more like, does supernatural things matter? Like at the end of the day, I just feel like life is about choices and not. But then when, like I said, when this happened, it just literally turned me on my head and I was like, oh my God, like what's happening? Anyways, hey, I gotta go, but I really appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you, Sam.
All right.
Thank you for answering questions and giving us this little journey. I mean, what a journey it
I'm
was.
I'm glad we could be this space for you. I'm really glad that we
right.
could give you that space.
All right, you guys take care.
You too, Sam.
All right,
Keep
bye-bye.
asking questions.
Well, that was a fun little ride.
She came in like a wrecking ball. I can question all my beliefs, and I am. And here's what it looks like. It was fantastic. I just feel bad for the any of the negative feelings that she's feeling going through it. But some of our guests tonight, I tell you what, man.
We are on a ride right now. This is I took 2 days off, and it's like, welcome back, Kat. Let's go for the wildest ride.
Yeah, you missed mermaid baptisms.
Right, but instead I got this. So, who's the real winner here?
Well, let's see. The real winner is Heather's Descent, also Hammy 96 and Artificial Red. They're the real winners. Thank y'all for helping with the goal. I really appreciate it.
The real winner is my partner, who gets to eat the food that I cook for him every night, because I'm such a good cook. I'm just like so impressed with myself constantly.
Thrayle, apparently both you and I had chili dogs for dinner.
Yes, I did. I had chili dogs with tater tots and ranch style beans.
Ooh.
I made wild boar from scratch curry over rice.
Okay,
I need to step up my game.
better.
Holy crap, Kat.
With a wild boar that Tyler killed. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like...
What are ranch style beans?
This must be a Texas thing. They're beans, and they come in a black can, and they're better than all the other ones.
Okay.
Wow, that is an assertion.
I will have to look it up.
And they're better than all the other beans, and that's all the information we get about them.
And for people in the comments, they are. Interesting.
Version when it's a factual statement.
Hammy knows ranch style beans. He has to.
Oh, Hammy knows ranch style beans. They are the best.
I need an endorsement now.
This
You
live
need to
is
get paid.
brought to you by
Ranch
style beans.
Ranch style beans, the fruit that'll make you toot from down south.
This is so strange. That's such a strange thing that's happening right now.
It is a strange thing that's happening. So rather than discussing the best beans to have with chili dogs, I'd like to know if anybody watching has a belief, in a god or like a goddess, or maybe like a whole pantheon of gods. Or maybe you just believe in a higher divine source energy, vibrational frequency power. Or maybe it's something else, like, I don't know, space pixies, or
mermaid baptism.
Mermaid baptisms, right.
What is
that would
mermaid
just be
baptism?
Catholic. I'm fairly certain it was one of somebody said there was a Catholic saint that was either a mermaid or baptized a mermaid. I don't know if it was the mermaid who was the saint or the one who forcibly baptized her.
Thrayle, I'm going to turn my camera on for just a split second.
He's going to show us he's baptizing a mermaid.
This feels dangerous, but okay. I'll allow it.
It's yummy. Oh, helpful. Thank you.
Yes, that's the can. That's what they look like. Now we really need an endorsement.
It's
both sides asking the important question that everyone should ask: which half was fish?
clearly the top half.
The mermaid was the saint in Northern Europe. Northern Europe folk Catholicism. Thank you, Blake.
Muy interesante. See, so if a Mormon, if a mermaid can be a saint, then a Mormon can.
That's going too far.
One of those might actually exist. Well, because Mormons, they don't even like to be called that, right? Outwardly, you're supposed to be Latter-day Saints.
The church, members in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Look, if you've got to stick up your butt about it, I don't think you're very Christ-like. I don't mind the nickname, but our church leadership is like, let's correct people because the Savior doesn't like us being called that anymore because you belong to him and not Mormon. And we're all like, whatever. Most of us are like, whatever, but some people like to have a stick up their butt about it.
Who was Mormon?
Mormon was the one that we give credit to for assembling the set of plates that makes up the Book of Mormon.
I thought that was Joseph Smith.
No. So Joseph Smith was given the plates after they were put together, but the plates before they were given to Moroni and put in the Hill Cumorah when they were assembled initially out of different assemblage of plates and some other documents and papers. He's the one who assembled the Book of Mormon.
The macaroni gave it to Mormon, who gave it to Joseph Smith.
The Mormon gave it to Macaroni, and then Joseph Smith put the feather in his hat about it. That's about how.
I'm going to. What I'm going to do is, whenever I have kids,
I'm gonna grab a bag of noodles and say, this here was the Mormon God.
That's Pastafarianism.
Well, if I get macaroni noodles, it's the same, right?
There it is. The AI did it. Mermaid baptisms and chili dogs. Discuss unique beliefs.
That is indeed a unique belief.
You screenshot that.
Oh, I love the karaoke that is happening in the comments in chat. And if you get tired of the karaoke in the chat and the comments and you have the courage and you believe in a god or gods or something like that, and you can question your beliefs, please request on up. We're not looking to debate or argue. We just want to ask you if you can question your beliefs and why you stick to them.
Oh, Becca's learning something about her own religion. You didn't know about the mermaid saint?
She's not a very good Catholic, remember?
She just wanted to be where the people were.
I heard that, Thrayle.
I heard it too.
Oh, man. Oh, no. Okay. We should probably avoid... No, we don't need to avoid it. I just need to start adding mermaids to the background. It's the only way to fix the problems. To put it right up there in front of us and we hear less about it. For some reason, that works that way. Oh, we have a Philly red.
I just wanted to sing the song with Hammy.
Oh, the one about the mermaid saint.
Yes.
You did know she wanted to be where the people were, right?
Well, we found out where the people are. They're on the panel. And John Doe is one of them.
Hi, John.
That's right.
John, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in something like that, but I was going to ask you guys, what is your belief?
John, see the background says, can you question your beliefs? So what we're doing here is, as you come up, we find out if you have a belief, and if you can question that belief, and then what that belief is.
How can I question a belief that I believe in?
Well, that's a very good question, John. So what does questioning your beliefs mean to you?
That's another very good question. I have no fucking idea.
That's interesting. So you don't know how to question your own beliefs?
No, I do. But with you guys, because I know all you guys are on a panel and you guys are all friends.
So you assume something about our beliefs?
Well, I was just wondering, with your prompt that you have on there,
right?
Can you question your own beliefs? Yeah.
Sure,
I want to hear your
all the time.
I want to hear your
question. John, here's the thing: if you wanted to just hear us question ourselves, then you shouldn't have requested up. Because
no. Wait.
Stop talking. You don't talk over me on my panel. That's not cool. So when you request up, you kind of become the focus. You're new, so we want to question your beliefs, see if you can. We can question our beliefs. We do it every day. But can you question your beliefs, John?
I think so.
What does it mean to question your beliefs?
That's that's very interesting. It's very crazy to say that, but could I get an example from you? Could I get an example?
Why is it crazy to say?
Well, could I get a quick example so I know what the fuck we're gonna go with?
I'd like to know what it brings to your mind without the examples.
Like what beliefs? I have a lot of beliefs. Everybody has beliefs.
Do you remember when you first came up on panel, right after I introduced
you?
I asked your age, and then I said, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something?
That. Okay. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do remember that. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
See how the whole system works now. It kind of segues us right into talking about your beliefs.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So you have a belief in a higher power or a god?
Way higher powers. Yeah. Thousands of higher powers.
Lots of higher powers.
Yep.
Are any of them particularly like a big chief higher power, or are they all kind of equal higher powers?
I mean, for me, to be honest, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
Yep.
When you say that they are all the same, what are they?
Of just like, all right, well, if we're gonna talk about higher power, like secretly higher powered people.
No, we were talking about gods or gods.
Beliefs, and that's people.
Beliefs in gods.
Technically, gods are people, right?
I don't know. Is that what you believe?
I have no idea. I don't believe in the one Jesus, one Buddha, one Christian, or anything like that. I believe.
Great, that narrows it down to like 10,000 gods. So,
thank God.
Do you believe in any other gods?
Yeah, I believe there's people out there and gods out there, and I believe we are one ourselves.
We are one. So when you say that you believe there are gods out there, you just mean that you believe that there are people with higher power than you.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I see. So you don't actually believe in God-like entities, a creator of all existence or anything like that?
No, it depends. It depends on what you've seen before.
So did you notice how I asked you about what you
sure.
believe?
Yeah.
And you're saying it depends on what I have seen.
Yeah, you're a very smooth talker. Yeah.
See how that, well, you see, John, how that doesn't follow the I part. Me, I don't figure into whether or not you believe there's a creator of all things.
So do you think there's a creator of all things?
John, what I believe doesn't figure into you questioning your own beliefs.
I know, you won't even tell me what you believe, though. That's the problem.
Because it doesn't matter, John.
Exactly. Nothing matters.
Well, John, so then why are you on my panel?
Well, I just wanted to ask a couple of things.
Cool. So you'll have to wait till it says question the questioner, and then you can come back and try to ask those things, but you'll still have to answer questions first. So, John is not where all the people are.
Well, good evening anyway, Thrayle.
Good evening, Bats. How are you?
I'm doing good. How is the live going? I missed a little bit of it. I kind of got a little flustered when and upset when the one guy was talking about fertile women, and so I left for a little bit. Now I'm back.
Understandable. He kind of redeemed himself in a way, I guess. Is that the right phrasing? He reworded it, and it was better understood. Still not good the way it was worded.
I think maybe frustrated me. I think it only frustrated me a little bit because I recognized past me being that way, and I learned, and I grew, and I changed. So there's hope.
But no, after that, we have had basically zero real beliefs to question because it's been drunk, arrogant fools or non-believers with interesting ideas, but non-believers nonetheless.
did make sure that everybody know that ranch style beans are the best beans.
It's gotten better. Discussing beliefs and mermaid lore. Share your unique perspective. I'll screenshot that one too, but let's hope that we get back on topic enough for the AI to recognize what the topic even is, which is questioning beliefs. That is what we're doing here, questioning what it is you believe and why you believe it, to see if you even can question your beliefs, to see if you even know what it is you believe and why. Thank you, Saints, for being up here. Hope you rest well.
Rest well so you don't become a poor, unfortunate soul.
A poor, unfortunate soul.
That song now is in my head.
It's a better song. I like that one.
I've always been more partial towards the Lion King's Be Prepared.
That is a good one.
I mean, who doesn't like it when you hear Jeremy Irons, something go, a shiny new era is tiptoeing era.
Stop.
I stopped.
Stop it. Cat's making a Disney playlist for the Discord now. Thanks. Great.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
And Saints needs to correct you that it's not sung by Jeremy Irons. That's right.
Yes.
Whoever it is, that's who I sing it like. But let's not, and say we did, and just see if somebody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, that they're able to question, because that is what we're doing, questioning your beliefs. I just want to make sure that the AI knows that we're questioning beliefs here, and that's what we're doing.
AI, we're questioning beliefs here.
No, if you say it too much, then it's going to say we're discussing AI and questioning. No, it's just questioning beliefs. Hello, Viking Heathen Woman. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? That name was quite a mouthful. Viking, can I get your age?
Oh, sorry, the volume wasn't high enough on my thing. I am 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
So I'm quite eclectic. I do believe in my Christian God, and I believe in Wiccanry, and I also believe in a lot of science and physics as well. So I'm quite eclectic.
That is quite an eclectic view, and you didn't say any of the things I thought you would. So not the Norse pantheon.
I
Wicca.
do believe in Norse gods. I believe in all kinds of gods. I just don't believe in... do I even dare say it, or am I going to get ostracized for saying it? There's one god I don't believe that was even invented properly, the way that everyone makes it out to be.
Yeah, we're not going to get upset with you if you're just talking about what gods you do and don't believe in.
Yeah, I don't believe in a god that married an underage girl.
Okay, I think I know what you're saying. That wouldn't have been the god.
I'm not going to say it because I'll get ostracized.
So, regardless of that, since you don't follow that, but you believe in the Christian God.
I believe in the Christian God, and so technically I did some research yesterday and I looked into it. I do believe that you can still believe in Wiccanry and still believe in God, and that still technically makes you a pagan, doesn't it?
I wouldn't be the one to answer that question, but you said Wiccanry.
Yeah, Wiccan.
So, is it what branch of Wicca are you studying?
Okay, so I believe in... Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I believe in the divine intervention. So mine's more or less like all the gods, like the Greek goddesses and all those things. I can't name them all off by heart without getting my list out, but I do. I like doing all the tasseography, tea leaf reading. I still pray as well, so I tend to just combine them both together.
Your background noise has gotten much louder, and I can hear my voice back.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
So all we hear is children's songs.
Yeah, sorry, my son is just watching his morning program with his drink.
I see. So you're saying that you believe in Wiccanry, you practice with all of the female Greek gods, and that you also believe in the Bible.
I believe in the Bible. I believe in the Norse gods. I believe.
Sure. Have you read the Bible?
I have read the Bible. Yes, there is some parts of it that are quite. I tend to just like do the prayers and the songs and believe that I'm being watched over. But there is some things in there that are quite strong. Like,
does it matter to you if any of this is true or not?
It does, because I like to believe that there's some sort of protection out there for us all when things are getting really, really bad.
So the thing that you think is protecting you is the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I've read the Bible from beginning to end, but to express it and say it out loud, I'd have to still have it in front of me to reference it.
Sure. Do you believe the stories within it to be entirely true and literal?
Without sounding like any type of bad way, some of it can be a bit extreme, but then a lot of the things, a lot of the wisdom inside it and the riddles that are inside it, it does make sense because I've put some of those into practice. So.
I just don't know. It's very difficult to maintain the conversation with the background noise. It's a lot of the same song over and over.
All right, can you hear it? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just I also hear the singing. But despite that, what I'm trying to understand is if you believe the Bible to be literal. Do you believe it to be true? I don't believe it all
literally, because I've tried to do full on. See, I tend to take more of the messages and the wisdom from it because that does actually work.
The messages and the wisdom, but not the stories.
I like to listen to the stories. I don't believe that the sea could get turned into two to make a path. I don't believe that. Well, I don't believe that all them things would have fitted on one boat, but I believe that there could be a story that could sound similar to that, if you know what I mean.
And you believe that that Adam and Eve were the first humans?
I think they were both bad for eating the apple. I'm one of them.
So you believe that?
Yeah, I do believe that story. I believe that man and woman did create the rest, yes, because I've created a child.
You believe that God created everything in 6 days?
Well, no, because like I said, I believe there's a bit of science, but I do believe that God's energy was there when this all happened too. I believe, because you've got to think there's a big galaxy out there, so ghosts and all those things and spirits. I believe all that to be true. I believe that there's definitely someone watching.
Okay, slow down. Yeah, I need you to slow down.
Sorry.
So my question was, if you believed He created everything in 6 days, like it says in Genesis 1.
I think he had help from science. I think they both worked together.
He had help from what?
Science and physics, astronomy. I believe that it was a big thing. Like, you got to think that Earth is made of energy and all those other stuff. So, the Big Bang was energy. I don't know. I like to believe in.
Yeah, Viking. I need you to slow down just a little bit.
Sorry.
The question was simply if you believed in the creation as told in Genesis. That was all. And I'm gathering that you believe that He had help from science
Yeah, I think they worked as a team. I like
They
to believe
worked as a
it.
team.
Yeah, I believe that energy, science,
Who
astronomy.
is science?
Eh?
You said they worked as a team. Who is science? Is this another god?
Well, you've got, I think, the Big Bang. It's all to do with energy, isn't it? And presence. It's all energy that makes everything. It's all an electric current, energy, like earth spirit, all those things, like radio waves, all that sort of stuff. I'm not very good at explaining this. I know what I want to say in my head, but I'm not very good at like
What is
expressing it.
energy?
Energy is like a kinetic balance, isn't it? If you will.
I don't know what you mean.
Kinetic energy.
Kinetic energy is a kinetic balance. So what is energy?
I can't explain it, but I know what I want to say, but I don't want to sound daft.
It's okay if you don't know.
I don't know exactly how to pronounce what energy is, but it's a feeling. It's like a magnet. It's a push. Energy is a push, isn't it?
A push.
Yeah. Energy can be a soul, a personality. It can be electric. It can be chromosomes. It can be enzymes. All those things.
Do you remember the question that got us to energy?
Sorry?
It's fair. I don't know that I have any more questions for this guest. Does anybody else?
Well, thank you.
I did have a question, if that's okay.
Go for it, Bat.
Viking, you mentioned earlier that you practice Wiccanry. Are you familiar with the origins of Wicca?
I'm familiar with the origins and when it all started to come about, and the witch trials, and like the readings, and people seeing things in dreams, and people that do. What's that thing called when they're like traveling in their sleep?
Astral projecting.
That's it, astral projection. I believe in all them things, and I believe that spirits contact you. And you know, the strange thing is, I actually have dreams of the Nordic gods connecting with me through spiritual, like, messages.
Do you remember the question Bats asked? Bats asked a really simple question. Do you remember the question?
I know some of the origins of Wiccanry, yes.
Are you familiar with the closed practices that are in Wicca?
Closed practices, sorry, could you explain?
Like the use of, say, white sage.
Oh, yeah, the protection spells and the energy and the aura, yeah.
Are you familiar that that is a closed practice among indigenous cultures?
Indigenous cultures, meaning, well, a lot of it started in Britain, the paganism witches.
That was a different sage that they used. The white sage was primarily from the indigenous people and was practiced a particular way, and I was wondering if you're familiar with the way it is originally supposed to be used.
The white sage, no, I'm not particularly experienced to explain it, but I know why it's used and what it's for, but I don't know the origin of it.
Yeah, it is found a lot in different crystal shops and stuff because it's been poached on lands and has become very difficult for the indigenous people themselves to gather it. So I felt it fitting that you should know at least a little bit of the history behind some of the practices, because it sounds as if you're collecting a lot of practices, but I'm not sure if you're aware of the origins in a lot of these. Like Christianity, are you familiar with the entire Bible, or just the parts that's worked for you?
Just the parts that I'm still studying the Bible to this day, and I'm now 38, so it takes a long time to fully understand it all and explain it all and where it was all placed and written, and I'm still trying to remember certain things. See, when I was born a Christian, here's my, like, I'm going to explain it to you. But I was always so busy falling behind in class because I felt different, that I didn't find my religions and beliefs until I went through a lot of trauma. So then I started needing to feel like I fitted in, and ever since I did the Wiccan Rite and reading the Bible, I felt like a stronger person. So it's kind of like a self-fix, if you know what I mean, and it has helped. So I am still learning all these things like crystal scrying and water scrying and praying whenever I feel a bit low or down. But
Does it
I'm
matter
not.
to you? Does it matter to you,
It does
Viking, at
matter to
all?
me. 'Cause
Hang
I
on,
feel
you've
like
got to let me ask the question because you don't know what I'm saying. Does it matter? Because I
yes,
mean,
it
you're
does.
saying it does matter. What
It does matter.
matters?
It means a lot
What
to me.
matters?
Just feeling like somebody true and like honest watching over me, and I feel like I've actually got a
Okay.
relationship
Yeah, because that
outside of
wasn't the
humanity.
question I was going to
If
ask.
you know
And if
what I
you'd
mean.
waited for the end, you'd have known that the question I was going to ask had nothing to do with it. Does it matter
Oh,
if
sorry.
God exists, or does it matter that things feel good to you? That wasn't what I was going
It
to
does
ask at
matter
all. But
because
you
I
can't. But it
guess
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you just want to talk over me. You don't want to let me actually get the question out. So the question I was going to ask was, does it matter to you if the practices that you're using are from closed practices of cultures that do not want those practices to be out, misused and misinterpreted?
it does matter to me, and that's why I'm practicing them so I can understand them better. Yes.
Okay.
If somebody told you, I'm
I
sorry.
don't think she even heard the question.
Okay.
I mean, do you think she heard the question? Does it matter to you if these cultures don't want people outside to practice them and misuse them? And you said, yes, that's why I practice them and use them.
Well, I just feel
that was it.
I just want to say, as an Indigenous person, I would hope that you would research something thoroughly before practicing it, out of respect for the people who've practiced it for thousands of generations before me.
I will indeed take care of it, what I practice, and respect it. If you know, like, because obviously it's important to me, and I feel like I've got a connection with the other realm, so that's why I'm practicing it, because I want to understand the messages that I'm being given. There's a reason why I've been called for this, and there's a reason why I'm having all these dreams and messages, and being able to have like.
You've been called. A reason
There's
you've
got to
been
be
having
there's got to be
dreams.
a reason.
You
There's
feel
got to be a
like
reason.
you feel like you are being selected, that you are chosen, that you are a
I feel like
special.
there's wisdom in the other realms. I feel like there's a way that I do connect with them, and being a Virgo says it all. We like to help and be there, whether they're human or spirits, or you know. I think.
Viking, let me ask you a quick question. What does the big bold letters at the top of the screen say?
Can you ever question your beliefs?
What does that mean to you?
It can mean many things. Do I question my beliefs? Well, no, I feel like they're questioning me for support and help on the other realm. I feel like there's a reason why I'm here. There's a reason why I've been born. There's a reason why I do what I do on a daily basis.
Yep. I don't have any more questions. Does anybody else have any questions?
I'm not going to question being called out.
Clearly you're not going to question anything. That was, I don't even get that.
It was practice another culture's beliefs, huh?
Well, that even, like, the misunderstanding, the misappropriation that happens all the time, the inability to respond to any single direct question the entire time they were up here. They need to be, maybe their split focus needs to be less split.
I just hope if anybody does want to practice use of white sage, they please go to the source. Don't go to Wiccans for the source. Go to the actual source, to the people to the indigenous peoples. Out of respect, at least, please.
I might have some questions about that, Bats. But out of respect and for the moment, I think I'd rather see if anybody watching has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that. The AI can't seem to get our topic right. Now it says debating Wiccan closed practices. We're just asking what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you even know. If you can question your beliefs.
If you can question your beliefs, request up.
Hickey Chick says that they can totally relate to her, although they don't know how to answer all of my in-depth questions. And that's fair. Not knowing how to answer the questions is valid. I don't know is a great answer. But you have to hear the question to even respond that way, honestly. And I don't know how the previous guest heard any questions, since every time I began to speak, it seemed was their turn.
Even when she did allow you to get the question out, she wasn't listening to the entire question.
No. But that's okay. Maybe another time we can try again with Viking and we can maybe actually question their beliefs if they can question their beliefs. But I thought I heard pretty clearly at the end, why would they question their beliefs? There's no reason to. Their beliefs question their doings or something.
Viking says, when you're connected, you're connected. And I would just ask, if you're so connected, why are you fearing the connection to be broken over a few questions? If anything, I would feel if you believe the connection was there, that the questions would strengthen the connection. Sort of like refinement. But if anybody does have a belief in Wiccan practices or gods or deities or even just a higher power, maybe you have a belief in Jesus Christ. Gotta use hot words, I guess. Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, Amen.
You think that works?
I don't know. How do you summon a non-existent deity? I could sing Praise God from whom all blessings flow.
Anon, who hasn't been back in a couple days, wants back up on the panel.
Can you summon Jesus? Is that how Jesus works?
I heard someone tell me that if I wanted it enough, if I thought about it enough, and if I focused hard enough, then the aliens would come take me away. I think it would work the same way with Jesus.
I thought you'd have to put a little star on the ground and light candles and whatnot.
It's very strange. These are very strange practices.
It says in the Bible, where 3 or more are gathered in his name, he will be there.
Oh, we could do that, you guys. We could do that.
Probably. Are you sure that's not the aliens again?
It might be the aliens.
Maybe that's what's wrong. I've been saying Jeebus. That's his name, right?
Yeah, that's his name.
Monster says, let's not do that. Why not?
I mean, if 3 or more are gathered in the name of anything, then you have 3 people or more. I don't see how that leads to a god.
So if we have a baker's dozen, will we get Jesus and God? I don't know.
Jesus is God. I think.
It depends if you believe in the Trinity or not.
So will we get L? Will we get L and then Yahweh?
Dream Kitten says it takes 3 people to do Ouija properly. I thought you could do Ouija.
Oh. I'm pretty sure you can do Ouija.
You can do
by
Ouija
yourself.
with a single person.
Yeah.
And the
Oh, I
reason
definitely
being
don't
is
want
because-
Paul. Oh, I don't want to get Paul. I don't want him.
Nobody wants Paul. I mean, wait, no. Wait, do we respect his name change or do we still call him Saul?
I don't know, but I don't like him. I don't want him.
Change at least.
Well, he unalived a lot of people and then committed a lot of misogyny in the Bible. So I feel like dead naming him isn't the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but you don't want to stoop to their level.
Fair point, yes.
Well, whatever. I don't want to get Paul. Whatever we do to get Paul, let's not do that.
Let's just not summon any Christian founders or deities, and we don't even have to say we did. We can just summon a believer, and see if anybody who believes in a god or gods and is capable of questioning their beliefs will request up. And if we all do that in some kind of manifestory way, then nothing will happen.
Look, you guys, look what's happened. You've got us over here doing magic.
It wasn't magic. I just said nothing will happen that wasn't already going to happen.
But only if it's in a young girl's heart. Or however the song goes.
Oh, that's going on the playlist. I need to start writing them down so I don't forget it.
Jesus' Lord
Discord.
says that if we chant atheism 3 times, we will be swamped with Christians. Atheism. Atheism.
Atheism.
That's probably a fair assessment, honestly.
I thought that's how we got Beetlejuice.
Don't worry, you guys. I took my shower earlier today so that at 1:30 in the morning when we need a mod, I'm not in the shower. It's raining, and this reminded me of it. But I will have you know that I got rained on in the middle of the shower, like ice cold raindrops in the middle of the shower. So I did that for you guys.
Joke's on you, it's already 1:44.
Well,
it's only 9:44 here.
Right. So, still like 5 hours to go. 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's 1:44, 9:44, or 11:45, maybe now it's a good time to question beliefs.
John the Brown says he's here. He heard atheists were summoning Christ. Or are you Christ? I think you might want to change the name there. It says John the Brown.
Yes, Hammy.
You need to add amber is the color of your energy, because that's the only thing that pops in my head when people say energy.
Okay.
We're trying.
Sorry.
We're trying all of my patiences. All of the patiences.
You have more than one?
We have all the patience in the world for any belief in a god, gods, or something like that. If you have one, we will be very patient with you. I promise. We're the most patient people for most things most of the time.
We're so patient. We're so fucking patient, guys. Get up here and discuss your beliefs. Come up here and question your beliefs. We are so fucking
Please.
patient. Hurry up.
Please come up here because Thrayle is losing his patience with us, but he'll have plenty with you.
Debating beliefs. Winnie the Pooh. Sharing
What?
proof.
Please tell me that is not what it says. None of us mentioned him.
All of these.
None of us mentioned Winnie the Pooh in the last, freaking, hour.
I do love Winnie the Pooh.
It was insomnia. They were talking about Winnie the Pooh in the comments.
Questioning beliefs, Winnie the Pooh.
Well, whether you have a god, a higher power, or a teddy bear, now's a good time to question the beliefs about whether or not that poob exists.
Alright, y'all down there in the chat. I'm getting serious now. We're trying to question.
I'm getting serious.
I'm getting serious.
He says
This
I'm
is my
getting serious
tone.
now.
This is my serious tone.
Out of all of us, Philly's been the most patient. I've hardly heard a word from Philly.
Philly is always the most patient. Philly is the most patient person on the planet.
She also does.
The rest of us can have given up on a guest
Philly's
and just be on the fucking verge of the full on crash out, and Philly will just be like, so blah blah blah, blah. And I'm like, how is she doing this right now? W Philly.
She also has tolerance for a little bit of shenaniganery.
Oh, she cooked Tiny yesterday, y'all.
I heard about that.
It was so funny. I walked in right to that.
Wait, what happened?
Tiny deserved a cooking for Tiny and around.
Tiny?
Hello, Rav.
Tiny got...
Yeah.
By Philly.
By Philly.
What did you do?
So you know it was...
Give me a little context.
Well, she's asleep, so she can't. So the mystery endures.
Yeah, you'll have to ask one of them about it tomorrow. It was pretty funny, though.
That's awesome.
I'm pretty sure after that many
Hello, Rob.
Hello.
taunts that she might be asleep, I'm pretty sure she is. So rest well, Philly. Of course.
I was just thinking
if you want.
about you earlier because I hadn't seen you in a couple days, and I was hoping you were doing okay.
Oh, yeah, totally. Just so fucking busy.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Not to
No, I also haven't been here in a couple days, so that was a fucking weird assumption for me to make.
No, I don't know how to explain it, but just there are moments in my career that just are busier than otherwise, that I just, yep.
No need to explain yourself. Just just checking.
Thank you. You're welcome to reach out anytime. There's no, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting serious now, you guys.
Oh yeah.
The rabbi is here. We are serious.
Serious voice.
Yeah, this is when we talk like adults. That's funny.
Thrayle is so unamused with us.
I think he's really unamused with me because he knows that I know better.
He's the one that brought up the ranch style beans.
They are the best beans, Cat.
I didn't necessarily bring them up. I was just saying what I had for dinner. And that is part of what I had for dinner. And they are the best beans. I mean, these are just objective facts.
objective facts.
Fuck, what makes them ranch style?
Oh, cat.
They are the style served on the ranch.
I keep thinking it's like ranch dressing, but I know it's not ranch dressing. I know it's like the ranch, like a cattle ranch or whatever, you know. Like, I understand this, but like my mind just goes to ranch dressing.
My guess is it's something along the lines of like with bacon bits.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is like regular baked beans with like a ranch dressing seasoning packet.
Y'all sweet summer children.
This is going to end up in the AI.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
No, it's not you. We were a problem long before you.
I did know that you were trouble when you walked in, Rev.
Thank you.
Oh shit! I really gotta start writing this down.
The questions.
Yes,
the questions?
Thrayle. Of course, the questions. Not at all a playlist for tomorrow. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
Not one bit. We're talking about questions here because we are here questioning your beliefs. So if you got a belief out there, request up if you can have it questioned.
I just know that AI is about to do us dirty.
It's going to do us very dirty.
If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned. If you are able to question your beliefs, well then request up. I'm not looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not interested in any kind of shouting match or verbal pissing contest. I just want to know if you do have a belief and you can question it, well then what is that belief? And why do you believe it?
Oh, hey, Tab.
We do have a couple
Insomnia.
of one I think is serious, though he may not have meant to request. And the other one is, well, it's a non-red skull. And
So what are you gonna do? We're all waiting with bated breath.
We're gonna see if Danny actually wants to question his beliefs.
Hello all.
Hello, Danny.
Thank you. I have a different one today though. So
okay, so not karma today.
Not Buddhism, no.
Oh, not Buddhism. You have a new belief altogether.
No. No, I just believe I saw a UFO when I was younger. Does that count?
You believe you saw a UFO when you were younger?
Yes.
Why do you believe you saw a UFO?
Okay, so I used to be in this, I was in a Christian academy. I told you that I was, and then we used to have like extracurricular activities, and I was in the astronomy group, so that we used to go out like an hour out of the city to go watch the stars at night, like once a month. And then there was this one time that I was just sitting in a little hill next to this girl. I think I was like 10 or something. And then we were looking at, we were looking at the stars, right? We were just looking where everybody else was looking at the telescopes. And then there was this star that was just shining, and it was static for a while, but it was shining more than anything. And I was just looking at it. And after about a minute, that star started moving from one side to another, and out of nowhere, it just went away really fast. Like it grabbed speed and went away. In that moment, I look next to the girl, and the girl looks next to me, and it was like, "Did you see that? Did you saw that?" And then she's like, "Yeah, I saw that." Until today, I mean, it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Until today, I don't know what it was, but I cannot explain it with anything else.
So, just to clarify, you, sometime around 10 years old, were sitting on a hill next to a girl, and you saw a light in the sky, bright, and it just seemed intense and static, like it stayed still, until suddenly it moved quickly from one side to the other and then was out of sight.
Yes, correct.
Have you ever seen or looked up videos of space objects and entering the atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen like meteors enter the atmosphere, but again, it wasn't like that because it was going from one side to another, like
from one side to the other.
Yeah,
So it moved
horizontally.
back. You saw it move back and forth, like
yes,
over and over
and over, like around
Was it
4 or
just
5
once?
times. No, like 4 or 5 times, and then it just picked up speed towards one of the sides, and it just went away.
And where
So
were
it
you
moved back
at
and forth
exactly?
after it stayed still.
I live in Florida, and this was like an hour out of the bigger cities. You know, you had to go out in the road and just
So out in rural Florida.
Yes.
That's a very Florida story.
I know, right? Everything happens here.
My
Waterman.
first inclination was space debris. Some kind of object. I've seen space debris enter, and it looks a lot like you described, except not back and forth. It's just a single point of light that grows until it finally moves quickly from one part of the sky to the other.
Yeah.
And it, when I saw, was on fire. So it was also flaming space debris, pretty obvious. But what you said you saw wasn't like that. So my next inclination is that there might be some you said Florida, and my brain went swamp gas.
It's okay.
No, but seriously, is there any natural explanation that you think could fit?
Again, this was fairly long time ago, probably like 20 years ago or so. So I'm thinking drones, it couldn't be at that time.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, now that I believe it's extraterrestrial, maybe not. I just don't know what it is, you know? Is it an object? Yeah.
So,
Could it have been a military drone?
Who knows? I mean, there are a lot of bases around here. I know we have the Kennedy space, the one that is close to Kennedy Space Center. So
PK has suggested a few times that it might be a helicopter.
Oh,
It can hover from side to side.
I know, but that light, it just looked like a star, and then
You know what? 20 years ago, the Ospreys came out, and they used to just fall out of the sky.
I'm sorry, what's an osprey?
Bird.
So yes, it is a bird, but that's not what I'm talking about. It's like it's an airplane and a helicopter at the same time. So it's like an airplane that can do a vertical takeoff and landing, and it can hover like a helicopter too.
Oh,
and
yeah. I know
like 20 years, and so they're military aircrafts. And like 20 years ago, when they first came out, those motherfuckers would just fall out of the sky all the time. It was really, really bad, actually. I lived at the base where they first like had them, and so I've seen them fall out of the sky. It's not great, but that is right around the time that they were falling out of the sky a lot, and they would just hover and fall out of the sky.
Okay, then I'll probably look up whether here in Florida they had ospreys testing, and if it was that, then that explains it better than anything else, I guess. Yeah.
Well, technically, it probably developed at Area 51.
Thanks,
That's
Hannah.
very different from Florida.
Okay, that's.
But not necessarily around the same time. I'm curious though, even whether it was an Austria helicopter or in any number of other natural things. Is it cliche that I also thought weather balloon?
A little bit, just a little bit. Look, we might have solved. I might have solved a mystery.
Swamp gas, weather balloon, osprey. Regardless of what it is, the question I would also have, Danny, is if this was a memory from being 10 years old, how likely is that you made it more fantastic than it was?
That is a really good point. I mean, I have a really good recollection of memories since I was like, I have really old memories since I was 2 or 3, and a lot of them. The only thing that kind of confirms and make it more like that is that the girl was there to confirm what I saw, and it was like, oh wow, did you just see that? And I just remember that moment very
To be
vividly.
clear, the girl was there to confirm that she saw something. And you saw something.
And she never said what. Yes, she just saw something. Yeah, she's like, yeah, you're right.
She could have seen a helicopter or something that she could understand. You could have seen something fantastic. And you said, did you see that? And she's like, yeah.
You're right. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I was wondering, Danny, if I could ask.
Appreciate you, Danny. Go for it, Pat.
I was wondering, Danny, has this line of questioning changed your belief in what that might have been, what you might have saw when you were 10 years old?
Absolutely. I mean, yes, because that moment was so like out of the ordinary back then that I always remember it as is, and I never questioned myself on that moment until now. I was just listening to you guys wait for somebody. I was like, oh, what about that time that happened? What if I just asked them to question me to see if I can come up with something better than just, wow, it was a magical moment. So yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome, Danny. I appreciate you sharing that with us, giving us something to question.
And everybody in the audience, this is a great example of how this is supposed to work.
I'm glad I was a good example. Okay, everybody has an awesome night, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you, Danny. Take care. It helps that Danny's been
That was fantastic.
and knows how to question his beliefs.
But it's still a good example. Like, it was still really good for anybody who was, like, considering it, but, like, kind of nervous about it. Like, that's how that's supposed to go. W. Danny.
Yeah, W, Danny, for questioning beliefs and maybe finding something new to study.
And setting a good example.
Oh, yes. Pleasant guest, definitely refreshing.
I'm guessing Anon moved on. I went ahead and accepted his request, but he didn't have the patience. But if anybody else does have the courage or the curiosity required, well, then go ahead and request out. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And what are they, and why do you hold to them? But also, I do want to thank Danny as well as Susie Blue, Donna B, Heather's Descent, Dancing in Duality, Artificial Red, Hickey Chick, and 96. I appreciate all of you for helping with that last goal. Thank you all so much. We were missing the frogs the last 2 nights.
I'm happy to provide frogs. I'm happy to bring you frogs. But I'm gonna mute them unless we get a believer here.
Yeah, right.
But take the frogs away.
So if you have a belief or an interest in saving frogs, now would be a great time to call us up. Also, all of us on the panel have been questioned before. We've questioned our beliefs, and we keep coming back to question our beliefs and to question others. So if you're worried about coming up here, we've all been there in that spot, and we understand how difficult it is. But tonight's a good night to question beliefs. We got the frogs and everything.
We do have the frogs and everything. And the AI currently is telling new viewers that we're discussing a UFO sighting in Florida. Comment on what you saw.
You mean my beliefs aren't holy and sacred and unquestionable?
Unfortunately, they're not, Rav.
Fuck.
Becca says, you already questioned me, don't take my frogs away. She says, I already did it, don't take the frogs away. It's a compelling argument.
I am playing Star Fox again, and I just got an accomplished level that I have never gotten before just now, and then I screwed it all up. So now I gotta start the whole game over.
Really hard to be you.
It's not,
know.
you know.
I'm really feeling your pain here, Rav.
It's really difficult to be Rav tonight, you guys.
I'm having a day. I did see an amazing concert this evening.
What'd you see?
I don't know if I can say because it would definitely dox me.
Oh.
But I would say, if you DM me, I'll happily tell you.
Yeah, I'll send you a message later.
But it was profound. And it made me ask multiple times, what the fuck are we doing?
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck are we even talking about?
Yeah.
I felt like that earlier in Jimmy's live, Thrayle. Like, that guy was talking about I don't know what the fuck he was talking about, but he was talking about something, and I was like, where's my what the fuck sticker right now?
I do have a new belief after this evening.
What is that?
Alright, the new belief is that we're a bunch of fucking apes fucking.
Oh my. That's a belief.
Yep.
It's a fucking belief.
That's actually a fact if you consider that humans are great apes.
Yep. I don't know if it's a belief, I guess, but it is 100% something that I experienced at this concert. I like
A bunch of apes fucking?
well, just the fact that we're like, I saw people kissing and like people dancing, and I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing? This is like, you know, it's beautiful, and also like, what the fuck are we doing?
It sounds like Rav had
So
like a
did you-
profound musical experience tonight.
You have no idea. You don't even know the half of it.
I can't wait to hear about it later.
I suppose I probably had a similar feeling when I saw or heard Viking talk about their uneducated use of sage, and it felt like something sacred was getting stepped on. So I guess maybe your sacred experience of concert was stepped on, and my sacred experience of sage was stepped on.
Oh, people step all over my good friend Dimitri all the time. People love to step all over that. It's like my least favorite thing in the world, but they do it all the time.
Is it people stepping on it, or is it them enjoying their own experience? And regardless of your question, before we get side-railed into something, I think we have a guest. So, if it'll let me accept. Anything to not be in what the fuck world. Hey, Quentin, can I get your age for TikTok TLS?
21. I'm 21.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that I believe in black hole cosmology, as I believe that we live in an omniverse. That's what I believe. Any questions about that?
No, because it doesn't answer my question at all. It's like you heard me ask, do you believe, and decided to just answer what you believe instead of hearing the rest of the question.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't hear you.
Rather disappointing.
My apologies.
So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, well, I'm a Christian, but it's not by the fact that I believe just to believe. I have my own reasons, but I believe in God.
But you believe in the Christian God specifically?
Yes,
Have you read your Bible
I have.
from beginning to end?
I'm still going. You know, I still have a lot of questions, but I'm still going.
Do you believe the stories within it to be literal and true? As written?
Within the Bible, there's a whole bunch of metaphors, so I just got to distinguish which ones are parables and what are not.
I see. So the 6-day creation, for instance, is that a parable or is that literal?
I believe he was being metaphorical, because within the stance, how would you define time out of nowhere and say, hey, this is how it is in 6 days, right? But he doesn't specify what type of time. He just says sun up and sun come down, but never specifies how long the hours are.
So for you, the ideas of days in that story might be different metaphors, but otherwise the story is true in order that
In which I believe,
God
yes.
created these things in this order.
I have a couple of questions about it, but I believe so.
Sure. What kind of questions do you have about it? I'd be curious.
Well, it's about the order of how do you think? Because he created the earth, then the sun. But then again, we don't really specify, because Earth, because planets and the stars, right? They don't necessarily have to be created in order, meaning that the sun comes up, and then after that, planet comes up, right? Or the planet comes in, or like traverses to another star, you know, like a rogue planet.
I see. You're really into astronomy.
Yes, I'm an amateur astronomer by heart.
It sounds like you have a deep understanding of that. So when you read the creation story, your questions are about the
Yes.
cosmology and how that interplays with the astronomy
Yes.
you understand.
I try to calculate for him how long it is a day. So I divided how old the universe is about 14 billion years old and divided it by 7, and it came into the billions of years per day for him. It might be longer, but according to what he gave us, that's what I came up with. Actually, I can come up with the numbers if you. I can come up with the numbers if you're curious.
I don't need the numbers, Quantum, but that does tell me
Okay.
something interesting about the way you process this information. And I can appreciate that. You're trying to reconcile an understanding with science that you believe with an understanding of the Bible that you also believe.
Yes.
I'm curious. If the order given is supposedly accurate from God, have you read past Genesis 1 to Genesis 2?
Yes, because right now I'm in Romans currently.
Sure. So you've gotten pretty far. That's near the end. So, if you've read the first 2 chapters of Genesis, I'm curious. Do you do the same kind of rigor with the order given in Genesis 2?
I do.
And do you see any problems there with the way is described compared to Genesis 1.
So, if I believe Genesis 2 is about the Garden of Eden, correct?
Well, it does mention the garden. It gives another account of creation.
Because, is it the separation of the waters? Is it that one?
No,
That's
not
Genesis 1.
Yeah, that would be in Genesis 1, because
Okay.
in Genesis 2 it doesn't talk about water. It actually says there's no water until he sends that up from the ground.
A wellspring.
A wellspring, a mist. It depends. I guess the wellspring would probably be the more direct. But yeah, in Genesis 1, he parts the waters to make dry land. In Genesis 2, there's dry land, and he sends up water. So that's already kind of contradictory. But also around that, it talks about the orders given. So in Genesis 1, it says that on day 3 he makes the plants, and on day 5 he makes the animals, and day 6 he makes man and woman in his likeness at the same time. And then in Genesis 2, it starts off before there were plants in the ground because it has not rained yet. And he sends up this wellspring, and then he makes a man. From the dust he makes a man, breathes the breath of life. And then he starts making plants. And then in 2:18, it says it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper. And he, from the ground, creates the animals that he'd already done on day 5. See what I mean? The order kind of stops being in line.
Yeah.
You have the first one, plants, animals, people. The second one is man, plants, animals, woman.
Yeah. So when it comes to those things, I believe he was referring, well, in my interpretation, that he was going to the general idea of plants, right? And then after that, he's going to more specified plants, like trees, flowers, stuff like that. It doesn't specifically say that, but that's what I reconcile with that. He's being more specialized in certain things.
In your mind, it's it's several billion years before the man that he comes up with the idea of plants.
Yeah.
But then only after the man does he start making specific plants.
That's what I interpret. And when it comes to the stages of creation, I believe
Is it the same with the animals? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but is it the same with the animals? He gives the animals in the 5th day, and yet in Genesis 2 it says it's not good for him to be alone. I'll make him a helper, and then out of the ground he makes the animals.
Yeah.
It's kind of backwards, right?
It does seem like that, yeah. But when it comes to being a helper, right? When he decided to make the helper from the ribs of Adam, I believe.
You remember that was after he couldn't find a helper from the animals. It even says that, right? No helper could be found.
I see. Okay. I understand. Can you repeat the question to make sure I understand?
Right. Well, I was asking about the order of Genesis 1 and 2, and you'd said that the plant thing you reconciled by saying that God came up with the idea of plants, but then made specific plants after Adam. But that he, I guess, sat on the idea for a few billion years. But then with the animals, it says he made the animals in the first chapter. He says he made them, and that was on the 5th day. But then in Genesis 2, it says, it's not good. He should be alone. And then he makes the animals after Adam.
I see. Yeah. To me, I believe it's the same idea of the concept. Like he's making the concept, but I get what you're saying. I'll definitely reread some of the chapters. It's been quite a bit.
I would definitely recommend reread the whole of Genesis 1.
Yeah.
and then the whole of Genesis 2. But if you really want to focus,
Yeah.
the things to note are really Genesis 2, 18
Yeah.
and 19.
Yeah.
And you could just take that and compare that with Genesis 1.
Yeah.
And that probably
Yeah.
might give you some questions. I appreciate that you're already questioning a lot of these things, Quantum.
No, yeah, it's pretty good, yeah.
If there are these kinds of contradictions, assume for a moment that this is just a contradiction, just something wrong between the two texts. How would you go to reconcile or understand that if something were wrong in the text?
If someone would go wrong in the text, I would most certainly just go online just to make sure, because I believe back then the Hebrews were telling stories really differently than we are now, because sometimes they will say in the first person and they really like to summarize a lot of stuff. So maybe like when they say like God made plants, he did make plants, but after that it's more like a summary, you know? So that's what I got interesting researching, just like I was like bored one day. I was like researching like how do Hebrews tell stories or teach the gospel, right? Because I was also questioning the Quran as well, just for curiosity. And apparently they really like to say like in first person as well as summarizing a whole bunch of stuff and making it and like tell stories in different perspectives. So that's what I really got interested in. I'm like, whoa. Like I did not know. I thought they would like still keep it in third person, you know.
So for you, you looked it up and you saw that Hebrews told stories from different perspectives.
Yes, because I believe
that helps you to understand that this story must be just different perspectives.
Yeah, because there was one passage on the death of Judas. One passage says like he hung himself, and then another passage just summarizes everything. It says, yeah, he fell down long ways. His belly bursted open, right? And so people's like, isn't that a contradiction?
Quantum.
But what's up?
I'm sorry, you just said that Judas unalived two different ways.
No, okay. To be precise, on one passage, he hung himself. He unalived himself. And the second passage, it tells him he fell down long ways with the belly burst open.
That
so
sounds like two different things. Yeah.
Yeah. So and so here's the wild part, right? Here's the wild part. So when it comes to, I also had the same questions. The Hebrews were summarizing decay. So eventually, when he fell long ways, meaning his neck was dislocated.
So just to clarify, you're saying that this is after he'd already unalived, that he fell down and burst open, but that these are two different perspectives of the same thing, is what you're saying, even though the text doesn't say that.
Yes, it's weird.
So why do you add to the Bible?
I do not add to the Bible. I'm confused what you mean by that.
You just said you just added a whole thing about how the long ways meant that he'd been on the rope hung. I'm not sure.
No, like
how you add that to the text.
Like his neck got dislocated. Long way.
Right? Is that written in the text that his neck is dislocated?
No,
Is it talk about his neck?
Actually, yes, it does, because he fell a long way. So people, when it comes to
does it say his neck?
No, it does not. It doesn't specify. It doesn't really specify how he died on the next passage, because logically speaking, if decay, stuff like that, someone were to hang, and their belly bursted open, it matches the description of decay after a certain point.
What?
This is interesting to me because I was getting evangelized to in a parking lot last week. And the person evangelizing to me said that it's dangerous to insert ideas or things into the text where it's very
No,
plainly written.
no.
That
I looked it up. It actually details on what actually happened from scholars.
What? It does?
From
Yeah.
scholars. From scholars.
Yeah, look it up.
From scholars. Which scholars?
Hold up. I'm gonna look it up just to be with you guys, right? Because I don't have my laptop open. Yeah, so legit just saying why it does in this passage says he hung himself, but in
I'm
another
asking a
passage.
question, by the way.
What's up?
I was trying to ask a question, by the way.
Oh,
I
my
would like to hear
apologies.
Kat's question. It's probably much better than mine.
Well, so I was told while I was being evangelized to in a parking lot that it's dangerous to try to add ideas or our own interpretations where the text is like plainly written. Like we should. Basically, what I was being told was that we should not try to add ideas or interpret the text any way other than what it's written. So why do you think this is an appropriate thing to do?
No, because when after a certain point, the body starts to decay, right? Because it then comes after.
This is not answering the question.
Is any of this written in the Bible?
No, I'm just putting it together logically.
Did you hear what Kat said?
Yes, yes, I understand. Yes,
What did
it is
Kat
true.
say?
It is true that it is dangerous to add stuff to the Bible. But why would somebody's, like, out of nowhere, stomach burst open out of nowhere? You know, he fell down and his stomach bursted open. Right? It doesn't specify how. It just did.
So you add.
Oh, but I'll look it up right now with you guys. I'm with you guys here.
I don't know that you
What I'm asking made sense, right, guys?
No, it did. Yeah. No, it made perfect sense. Yeah.
It absolutely did. So, Quantum, why won't you address it?
I did.
You said it made perfect sense. Can you repeat back her question?
You said that she was being the word evangelized. Who was trying to be evangelized at a parking lot, and the individual she was talking to said it's very dangerous to add stuff to the Bible, to have any claims on ideas and stuff like that. Isn't that right?
That's what I said, and then I asked you a question.
You said it. You state what the question was. Is it bad to add stuff to the Bible? Is that correct?
No, I asked you why you think that it is appropriate to do this. That's what I said.
I'm confused. What do you mean by that?
Why do you think it's appropriate to add your own interpretations or ideas to the text?
No, I wouldn't do that unless I looked it up, because I was also confused. I looked it
So
up
everything
on.
you read on the internet is true?
No. Like biblical scholars, just research. I don't do like .orgs or vlogs and stuff like that. I don't do that. I do peer-reviewed research for it.
The plain reading of the text says a very specific thing. Like, why go anywhere else other than the text if you want to know what the text says?
That is a good question. But the thing is, the Bible, when it comes to certain things, you have to dissect what it actually means compared of face value.
Why would you, while dissecting what it means, look at what these other people think it means? Why
It's called rightly dividing. Why not rightly divide the text?
No, I did.
Did you?
Can you clarify what rightly dividing is?
Meaning that you must compare passages with passages. Is that the claim? If I did get it right?
There are several layers in which to read the text.
Yeah.
The first layer is the simple reading. Truly what this text says. If you cannot rightly divide what the text is saying or read it on its surface level, any other layer will have minimal value.
Yeah, but also the Bible references other passages as well. Like Old Testament to New Testament, and New Testament to Old Testament, stuff like that.
It's true that the
It's
Christian
bonkers.
Bible references the Hebrew Bible on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But it is also true that some text in the Hebrew Bible is self-referential. But when it comes to Genesis 1 and 2, it is I'm fucking blanking on the name. There's a notion of what comes first in the order of the text can help us understand what comes later. I don't actually think that that's a really helpful tool, but it's all that was asked was what is the plain meaning of the text in Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2. I mean we haven't even gotten past that point yet.
We did. He was on Judas's two different.
So we jumped.
Yeah.
No, because I was referencing a question that he was asking, and
After the Genesis 1 and 2
yeah.
thing, because you didn't quite have an answer for it, and that's fine. I'm not shaming you. It's good to go look into that. My question went more broadly. If a scripture turned out to be contradictory or wrong,
Yeah.
how would you reconcile that? And you brought up the Judas's.
All right. Yeah, because when you stated that, I was stating of back then how Hebrews told the story. But if we're
you were saying how Hebrews told stories from different perspectives,
Yeah.
and then you told us how Judas had two different unalivement stories.
Yeah. So, okay, let's see if I did take it like face value, like flat, right, without any type of interpretations, right? I would say I would have reconciled that I would still believe in a God, right? Even though it might not be Christian, because to me, the reason why I came to Christianity, aside from the science, was that it made more sense than the others and actually claimed a whole bunch of stuff.
Aside or despite?
Aside from
Aside.
science, I'm actually going to ask that question.
Yes.
Now that you brought that up, what about science is it that leads you to Christianity?
So science doesn't necessarily lead me to Christianity. It's just Christianity made a lot more sense than the other religions, right? So
it made more sense than other religions.
Yes.
And so you accept it and then blend it somehow with the science that you already accept.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summarization, yeah.
Why? I mean, why even need a religion to plug into if you have understandings from science and the understanding that science says, I don't know when it doesn't know, not God.
So wait, ask the question again. I was looking at the chat.
No, it's fair. It was a very loaded question. Why
don't read the comments. Distract you.
Why do you pull from religion at all? Why do you need religion to fill the gaps that you don't know?
So when that's a good question of why I would need religions on the gaps that we do not know, especially how I specifically chose Christianity. In one sense is that I was born into it, but I never really believed it, right? So it was always there with me. So, but when I started to get older and started going to more space and very deep in a whole bunch of physics theories and a whole bunch of stuff, I came to the conclusion is like even the universe doesn't make sense, right? Because nobody knows how the universe just came to be. Just scientists just stated, oh, the universe just existed. To me, that's not an answer. There's no way that's an answer. Because obviously you need to have something to create something, not nothing and create something, you know? Because to physics, energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. And so because with the universe, it very damn near replicated a explosion when the sun went black hole, right? When the sun was turning into a black hole.
You're missing a very important part of that.
You're adding something in there too. Go ahead,
In a
Kat.
closed system. In a closed system, energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed in a
But it's actually ironically the perfectly closed system because nothing's going in or out,
But you
right?
just said
Because
it's not but you don't know that. We don't
no,
know that. It's
because
an
in a
isolated
closed
system, but we don't know that it's a closed system.
in a closed system, right? Energy cannot go in and out, right? That's what a closed system. But the universe.
Thank you, Bats.
But the universe
I had to
itself.
interrupt you for that because it's
Yeah, of course.
important. Thank you, Bats.
Yeah, so the universe itself, right? Since nothing is outside the universe that we know of, it's still considered a closed system in some aspects
No,
that are
it's
very
not.
important.
It is an isolated system. We don't know if it's a closed system or not.
Yeah. So right now,
Quantum, how is it you verified that the universe is a closed system? And before you do answer, I'm gonna make sure that I thank, 96, Artificial Red, Freya, Donna B, and Michael V. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. What is it that leads you to believe this is a closed system that you so confidently proclaimed?
well, the reason is being because of my original belief in a black hole cosmology. So if that were the case, it would be considered a closed system.
So you have a belief that it's a closed system, so it is.
No, no, because I believe
When
in
you say
black.
black hole cosmology, what do you mean by that?
So black hole cosmology references a universe inside a black hole, like a womb. It's called like a womb, black hole womb theory, right? So when the black hole increases, the universe itself increases, stuff like that. It's a pretty summarization. So if that really came to be, and we know that nothing can get out of a black hole, it's considered a closed system.
Is this actual? I'm sorry. Is this actual physics or is this a pop science idea?
It's more like a theoretical pop science idea, but we don't necessarily know what's inside of a black hole.
So, not only is the religion something you pull in to fill the gaps of I don't know, but the science you use is also pop pseudoscience that fills in more gaps of I don't know.
And the thing is with I don't know, yeah, I can see that where I can presume on the supernatural on the gaps that I don't know. But when it comes to the very fundamental things within the universe, because that's where I pay attention
The very
to
fundamental things like what you learned from a pop science article about black hole cosmology.
Oh, no, it was actually an article by a dude. It was presented in 19. Hold on, I'm looking up the specific date. Hold on, it was from a physicist.
You have the audacity to condescend to me over whether or not the universe is a closed system because of your pop science belief.
I'm sorry, did I use words to disrespect you? Because I thought I was being
come
pretty
on, don't be
courteous.
so silly. Come on. Clearly, the notion of I guess there's a question. Why do you think that might be a point of contention?
What do you mean point of contention?
Why might it be a contentious thing to
declare fact over your pop science belief that isn't even in proportion with the latest science?
Yeah, I see it. So when it comes to
So
black
you
hole cosmology,
declared it like you declared it as though it's fact.
No,
And like I
my
was silly
belief.
to suggest anything otherwise. Like I was silly to suggest that the universe might not be a closed system, even though the scientific consensus is that we don't know if it's a closed system.
Yeah, it's everything's a theory. Not gonna everything's a theory.
What does theory
Everything's a theory?
Yeah, what does theory mean?
Yeah, because when it comes to the universe, nobody can really
Hang on,
specify the
Quantum.
no
Hey,
to.
stop for a moment and hear the question I asked.
Oh, my
What
apologies.
is a theory?
So a theory is something that is based in fact or the basis of fact that you do not know if it's true or not. So you experiment it or do other studies with it to make sure it's true or false, creating a thesis, hypothesis. But yeah,
a thesis and a hypothesis. What's a thesis?
A thesis is just like what you think about it and your reasoning behind it, and a hypothesis is if and then.
So if you have a theory, do you address it first with a fact or a question?
Depending who's questioning me, honestly.
So far you've said that you don't believe in the existence of space or the universe being forever, but somehow there's a creator that exists forever, and you're using pop science as a to bias confirm this belief in a God that has no creator over a universe that has no creator.
Yeah, but the question still remains, right? After the fact, right? It's still going to be an infinite question when it comes to cosmology, right? Because
what was the question Bats just asked? Can you repeat it back just so I know that you heard what Bats asked?
I believe she was asking along the lines of if something. Okay, I repeat it.
They were asking. I was just helping out.
Yeah.
But no, what were they asking?
I already lost thought of it. Can you repeat the question? Who asked me the question originally?
Yes, I was summarizing basically up to this point, your belief that there's a universe that has not existed forever, but there is a God that has existed forever, and somehow this God doesn't have a creator. He is the creator. So which is more plausible, a universe with no creator, or a creator with no creator? Is it just not a question of who is the funnest question?
No, it's not a very answerable question in general, because if the universe is not, well, like I said it before, it never didn't existed forever, right? Then there's nothing to really go after, right? But if a God for a God, it's either or. The two questions, they're not really answerable that I know of.
So what's wrong with I don't know? And
no, I did say I don't know.
So then, if you don't know, then why are you using pop science to?
Did we lull Rev to sleep?
I think so.
I think we did.
Yeah.
We'll know soon. He comes right back if he's not. Go ahead, Bats.
So if you're getting to this down to it, you're saying is we truly don't know, and you just choose the God one because of, I don't know, Pascal's wager or something.
That too, and also I believe it is more likely to believe in a creator, because with everything that's going on within the universe and the possibilities of the universe, I don't believe we are here just by random chance, right? Because if you look up the possibility of life within the universe, it's absurdly low, right?
So say God did exist. Who created God?
Well, I really wouldn't know, because I'm not a God to understand. Because at that point, there's really nothing to really question anything at that point. Because if God exists, who knows? Freaking unicorns can physically exist, because if he's a God, then pretty much I don't need to question anything anymore.
So your belief in a God makes you unable to ask any questions about it anymore?
Yeah, you can't question the belief.
Yeah. Was that a question?
Do you see the circle we're getting into, quantum?
What's up?
Do you see that there's a circle we're kind of getting into here?
Yeah, I don't really don't know to answer that because if a God exists, then I really don't know how the God existed, right? Because if a God existed and he claims to be one, like the only one, I don't know how to refute that.
But why believe in a God that we can't see or have tangible proof of, but then not believe in a universe that we can measure, see, we can do so many things with science to look at and explore, but yet we've yet to find any scientific proof for God. If there truly was a God, wouldn't there be some sort of tangible proof like we find with science discovering the universe?
What's fascinating is that we can't disclose whether a God exists or not because we don't have anything to measure off of. That's the really fascinating part, honestly. Because in order for it to...
Hang on for a second there, Quantum. Rav, are you with us?
Yep, here.
You got a question for Quantum from the comments.
Oh, what? Will you, sorry, does the God have to exist to be meaningful?
Exist in what way?
In any way, shape, or... Here's the thing, man. Like, I think, like, you're coming off as extremely disingenuous and frankly not able to engage with the questions. And, you know, look, I think that you're interacting with a group of people that are as genuine as they come. And I think, frankly, you are just not really engaging. You're choosing to obfuscate or maybe even,
Okay, with all due respect, sir, no, I was actually being generous, and
I've never even heard Thrayle laugh like that before. With all due respect, truly, like, I think, like, you just, like, are so far removed from this conversation. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're just not even, like, we're talking chess and you're talking checkers. It's just, we're having two separate conversations here. And I don't know what to tell you.
yeah, so...
Quantum, do you remember the question that Rav was just asking before that? It was the reason why it went that way.
Yes, I get it.
Because you're not,
I get it.
You're not exactly engaging.
I'm actually engaging. I'm answering the best way I can. I just don't know how to...
So, like, if God, right, does it have to exist in any way whatsoever at all exist for it, God, to be meaningful?
Well, for God to exist, right, to be meaningful, it needs to exist. But if God doesn't exist, then he just doesn't exist.
So if God doesn't exist, then there's no meaning to it. You can't find meaning in it. Let me ask you a similar question. Quantum, does Santa Claus have to exist to be meaningful?
Oh, I see where you got it now. Okay. No, it doesn't have to exist now.
Does God have to exist to be meaningful?
No.
Interesting. Thanks for engaging and answering questions, Quantum. Maybe if somebody else has a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned and actually questioning your beliefs, well then, go ahead and request on up.
It took Santa Claus to bring him home for Christmas.
Thank you guys for asking that question for me, because had I tried to engage again, I was just going to yell at him about his unchecked misogyny.
Yeah, Kat, I'd be curious to hear, like, what was it that, like, set you off? Like, not set you off, but, like, what was it that, like, was like, I'm no longer able to engage in that conversation.
Well, it started when you asked him the same question I did and got a completely different response. And a much more like open, willing to engage response. And then it continued when I pointed out to him that the universe wasn't a closed system, and he wanted to argue with me that it was until Thrayle came in behind me and asked him about it, and he conceded that it wasn't. It was just in his like viewpoint, in his belief that it was.
He wanted
He
to
wouldn't. He would not engage with
control
me.
from a point of dominance with you. Yeah, he wanted to
Yeah,
be
no, he would not engage with me as an
right and in
equal. He
control.
would engage with you guys as an equal.
He was
So
He would
Chauvin,
mansplaining. He was
engage me
mansplaining and
as he
talking
was
down.
right and equal.
He talked down to Cat the way someone talks down to a child, and it was just
My female voice told him. Hmm.
chauvinism.
Yeah, my female voice told him that he could. Yeah, it was just disgusting misogyny, and I could not engage with it anymore, or I was just gonna yell at him about being a disgusting misogynist. And like, as much as I wanted to do that, that's not what we're here to do.
There is a question though that can be asked, right?
Hmm.
Hey, I'm noticing that you are treating me differently. Is it the sound of my voice that's treating me like what? You know,
I could not ask him that. No, see, he wouldn't have engaged with that at all. He would have just he would have doubled down on it instead of like engaging with that. Oh, you're just sensitive, and you're just blah, 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 whatever.
With all due respect.
Right.
he would have tried to gaslight Cat.
Yeah, with
He gave
no due
you all
respect.
due. Exactly. He gave you all due respect, Raph. He gave Cat none. But maybe our next guest.
Literally, Rob, you asked him the same thing that I asked him, and he was like, "Yeah, that's a really good question, actually." Where he wouldn't engage with it when I said it.
That's so weird because I didn't even I wasn't even asking. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't even there was no. I'm not even sure that I heard that you asked.
We don't always clock it, Raph.
Yeah, right.
It's safe.
It's okay. I don't expect you to always clock it.
Oh, it wasn't that I wasn't. It was that I didn't even hear you say the same exact question. Like it was even less. Yeah, it was worse. I guess is what I'm saying.
But we did get to hear a really good Thrayle laugh, and I do like when that happens because it's not super often that happens on the live.
It was spooky.
Spooky laugh. It was
raining so hard. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but
actually I can. I have really good headphones though. Hey there, Lemon. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Lemon, did you mean to join us? Okay, well, I'm gonna guess that was a no then. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well then go ahead and request on up. Hello,
you know what?
Dale. What was that, Cat?
Never mind. Oh, well, he ran away.
Yeah, Dale ran away.
Oh, I was gonna say it sucks that it's raining super hard because I have to pee and I have to walk outside if I want to pee and I don't want to walk outside in the pouring rain. I'm just lamenting the jungle struggles.
If ever you want a hack for that, I know a hack.
I don't think there is a hack for this.
I think the hack is called indoor plumbing.
Well, I only have outdoor plumbing, so.
Yep. It's not really a hack so much as it is
Amazing what you can do with a funnel and a piece of tubing.
I do have a couple of requests. I know one of them meant to be here. We'll go ahead and bring Blake up. Hello, Blake.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to ask them so bad if a black hole is a closed system.
Hey, Blake, we missed you, man.
Well, it would have to be under his worldview, Blake, because he needs it to be.
Which means it has to be.
Hawking radiation, not a thing.
It's got to be closed in order to be closed. The other request, I don't know if you meant to request up. I know you've had reservations about answering my questions. And so I'm going to go ahead and clear you from the queue. But if you meant it, go ahead and request back up. And I will bring you up. I know sometimes people accidentally end up in the queue. So rather than call you out, you got a chance to request again.
And I do see that he is still here listening. And so if if you truly are still listening, please take what you just heard me explain to Rav about why I couldn't engage anymore, and think about that when you interact with women moving forward.
We have a Strumby joining us. I think Strumby's been here before, but I don't remember our conversation. So Strumby, I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Yeah, 45.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I would like to purport myself as being an atheist, but my ex always was just like, you're not an atheist because you don't believe. Whatever. But I believe, look, I am fascinated by...
Do you believe yourself to be sober?
Yeah.
Okay. The question was if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
I don't purport to believe in one. I believe that there are many gods.
What is a god?
Well, I mean, you could ask the people who built the pyramids, what is a god? Like how did they make that happen? Over generations.
I gotta stop you for just a moment, and I'm not trying to be rude. I just really gotta thank Freya for the Rocky the Bean. That was awesome. Thank you. You were talking about over generations. Let's back up a little bit. The question was, do you believe in a god or gods? You said you purport yourself not to. Right.
I don't. I do believe that there are gods. I don't. I mean, it's tough, man. You want to, right? Like it would feel good if you did.
I don't know what you mean.
Why did you give the
I don't know what you
pyramids?
mean. Yeah, there is that question.
Well, wouldn't it feel great if you could believe in it? If you went all in on something,
It would probably feel great to question these beliefs.
But I can't. I don't think I can do it. Because there's so much to take in and understand about.
Why did you say the pyramids?
Well, I watched a thing about how they built the pyramids, and there's different theories now, and ramp theory.
Pyramids?
Well, there's the ramp theory, and then there's the other ramp theory where they went around it. There's a theory that they went they built the ramp with the things that they were using to build it, but there were also multiple pyramids where the first one isn't all symmetrical, but then because it has rough edges, and so that was an attempt, but that was took generations, hundreds of years to do.
Was that the first pyramid, or was that one of three of Snefru's pyramids that was referencing an earlier solar temple?
Well, the earliest ones are not symmetrical, and they're also not very smooth because they say that, the Nile ran a different way.
Who says that?
So, anyway, I don't know, whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get all weird and stuff. I'm just saying that I'm very interested in conversations about what the idea of God means to people. To me, it's very different.
The question is, what do you believe? That's the core of this.
I believe that humans knew right from wrong when they were born. That's how we raise a child. That's how we know to feed them. We know to.
Are you a parent?
Yeah.
Did your child know what was right and wrong when they were born?
No.
Okay, so why did you just say that?
Well, I think that it's something we instill in them, even though I don't believe in.
Okay,
it doesn't mean that it's not mutually exclusive.
A child
believing in God and knowing right from wrong.
He's just gonna keep talking over you, Rav. He's on a drunk thing. I don't even know what to do about it, so I'm just gonna move on from the drunk thing.
It's so fucking weird. Like, why make a claim like that and then completely undermine it yourself?
The river moved, so the stones changed.
Apparently.
Well, he just gave me the nudge that I needed to add racist aliens mentioned to the bingo card. So there we go.
It was so close. It was so close.
Oh my.
It's not even Saturday night, Thrayle.
It's not even Saturday night.
It's not even Thirsty Thursday night. It's like
middle of the week.
At the concert I was at tonight, I went into the bathroom, and this guy goes, "It's Friday night." And I go, "Close." And he goes, "It's my Friday."
It's Woo Wednesday, says Everlasting. Yeah, Everlasting, that sounds right. Everlasting, come up and hang out with us. Everlasting, I heard Everlasting talking about and would like to be on it one day, the other day. And it was really like a very nice sentiment that he was communicating. And there he is. And I have a screamy cat. So.
You can go ahead and drop me, Thrayle.
Appreciate you, Hammy.
Was it something I said, Hammy?
The world may never know. Or he'll say something in the comments. No, I think it might be that time of morning for him. But how you doing, Everlasting?
It's that time of morning for me too.
Uh-oh.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I'm so sorry.
No,
well,
it's okay.
Now that you're here, you're in the hot seat. But I have
know.
questioned you once before.
No, I've never been questioned by you.
I've never questioned you. Wow.
No,
That's an oversight.
I've been anticipating this
He's
moment.
been up here was when he accidentally requested the other day, and that was it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I was just going to bed, and I must have accidentally hit the request, and then I rolled over and I was cuddling with my dog, and next thing I know, I looked over at my phone and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm on the panel."
Well, it worked out. You were muted. Nothing embarrassing was heard. But I guess we'll start at the top. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
I am a spry young 53 years young.
53. Wow. You sound younger.
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, I don't think I knew that you were 53. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm just very immature.
Yeah, same, dude.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do not.
Why not?
I am satisfied with all of the questions I have being answered by nature. I'm a naturalist, so that's kind of my worldview, and I understand that there's a lot of information out there that I don't have access to, so I am generally agnostic about those mysteries that I don't have the answers to. But I've never really seen the need to, have a God explain anything to me. In fact, I find myself, I have a million more questions the second the idea of a mind creating the universe, like it just introduces more questions that can't be answered. And I'm not really afraid of those questions. That's why I'm on TikTok having these discussions every day. And yeah.
Did you ever believe?
So I was raised by a pastor, and I kind of played along to go along, like I was like, okay, this is what the family's doing. Read the Bible from the ages of 10 to 12, cover to cover. And I saw storytelling. I couldn't differentiate that between, what I was reading in the Bible and when I read The Hobbit, which was the next book that I read. And I was too young to really understand why. Like, I didn't understand that these are stories told in third person omniscience and, stories that are meant to have a meaning. I didn't really analyze it like that as a child, but looking back on it, that I think those are the similarities I was pulling from it. And I understand now that I've really studied the Bible and, religion in general. I've taken more of an anthropological, view of it. I read it through that lens of, a people telling their story in a very creative and expressive way, if that makes sense.
Anthropology is awesome.
What was that, Rev?
Anthropology is awesome. Like looking at the people. Sorry, everlasting. Sorry, fuck, dude. I'm so sorry to interrupt your questioning. I have questions also, I guess.
Uh-oh. Well, hold on to them.
Yep.
So you read the Bible between 10 and 12. You saw it in a way that you couldn't differentiate from other storybooks, and so it was too fantastical to accept.
Right. Yeah. It read to me like, people were writing things to help them explain what their world was all about. Mm-hmm. And with the information they had available to them. And I think, as an adult, really thinking back about those times, like personally, I never really experienced church hurt. I'm not angry at God or anything like that. I had, in fact, my church years were, pleasant. I mean, there were nice people. There was, I didn't have anything bad happen to me at church or anything like that. If there's any resentment at all, it would be towards my parents for trying to indoctrinate me so hard. It didn't take, but it was that effort was not like it didn't nurture anything good, and there was a lot of well, I was homeschooled. I was then placed into the church. So this is another thing to throw into the mix. My dad did the altar call, found Jesus when I was 10. So it was like this new thing my family was doing. So I just went along with it. And by the time I was 12, my dad had become the associate pastor of the church we were attending. They pulled me out of public school. They homeschooled me. And then they did that for a couple of years. And then the church began their own school in the basement of the church. So it was me and about 20 some other kids from kindergarten to 12 that were learning, a Christian curriculum. And so it was, young earth creationism, apologetics. They were teaching Bible as history in this school. And so, because I never really internally accepted any of this as real or true, the indoctrination never took. So I was always curious about, well, what's the rest of the world think? And so when I became an adult and I began to, really educate myself, then things, I felt like all this new information was just like I was so thirsty for it. And so I've really spent most of my adult life on that journey of just like learning stuff. I want to learn stuff every day. And I mean, the things I've learned just on the year that I've been on this app, it's particularly from Rav and a lot of the other people that I really look up to and respect on this app. It's been really fulfilling to me, and I hope I never stop learning.
Do you think it's possible?
That was beautiful. I feel the exact same way.
Oh, thanks, Kat.
Do you think it's possible that through doing what you are doing, that you might find some kind of evidence that compels you to believe in a God?
I mean, I'm open to it. I would like to say by engaging in these conversations, I'm not trying to win an argument. I really want to have genuine conversations with people. And of course, we get caught up in the sport of the spar, the sparring that we do here. And I match energy. I do the whole thing, a lot of that is just performative, just kind of playing along with the game. It's entertaining for some people. They really enjoy that vibe, but I genuinely want to have good conversations with people. So that's my first, I'm going to put every effort into having that good conversation first. And then when it's obvious that there's no real conversation to have, then, time to take off the gloves.
Sounds like you read my playbook. What evidence do you think, if there is any that could, what evidence do you think might compel you towards belief in a God?
That is a good question. I'm not going to give you the same canned answer that I give every believer.
What is
which is, yeah, if this God exists and it wants me to know about it, then it will reveal itself to me, and it will know what it'll take.
Yours is more wordy, but mine's the same. I just say God only knows.
Yeah, that's good. I might edit it down to that. I like that.
So, since God only knows, what evidence might convince you? Assuming that it gave that to you just enough to fulfill a need to know that it is there, would that be enough for you to worship it, or would you need something more?
No. Well, I shouldn't just answer no. I should say my intuition is no, But I guess that would depend on the revelation. So if the revelation was one that was worthy of worship, I am uncomfortable with the idea of worship, and I have a feeling that the God that I would believe in would be uncomfortable with being worshipped.
That's convenient.
Maybe that's a cope.
That's okay. The God that I would believe in wouldn't require or desire belief, because what kind of God would? So I get that.
I think that most of the descriptions for God that I've heard, with a very few exceptions, is very anthropomorphic. I feel like I can learn a lot about somebody by listening to them describe the God they believe in. I think I'm learning something about their personality. I find, not that this proves or disproves anything, but I find like brain science is fascinating to me. And so like I've read some studies where they, will hook electrodes up to the skull and map the regions of the brain that are firing in what sequences, depending on what's. My dog is drinking water in the background, by the way. I'm sorry for that, but that's what that noise is.
That already.
She knows when I'm on a panel. She always has to do this. A couple of different studies have shown that when somebody is praying or engaged in just regular internal monologue, the same parts of the brain are firing. When somebody's talking about themselves or talking about their God, the same parts of the brain are firing off. And I'm not saying that proves or disproves anything. I just think that's an interesting thing to observe about the way our brains function. I think there's
that we don't talk enough everlasting.
What was that, Kat?
I said I think that we don't talk enough everlasting.
We're on a lot. I think
we have a lot of interests. Yeah, there's just usually a lot of other people there too. I think we have a lot of very similar interests, like in those regards.
I agree.
I did have a question though, everlasting, if that's okay.
Before you do, I gotta thank Shell for the evening star. Thank you so much, Shell. Go ahead.
Do you think you've given the potential of a God a chance? Like, is there a point in your life where okay, that's enough, I've given you a chance, I don't believe in you anymore, or I don't choose to believe in you?
I went through a phase in my young 20s. If you're familiar, I know, I'm sure probably Rav and maybe even Thrayle might be familiar with this, but I read a series of books by an author named Carlos Castaneda, The Teachings of Don Juan, and it's like an apprenticeship that he went on with this Yaqui Indian medicine man. And so I kind of got into this like shamanistic kind of thing for a short period in my 20s. And that's the closest I've ever gotten to really like, seeing that there's a potential for this other spirit world to exist. And I don't know, I think it was just like a phase I went through that just kind of faded away. But there was never really a deistic belief there. There was never, or theistic pain, it was just like the spirit world, and how we interact with it and how we can wield our will to, do wooey things. But that faded off pretty quick.
As someone who's also been indoctrinated at a young age and who had a different experience, what do you think separates people from, say, becoming indoctrinated, believing in a god, and having to deconstruct, versus someone who, like yourself, who never seemed to be caught by that delusion?
I have seen it. I've witnessed it. Like I spent, my entire childhood seeing how this indoctrination really becomes part of people's identity. And that's why they take it so personally when these beliefs get questioned, is because they've attached themselves to this belief. And when you really break it down, they'll all admit the same thing. Well, you just have to have faith. That's kind of where it all that's the end all of the story. It's that thought stopping cliche, that they don't really have to think past that. And I've seen how difficult that is for people to, break out of that. And on the occasion that it does happen, I also see this process of psychology happen with people that deconstruct it, where they go through an anger phase.
Stages of grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's grief.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Would you say you didn't have faith then?
Oh no! I've never really, I've never understood that kind of faith. When like I use the word faith like having a good faith conversation with somebody. Like I use the word faith in terms of like interdynamics between me and other people. Like how we're going to approach each other and treat each other with respect. I don't really see faith as a tool for determining what's true. I've never understood that.
So it was perhaps this lack of faith then that helped you not fall into it.
Probably. Whatever part of the brain that utilizes that, my brain doesn't really.
It could be the other way around, that your brain is fixed and the rest of us have like a delusion virus we have to get rid of. Not all of us were infected.
I think people. What was that? I had a word on the tip of my brain. I think people they feel like they just need those questions answered, and they'll do whatever it takes to satisfy that, to give that part of your thought process like a pacifier. If that makes sense.
They seek closure when they can't find it. They look for it among other things.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
people would rather be wrong than say they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They'd rather be wrong than say they don't know, which is something
I would always find fascinating.
That does not make sense to me, but I've noticed it.
Yeah, I'd rather have a billion questions to answer. That seems like a fun time. It's like, yay, homework. I don't know. I was a nerd. Living on that, I guess. I love the I don't know question. I don't know. They're wonderful.
I've always been more real quick. I'll throw this out, and then I want to hear what Rav says. I've always been more interested in how things work than why they are the way they are. The why things are the way they are just doesn't even interest me. But how things work and function, that's really interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Go ahead, Ref.
Yeah, what have you learned in the conversations in these spaces? Like, from an anthropological standpoint, which was your kind of interest, like, what have you learned about people?
Oh man, so much. Let's see. I've learned that people get really uncomfortable when their identity is questioned or threatened, like the identity of belief. When they form their identity around these beliefs, and that they take it really personally, just to be criticized or questioned. So like I'll always ask, like, do you think that your beliefs are above reproach? Because like it's one thing to I can respect a human being as a like as a an acting moral agent and respect their rights and their treat them the way that they need to be treated. I have no problem with all that. That's really the way I try to approach people. But when I see some of these beliefs being overtly harmful to others, that's when my hackles go up. I dislike supremacy of any kind. I don't care what it is. I don't care who it is displaying it. I tend to, buck up against that. And I don't know what that is. If that's just a rebellious punk rock kid that still exists in this 53-year-old body.
Stick it to the man.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to say it.
What did God exist to be meaningful? Was that the panel of mine you came up on?
No. You had a really good question,
Anybody get
and
that?
it was
the one you were asking atheists.
Was it?
Yep, that's the one. That's the
Oh,
one.
was it about faith?
I watched part of it.
Nope, it was.
Okay, so I asked this other really good question that was, does God have to exist to be meaningful?
I like that question. In fact, what I've been asking from time to time when the opportunity comes up, when I get a certain kind of believer that is displaying more rationality than a lot of the others that I come across, is particular Christians, that I'll ask them, like, okay, let's just imagine a scenario where, because I don't think that we choose our beliefs, and so imagine a scenario where tomorrow some new information comes out and suddenly you're just convinced that Jesus didn't really exist. Could you still apply what you get out of the faith of believing in the story of Jesus, the virtues, the encouragement, whatever it is you're getting out of that belief system? Would that just suddenly go away if suddenly you were convinced that this guy never really existed, and that it was just all kind of it was all mythology from the get-go? And
what answers are you getting?
Dream. I used to read.
What kind of answers do you get?
I've had a few of them like give me a sincere answer of no, it wouldn't affect that whatsoever. I would continue to be the same person. I would continue to treat people like the way I feel like Jesus was asking us to treat each other. But they're,
how do most of them answer that?
Most of them are, well, I won't ask that question unless I feel like they're really being sincere. At that point, like I've had a handful of them, give me the answer I just described, and then I've had, a good handful of them say, like, well, I don't really know. I would probably continue being a decent person, but it would dramatically change everything about my worldview, and I just can't even, most true believers, if you know what I mean, like they're not even really going to engage with the hypothesis in the first place. So it's hard to get a real square answer out of them.
The very similar question that I've been asking, which is, does God have to exist to be meaningful? Thrayle and I have noticed a trend with the answers to this. And the agnostics, the atheists, and the people who are actually questioning their beliefs will say, no, God does not have to exist to be meaningful. But the people who are very much not questioning their beliefs, the people who are very steadfast in their God belief, always say, yes, God has to be meaningful to exist. And then sometimes we will take the horse to water, so to speak. We'll walk them right to why it doesn't have to. And there was one that I remember very, very vividly that just doubled down on it. Like, he would not budge on it. And eventually most of them do budge, but not all of them. Which I think is really interesting.
I think if I'm gonna really be honest and sincere with this question about myself, just flip it around on myself, that if somebody, just really did the thing and reached me in a way that I couldn't deny the existence of a God anymore, I really don't think it would change that much about who I am. I don't see what, like, it would change something about me, but fundamentally, like, I would still basically operate the same way I do now. I would just operate with a belief in God.
So, can I ask you a question? Then I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm always curious to know the answer. What would you rather? A comfortable lie or a uncomfortable truth?
Uncomfortable truth all day long.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say.
Yep. Because uncomfortable truths are just part of all of our realities, whether we like it or not.
What if those uncomfortable truths tore down some...
We get to know truth.
I didn't quite hear you, Kat.
Do you think we get to know
No,
truth?
go ahead. No, it's okay. Mm-hmm. Like actual truth.
What?
Like reality truth. Thrayle, at least.
Not really.
But in regards to the nature
you got
of reality.
one bar.
Yeah, like actual empirical, real truth. Do we actually get to know that?
I mean, I'm really shy about claiming any kind of absolute, anything, including truth. But I do think that truth is...
The lid's off
the
jar. I'm just messing.
I know, he's gonna hop right in.
Right in a jar.
Gucci.
Beware the cat with the vat. No, honestly though, how do we not know that
I wouldn't do that.
We are not in another kind of lie, or a less comfortable lie maybe, but how do we know when we've truly found the truth?
That's why I think it is important to withhold belief until we have good reason to believe something, and that doesn't mean that every belief I hold is an absolute, true, justified belief. It just means that if my objective is to believe true things and not believe false things, statistically my chances increase by withholding belief until there's good reasons with evidence that comports with reality.
What would be a good reason? Like something like you do believe in, like maybe I don't know, the Earth is a sphere. You believe that for good reason because of science or something, or what would be a good reason to you to believe in something?
So in the example you just gave, so I've engaged with those people quite a bit on this app, and the reasons they give are just they dissolve so easily, that because I tend to I take conspiracy theories with like almost contempt, because they're the motivations for these conspiracy theories are just absurd. That like, okay, NASA is tricking the whole world into thinking the Earth is flat so that they can convince people, humans, that God doesn't exist. Well, that doesn't track, because most of the world believes in a God. So it's not working. Why are they spending trillions of dollars to convince people of something that they're not? Like, it just doesn't make sense. And I tend to like err on the side of what makes the most sense. Like if there is a conspiracy theory that has some validity to it, then I'm a skeptic. So I have the ultimate open mind. I'll hear them out. Like I'll assess the arguments or the evidence or whatever, and ascertain whether or not there's any validity to it. But 99.9% of the time there's not. So like I'm just kind of like, I might even be a little calloused towards like conspiratorial thinking. But that's probably what they want me to think.
Well, I like to say the Earth is round like a ball, like a dime, whatever works, as long as it's on time. Like, I don't care too much what shape the Earth is. I'm more concerned, wondering how you determine, like, because for instance, like you said, if you're what makes the most sense, but what might have made sense to you as a child or you as an adult is different. So, do you think anything will ever truly
How do you
make
determine
enough
what is
sense?
true?
Yeah, sorry, the cat's pressing it better. Thank you, Cat.
I think by
I could hear you trying to get there.
Sorry, yeah, my brain is all over. I'm just trying to make words make sense.
I think a lot of people misunderstand skepticism, at least from the way I apply it. It's not cynicism. I think people confuse skepticism with cynicism. I think skepticism is the ultimate open-minded position, that I'm not committed to this or that in the sense that like in the sense that I'm closing other possibilities off. I'll give you an example. One of my most fringe beliefs is I am a mythicist. I have good reasons to believe that this was all a fabricated story. And I'm willing to be convinced. And I understand that most of the world, doesn't hold this position. So I'm not appealing to what's popular. I'm appealing to what is the evidence. And the evidence is weak. It not just weak, but non-existent. That Jesus actually walked this planet. That guy in that book, that story told. It's really weak evidence. When I have these conversations with people and they bring up this and that, the typical talking points. When the evidence that I have encountered actually point the needle towards this all being fiction. And I love talking about that, but sometimes it bores people.
I've heard you talk about this several times, and I think it's fascinating.
As fascinating as it is, I do think it's time we get back to questioning believers, but if anybody else did have questions for Everlasting, I want to make sure that you get them out. I saw Blake say how hard it was in the comments to question someone you agree with. Do you have any questions that might maybe help you exercise questioning yourself? Let me
Are you asking me?
On Blake. I was throwing a spotlight
Blake, okay.
on Blake when he's not ready.
Sorry, I don't think I understood the question or heard it all.
You had said in the comments that it's hard to question someone you agree with. And
or no, more that I've heard everlasting talk, so I know what they believe. Well, yeah, no, I guess you're right. It is because I know and agree with them.
And I was
Read
wondering
between the lines and were correct. So
if you had any questions that might help you exercise questioning your beliefs by questioning everlasting. Yeah, no, spotlight and a chore.
Yeah, Thrayle's really good with tongue.
Causing me to ask the same question. Now I'm deep in thought too.
I'm trying to think back to. Well, no, because I was trying to think about what I was feeling defensive about last time, but I don't think that would apply. I am curious. How did you find the Don Juan book? Well, I guess you from your age, you were in the period where it was like really popular. Have you done any more research into the Yaqui from more actual sources?
No, actually. That's a really good question. I kind of remember where I fell out with Carlos was he wrote the first 3 books, and then I thought there was good information again from an anthropological point of view, because that's where he got into it. He was an anthropology student, UCLA, like studying. His thesis was on the psychotropic, plants used by, the natives.
Have you looked into how their career in those books shook out and how true they ended up being? Okay.
I know he what little bit I know is like he apparently got involved with like a couple of witches that and then his like a lot of the books that he wrote after that first 3 were just kind of regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. Like it became less interesting to me personally. That's what I remember. It's been like 30 years since I've read any of his stuff. But that's what I kind of remember is that he just kind of like spiraled in a way. I don't really know what I'm not real sure what you were referring to, because you probably are aware more of his life than I am.
Not much. Just for some background, because my mom's side of the family is Yaqui, and so it kind of shook out that Don Juan was not a real person. He made up most of it, and like even the cultural anthropological aspects of it beyond like the medicinal use are not accurate. And it's not like the Yaqui are like a secret society. It's a very large ethnic group within Western Mexico, and even a lot of like the Yaqui are also in Arizona and Utah and California as well. So like it was kind of a time period where there was still enough of a like delineation between the English and Spanish speaking communities that they could kind of get away with doing that. But it very quickly unfolded that like because people went and tried to find Don Juan, And then they, when they started to go to Yaqui communities, they're like, yeah, there's a sketchy guy, and he was like here for a little bit, but none of that stuff happened. And so they ended up losing their degree in accreditation.
Interesting. Yeah, that tracks. That it's interesting because I didn't know any of that, but like I said, after those first 3 books, I started to smell something funky about what was going on. I felt like he was just trying to make a buck, and uh that refresh my memory. Was it Don Juan Matus was the main character, or Don Juan Gennaro? Which, because I know one of them was
I don't really remember that much detail about the book. I just more know that it is inaccurate. That his the story afterwards was like, oh no, it was actually these 2 brujas, and I was trying to protect their identity, and they were like, that's not an issue in our cult. Like, that doesn't make sense.
That's not a thing.
So,
right.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you ever did want to get into the psychotropic plant discussion, I grow most of them. I am a subject matter
interesting. Okay.
expert. Yeah. And I would love to get into that with you sometime, if you still have an interest in it.
Sure. I mean, I have no interest in doing. You know what? That's what's funny is I was reading those books, and aside from whatever dabbling in psychedelics is typical for Americans, which is really just a couple of things, I've never really felt the need to go on this big ayahuasca journey or anything like that. I've never done anything that wild, but I've definitely enjoyed psychedelics. And every time I do, even though it's rare these days, every time I do, it's just kind of like hanging out with an old friend. I don't really get any kind of spiritual enlightenment out of it. It's just oh yeah, it's time to get weird again.
You just haven't done enough.
I don't know about that. That makes me want to question.
I'm kidding.
That. But before I get in, I know, and before I get into questioning Kat, I do want to make sure that I do thank Michael V and Bubs, Heather's Descent, Bats, also Freya and 96 for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate you. We are going to go ahead and bring up a new guest. Everlasting, you're welcome to stick around and help us ask questions if you've got any. Just the one thing to keep in mind is that I get to ask the first questions.
Cool.
Let's see if we've got any.
And you don't get to tell them they're wrong.
Well, I mean, you can question them into recognizing that they might be wrong.
But you just can't tell them that they're wrong.
Learn. I'm here to learn.
But if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, we are here just to question, not to debate or argue, not to tell you you're wrong. I'm not here to burgle your gods, even though there is plenty of room in the shed. I just want to know, if you do have a belief in a god, well then, what is it, and why do you believe in it? If you can even question your beliefs. Solovino's only here to debate. Solo asks great questions too.
Rab sent me a video the other day about, and the gist of it was in Jewish culture, as opposed to, like other cultures, like when your kid comes home from school, it's typical for parents to ask, what did you learn today? Whereas the Jewish mother will tend to ask, what questions did you ask today? And I thought that was interesting.
I love that. Yeah, I love that story. I think that's a stark difference there. I think asking questions of your God kind of gives you a little bit more pass to believe it's there. If you are willing to question it to the extreme, and I find that Rav is definitely capable of that.
I appreciate Rab so much and like how open he is to answering every single one of the bazillion questions I ask him all the time.
I get stressed out when people talk over him. I really want to hear what he has to say, and it gets me stressed out when, everybody's talking over. Oh, it's frustrating.
Oh, me too. I'm like, no, I want to know what Rab's going to say because he's the most interesting person here.
I'm still blown away
Go
by the
ahead, buddy.
Minecraft architecture skills of all of the things.
Oh my, it was weird because like even watching it from this side of things, I was just so blown away by that. Like I felt like I was seeing it in real life, and I'm just looking on a tiny little video screen on my phone.
Yeah, there's a
I've
lens detail
recreated.
put into that.
Yeah, I've recreated an ancient temple to scale that we don't have any drawings of, mind you. Just weird random details that I'm going to put together and create a perfect recreation of.
On a Nintendo Switch, no less.
All I can brag is a little one-story house with a peacock named Fry. I'm glad we've stooped. Oh, who's joined? Oh, Blake disappeared.
I can't play Minecraft because it's first person and it makes me sick.
Oh. Well,
It makes me like hella sick, so I can't play it.
Well, some games we do play are in Discord.
I'm going to tell you, Thrayle, since I have this opportunity to express this, your answer to Pascal's wager was like, it knocked it out of the park for me. The one time I heard you respond with, what are you gonna do when you're standing there, like Judgment Day, and you said, I'll have a lot of questions. I'll have questions, is what you said, and I was like, oh my god, that's fucking amazing.
It's the only thing I.
What did you say?
I mean, that's the only thing I
something
can
about
do
a
at that
swan
point.
dive into a lake of fire, I believe.
Yeah, I'll take a swan dive, knowing that I am morally superior to this deity. Absolutely. I don't want to go to that heaven. That gives that dichotomy. You know what I mean? Like that's just I could never my very being would be like I wouldn't be myself. Like it's counterintuitive to everything I know myself to stand. It's that supremacy thing. It's exactly what it is. Like I am repulsed by supremacy.
He said that on my panel. I'm sure he said it other places, but he said it to me on my panel, and I thought it was hilarious.
I think if I ever were to stand there and meet God, so to speak, I would just simply say, why? With my most disappointed look ever. The one I had as a child when I cried and asked why. Like, why? Not a question, just a, you know what you did.
I have met God at the top of the volcano.
I really need to ask you what that was like.
It was like meeting God. It's like meeting God.
I met
It's
God on
like
a
the
bathroom
closest I
floor.
can.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
reason I say this is because so frustrating that it is can lead to I don't want to say anything.
It was so incredible that the whole Wi-Fi swallowed up the description entirely, and all we heard was, I don't want to say anything.
I said the reason. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
No. Yes. The reason I liken that to meeting God is because it's so awe-striking that you don't even want to say anything.
I see. Well, we do have a new guest. Court, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, it's Court, and it is 26 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power?
Yeah, I believe in everything higher power.
Everything higher power. What do you mean by that, Court?
Well, I believe in one God, but I do believe in a lot of other things supporting it. I just believe in Earth. I love everything. I'm very excited about it.
I hear that. So you're very excited that you love everything and you believe in one God, and that's Earth.
No, God ain't Earth. God's in the heavens.
God's in the heavens. Just making sure I
But
understood.
he has other
So
angels.
which God is it?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you believe in the God, and it's one God. Which God is it?
What do you mean, which God is it? It's God.
Well, there's a lot of entities people call God, and they refer to as the
Entities
one
are
God.
not gods.
Sure. So there's a lot of things people call God, and they refer to it as the one God. Which one God?
Well, I refer to it as a one God too, but I also refer to like life and being is created not only by one, but it's by multiple, and it's cool. Like you see the grass blooming on a sunny day, and you smell the rain, and then you see the horses run through it. No, it's fun.
Hey, Court. I hear you saying it's fun, but I'm asking, which God is it that you believe in? And since you're not really understanding me, I'm kind of curious. Are you a little sauced tonight? Have you had some drinks?
No, I've been stoned.
I see.
But you want any more answers?
Well, I just needed to know if you're even coherent enough to question your beliefs, because
No, I can question my beliefs, but I wouldn't do that.
why
I
wouldn't
just
you
wouldn't.
question your beliefs?
Because I trust them fully, and I've been questioning them enough.
Why did you request up on the panel where the question is?
I thought it was fun, and your voice is kind of like, why are you doing that creepy voice?
Oh, I'm not doing a creepy voice. I could do a creepy voice.
It's creepy.
I'm just talking.
No, you're not. Is that your actual voice?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why are you making it sound like that?
I'm just talking.
Ew. No, you're not. No, you're
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, I really am.
No one is up here criticizing your voice or how the tone of your voice is coming off in a certain kind of way. So please
It's
do.
not right. No, he's not doing that. Like, he's.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and move on. If anybody else is not completely sauced and fixated on my voice, if you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I mean, even if you fixate a little bit, as long as you can hear the questions and respond, then maybe we can have a conversation.
I really don't like that we're from the same state. She was from the same state as me. I feel like that's not a good representation.
But, Kat, you sound way different than tour guide Barbie.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah, there was nothing productive to be had there, unfortunately.
Sounds like I missed a fun conversation.
Well, she asked why I was doing this with my voice. Fixated on that rather than questioning beliefs. And she couldn't even question her beliefs, so it was a little weird. But I wonder if any of the 113 people in here believe in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like that, and are able to question that belief. It's a Venn diagram that somebody in here's got to fit into. And if you do, well, then go ahead and request up. And if not, we'll just tap that screen, share the live out. Don't forget that you can always repost the live, and then your followers will see it too.
I wish that you could repost it more than once. I usually try to save my repost for this time of the night, but I already did it, so.
Hmm.
You didn't catch any of that, did you?
I'm thinking about like how to game the system rather than actually encouraging more people to request up, which is not good. We need more people to request up. Can you unrepost and then repost? That's where my brain was. 96. That was exactly where I was.
I did find another thing in there where you can add to stories. I had to mute myself because it did make a little echo.
The answer to that is you can.
Yeah, you can just repost the stories.
No, but you can unrepost and then repost again.
And that way, if it didn't pop into somebody's FYP, yeah. JEC says the screeching is jarring. It's not screeching, is it? There's a little bit of a yeah. There's a tweet behind the frogs. There's something else.
There's a dog snoring next to me.
I don't know. But the frogs are relaxing. It is strange though. Some people hear the frogs and they're like, "Ooh, that sound is dreadful." And then as soon as you're like, "No, it's frogs," they're like, "Oh, well, it's not so bad." I don't
Or
know
they're
why
like, make the birds shut up. And then, like, as soon as they find out it's frogs, like, it's fine. When it was birds, it wasn't, though. Oh.
I like it. It's like we're all sitting on someone's back porch having a conversation, and the fireflies are everywhere.
Yeah, telling nature to shut up is a very foreign concept to me.
Joe always says it's squeaky shopping carts.
Well, hello, Spooky.
29.
Yeah, squeaky shopping carts. Thank you, Spooky. I was just about to ask that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Kind of. I'm an idealist, of course.
You're an idealist. Does that fit with any
sure
religious framework, or do you just?
I believe
I'm sorry,
nature
I
is
wasn't quite
fundamentally.
finished with the question there, and I guess I've got a delay. I was asking if it fit within a religious framework, or if you have some other kind of construct around idealism, or is it just bare bones idealism?
It's bare bones. It's nothing religious.
Can you lay out exactly what that means to you? Just simply. Bare bones idealism.
I think there's some merit in the idea that our sense data with the world doesn't show what reality really is, and the immediacy of our conscious and spirit, our conscious experience has some merit in a justified true belief of what reality might be, and we can rely on
it sounds a little vague. So you're saying that you believe that our perception of reality isn't accurate or can't be trusted, but that there's some justified true belief in what?
in the immediacy of experience itself.
In the immediacy of experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you think of a thought, it's there, it's there. Perception and the redness of red, it's something that exists there at all points in time when you're having a stream of consciousness, whatever that means, right? That's up for.
I'm sorry, you just took a turn from. I thought you were talking about. I know what idealism is, but now I'm hearing where you're tying it in. Because I thought you were talking about stream of consciousness, just recognizing that the now is the now is the now is the now.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also saying that we, in thinking in the now, that thought is the only reality, that is somehow a reality.
I don't want to go that far, but it's our only reference point that we can look upon. Now, reference point, what does that mean for clarity's sake? It's out of all the objects we look upon the world, out of all the sense data we do, if we tear it apart, right? The concept of shape, size, stuff, we can tear those things apart, but it goes to bare bones to what we can't tear apart, and that's just the redness of red, the experience of the object. I have a hard time tearing that apart. Is that a fair statement, or is that unclear to you?
You're going to have to be a little more clear.
How so? What do you not understand?
So far, you've just described like, is it qualia? Is that what you're describing?
Well, sure, we can use that as an example, right?
An example of what?
About the what data can we rely on most? What is it? The outside world? Is it inner experience? What has the most bang for its buck? And it would be things like qualia compared to observing an outside object that we can tear apart objectively and analytically.
You're saying qualia has the most bang for its buck. What are you trying to say? Most.
What do you mean by that? How do you
what is the bang for the buck that you're talking about?
It has more. You can't strip its parts.
You can't strip the parts of qualia. Is what
Yes.
you're saying.
Try stripping apart qualia. Let's try doing that. See how that works.
I'm not interested in.
Yeah, but that's if we're gonna have a proper discussion, it needs to be reciprocal.
What do you mean it needs to be reciprocal?
Yeah, because you can question everything indefinitely, and it doesn't go
anywhere. No, it it does go somewhere. It does go somewhere if you engage.
Okay, well, like how so though? Like, give me like.
I'm not here to break down the meta of how it works, but
yes,
you're asking me to. And to be fair, I have the background up question the questioner. I will answer questions, but I'm not interested in doing this breaking down qualia because I don't see how that relates to what we were talking about before.
It's important because you asked,
sure,
how does qualia have the bang for its buck? And in my
I was asking
response
what
is,
you meant by bang for buck.
is
That was what I was
qualia
asking.
can't be analytically separated or broken apart for data, whatever data may want to be. Now, data, for me, is going to be experience or the feeling of like conscious awareness, and that can't be broken apart compared to object perception, which can be broken apart.
So by bang for buck, what you mean is that it is somehow irreducible.
Okay, that's fair.
Is that what you mean?
Sure, we'll go with, yeah, that's fair.
So qualia is somehow irreducible, and therefore it is all that exists. I'm trying to understand the whole claim of what your belief is here.
Now, this is something that I believe, and I'm still working on, is I don't know if you can, I don't want to say, this word gets hard. I don't think you can actually prove anything with like indefinitency for sure. I don't know if that's possible, but it leads to the most, I think we can rely on it most. I like reliability.
We can rely on indefinitency.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, because I don't know if we can prove anything.
How does this relate back to your initial belief that you were stating? What is it you're actually stating is the belief here?
The belief is I'm an idealist, and things like qualia are important to me, and things like stripping apart data to its most fundamental level, but also accepting the fact that
when I asked earlier what it meant to you to be bare bones idealist, what
that's bare
idealism
bones.
meant to you is that qualia is important.
An aspect of it, yes.
An aspect of it, of bare bones idealism, as you understand it, is that qualia is important.
Yes, as an idealist.
And that's just an aspect of it. So what is the actual belief? I mean, qualia is important. I hear you say that. But
the belief is probably something the universe, depending on which flavor of idealism, which I don't have. I don't claim I'm a type of idealism, but I think awareness, consciousness is all that there is.
You think awareness and consciousness are all that there is?
I will say there is an outside world, but it's based through awareness building that outside construct.
You're saying that awareness
makes matter and stuff like that. Yeah.
Awareness creates matter.
Yeah. The perception of matter.
The perception. So that sounds like two different things, isn't it?
No.
Does awareness create the perception of matter, or does it create the actual thing being perceived?
Awareness can only create perceptions. It can only create perceptions. That's fair.
And our so then, okay. Just to make sure, I'm backing off because I thought I was going to ask a different question, but you said that's fair. So, so you're saying then that awareness creates perceptions. Is that actually idealism to say that awareness creates perceptions, or are you
awareness
to that some awareness or some consciousness creates the matter or the existence that we perceive?
Yeah, sure. That would be idealism.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is that what you're saying?
awareness uses the mechanism of perception to create its reality around it.
Is there a reason why you want to be an idealist?
No. No, it's.
Do you think that your views align
with what?
With idealism.
Somewhat, not completely. I have my own spin, and I'm building my own model of what I believe in and what I think is possibly correct. I'm definitely no Castrum or anything like that. They're way more developed than I will ever be.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not?
Oh, absolutely, right. I like philosophy because I like searching for knowledge and wisdom and truth, and so finding a justified true belief or whatever reality is important, regardless of what it may be.
Do you believe some greater mind is creating all of this consciousness for us to perceive?
I'm open to that. Yes, I'm open to that.
You're open to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to offer up beliefs for you to choose a la carte. I'm curious if it's what you already hold to.
Yeah, so this is just, it gets more in speculation, if you're okay with hearing what I speculate.
That is kind of what we're doing, is questioning what you believe. If your belief, though, is something that you're capable of questioning, I suppose.
Yeah.
A speculation is kind of the opposite, but the same. It's kind of the other side of the same coin.
So I think at the rock bottom of the universe, though, I don't want to call it a mind. I just want to call it like raw awareness, raw experience. Or it's almost like Plato's concepts of like shapes and figures and stuff. It doesn't. It's raw essence, and that's what I would call God is the essence of nature, and when you build upon that. When you build upon that, then minds come out of that, and systems come out of that, and the universe is just kind of in flux out of that.
I think Blake might have a question.
Yeah. So in idealism, how do you square the evidence we have of like existence before any consciousness that we can pinpoint?
Well, it's where I think you're presupposing human-centric consciousness and saying, oh, therefore that's the only type of consciousness that can exist.
So you're assuming that there has been some kind of consciousness existing, like when a consciousness is not observing an area, does that area exist?
Yes,
So
it still exists.
Okay, I was trying to figure out which level of like materialism to idealism we're working with here.
I don't believe in like that, like quantum observations, blah blah blah, the double split experience. I don't believe that. I don't think that our consciousness makes like if you look upon it, then reality collapses. I don't think it works like that, like at all.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's where I was trying to figure out. Okay.
Yeah.
End of questions then for now.
No problem. I think of it like this, right? Like in evolution, right? Higher degrees, right? Complexity and stuff. Higher degrees of organization and task building, the single celled organism to the simple to the dinosaur and stuff, and then the more intelligent we got, right? So like intelligence is at a scale and it's at a spectrum, but intelligence as an egocentric model, I think is wrong to look at it. I think we can spread it across into like more things. I think more things in time, quote unquote, we'll find out has intelligence, whatever that means.
Yes, but what does it mean for, like, do you mean that this like higher consciousness awareness is like what has created things, or because like we have like geological evidence of like times on Earth where there was no life,
yeah,
like our radiocarbon dating or zircon crystal dating or like X-ray dating shows us that those time periods like there was like time precession going on, but like
yeah, no, I don't believe like there's like this like the universe is like I'm a sky daddy, and I'm gonna make humans for the sake of my. It's indifferent. It doesn't care. I don't believe in morals or purpose or none of that. It kind of just it came out of out of out of the I think when you see the universe as ever changing possibilities of up down spin, right, movement, I think it kind of like it naturally comes out. Things like us like come out naturally.
so what was the whole like awareness, perception, reality thing before?
I'm sorry, I don't maybe can you clarify that aspect? I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Like idealism is the opposite of materialism, no?
Yeah,
in a way.
Yeah.
So like what aspect of reality is relying on consciousness? For it to like, and forgive me if I'm misunderstanding idealism, someone correct me if I am, but
It would be, it's kind of when you it's the idea that when you see an object, that what good reason is there to believe that object truly exists externally, in of itself, the aspects of that object of why why is it actually brown, or why does it have this flavor, why does it have this firmness, this texture, why does it have this, and
well, all of those things actually do have like a scientific basis to like rely on. Like with the color, it is absorbing all of the wavelengths that are not brown and reflecting all of the wavelengths that make up brown. And then for like a flavor, it's because you're tasting specific chemicals that are going into your mind, and your body has developed either like pleasure sensations because it's something that you need, and even how much pleasure that item can give you depends on like how much your body requires that nutrient at that given time. So like all of these things are like that you just mentioned, like are things that if you were like really like going at it, you could quantify down to like a numerical level. Even like redness, like we have a degree of red shift. Like red is a direction of the like light spectrum. So you can like you can say like how red something is, or like how much something is red shifted. Like it's hard to explain the emotional experience that we're having around it. Is that more what you're explaining? Because the like, is that more what you mean when you're trying to like say that like the redness of red and that kind of thing?
no, we can go in a simple aspect, color, right? Colorblind person who gets to say that that is the color of that object.
Well, you can take like a interferometer and, or not interferometer, but you can take like a light spectrometry meter on it and like reflect the light off of it, and then get like what wavelengths of light are actually reflecting off of the object down to like the nanometer frequencies.
Okay, the wavelengths don't have color though. We're talking about color.
Do you know what gives photons different colors?
What gives photon different colors? Photons don't have colors. They don't. It's internal. It's inside the brain.
It's their frequency, which is like coupled to their wavelength.
Okay.
So like when things are different frequencies, like you will have you can have like we have as a consensus within our language that a certain nanometer wavelength of light is this color.
Blue.
The frequency though, but you're forgetting, you're assuming that the frequency is the color. It
No,
still
like
needs to be perceived. That's
how
no
that works. Yeah.
No, that's not.
Are you saying hang on, Spooky, are you saying that I can't on my computer right now select a certain spectrum of color that's
Yes.
measured and quantified?
Well, yeah, because a computer program is this frequency is this color that we perceive through our brain.
Thank you for
There
stealing
is no
everything
color.
Blake just said.
Yeah, but it's part of the equation that's very important there. You're not getting color. It's your frequency is being perceived. You're perceiving a color on that frequency spectrum. It doesn't have a color on its. You're assuming that the object exists upon itself, which we have. I don't know. I don't have a reason why I should. You're assuming the object exists externally.
So does fall exist because we have named that the time of year before we have like the most indirect sunlight for like 3 months of the year?
We put names to things all the time. Yes. Sure. Like matter. We say we know what matter.
So when we put a name to like a certain band of wavelengths or frequencies that photons have to denote different like bands within the range of frequencies that we see, like do those exist or not?
Under an idealist point of view, they don't exist independently of the mind. No.
So they don't exist in the way that any word ever doesn't exist.
Word. Words. They don't exist in any way words exist. Concepts. They exist in the way that we have concepts for them.
So you're just saying, are you just saying a statement that could be equally applied to any word within any language ever?
Yeah, all language is inadequate. You're putting like a car isn't a car, it's a concept. Like you can separate the idea of a car and then the parts of the car. Those things are different.
You said a car and the concept of a car are different.
Yes.
Is that a response to what Blake was saying, or you just?
I was words and their meanings. We give things titles, but the car upon itself is
Honestly, I don't even remember how we got here at this point. But
Spooky. Here's what I'm hearing. You have kind of an idea of what you think idealism is. It fits into a framework that you kind of associate with your understanding of the way things are. But you're still questioning, still forming, and still trying to understand how to make those ideas fit.
yeah, that's absolutely fair. Yeah, I'm none of it's really fleshed out.
I appreciate that. I think we've kind
it's
of
just big.
go
So
ahead, Blake.
yeah, I was gonna say even that's big. So perhaps you're not being like, this is the truth. Like, yeah.
No,
You're just being like,
I
this is
know
the
I
way
could.
I'm thinking through it. So
No,
I
I
appreciate
there's a good chance I could be wrong. I accept that.
I appreciate that, Spooky, and I appreciate you going through the process. I hope you saw some benefit in it. I appreciate you answering the questions and really trying to give it some earnest thought.
That's.
I think we're going to move on to the next guest, but maybe
Yeah, that's
next
fair.
time you come back, you might have more questions, or maybe you'll have different answers.
Thanks. I know what to work on. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate this.
Thrayle, do you mind if I ask one quick question? Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not a big deal.
I wonder what your question was. Maybe he'll still hear it.
I would like to ask if it's possible that we are all just brains in a vat, but the vat just happens to be human shaped.
Nice.
yeah, I
would
was
love that one.
going in a little hard, and it was like one of the least problematic beliefs we've had over the past couple nights. So I was like,
It really was, and that's why normally when it sounds like we're about to go too Phil Bro, I try to rein us in, but I thought he did very well at exploring it and admitting the things he didn't know. Though he did kind of get a little circular and divert in a few places, but I think that was him finding the walls. Well, and it happens every time. I thought we had somebody in requests, and as soon as I hit accept, they disappeared. I don't know what we'll get if I accept the other guest in queue, but it'll be something.
What's up, bro?
Welcome back.
I hope we're good, bro.
Yeah, can you remind me your age?
Leave it up, dude.
TOS. Are you there or not?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, but not like that type, you know?
What type?
I like my brain tickled.
What does that have to do with your belief in God?
I don't know. I'm just different. I'm just different, I guess.
Welcome back, Cat.
Cat in the vat.
You missed a human-shaped fat joke.
I think Cat's heard it before.
Probably.
Yes, we're in tickling portions.
Oh, goodness.
Sorry, the dead phone led to not having my headphones connected and just a whole bunch of ridiculous things I was trying to do coming up here.
Well, I'm glad you're back. Anon was just telling us how he believes in a god, but not a god like that, and how he likes to have his brain tickled, and that's how he answered the question. So that's where we're at.
What is a god like that?
I taste all colors.
Do we want to give him one more question, or is that it?
How long have you known you had synesthesia?
Say that again? My bad, I glitched out when you said that. What?
I said, how long have you known you had synesthesia?
Anesthesia? What?
Synesthesia. You said you taste colors.
Oh, since I was unalived about 6.5 years ago.
Are you a ghost, or did someone bring you back? Is it a ghost or a zombie situation?
All I remember is something grabbing me. I don't know. And it just set me back into my body. And I was like, whoa, this is different.
Is this really what we're doing right now?
We're actually just waiting for Dana Shell to fix her phone so she can actually request what she's been trying to do for the last hour. But yeah, Non is apparently just tickling his brain in front of everybody. So we're going to move on to somebody who actually has a belief in a god or gods or something like that.
Is the Egyptian brain hook thing technically like tickling the brain?
That might do a little more than tickle.
I guess you'd have to have some serious neurological problems to feel tickling in your brain, because it doesn't really actually have any nerve ending. Or, I mean, that clearly has nerve endings, but pain nerve endings, which is why you can be awake while they do surgery on your brain.
I just want to share the most valuable comment from YouTube of the night. It says, Batcolyte, batshit blather and nonsense. That's the YouTube comment section over there.
That would make a good background for just the right moment.
And batshit blather and nonsense. I think, I don't know if I add any more channels to the Discord. That name is now up for grabs.
Can you send me those screenshots of the AI summaries about the mermaids? Because that might be my lifetime achievements.
There are now more. I haven't checked recently what the AI summary is, but I think it's been a little bit more on topic. Yeah, I can't see.
You want to see what the mermaid saint looks like? Join the Batcolyte Discord in the Batcolyte's bio.
I saw the renderings. How do you see the AI summary? 96 asks. I think if you catch the live on the FYP, it shows it at the bottom of the screen. But for me, it just pops up in chat every few minutes. But I think that's a host feature. But yeah, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, something like that. Are we doing Yetis? I guess Yetis. If you believe in a Yeti or a Chupacabra or a Mothman. I think we got Mothman once. Or Bigfoot, Kyle, yeah. I
Fire Yetis, of course.
And the Fire Yetis.
Was the Mothman person my 5th grade teacher?
Have you had any 3-eye Atlas people up here yet?
Yeah, we've had a few of those.
Oh, that's
very, very excitedly doomsdaying about things they don't understand. But hey, we've been waiting for this for a while. Welcome up, Dana.
Hi.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 50.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I most certainly do. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. And what god is it you believe in?
I actually believe in the God that Jesus taught about, which would be Father God, Abba, one creator of all of us.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I'm actually a newer believer, so not completely, but I think that there has been some corruption in the Bible, so I'm not a typical Christian in some ways.
I see. You say there's some corruption in the Bible.
Possibly. I mean, some strange things have happened in recent years, which sounds bizarre to probably everyone. Maybe not this group as much as many Christians, but the Mandela effect seems to be having its way with the fabric of reality in some realms, and the Bible is not exempt.
Interesting. That is interesting. I have a feeling we're going to come back to the Mandela effect very quickly. But
Okay.
I do want to ask a little bit more about the Bible. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that you believe the Bible, but that things in the Bible have been changed by the Mandela effect, and so that might lead
Certain
to
things have,
errors.
yeah. Certain things have, certain scriptures have. I do believe that, because I do believe that God is, ultimately gives all of us a choice to choose Him or not.
Does
Everything
God
that
have no control over this Mandela effect?
That's actually a very great question, and why I believe that it has been allowed is because I think that there are people who worship the Bible more than God. And they use the Bible as a weapon against each other. It's really very ugly.
I see. So, if you find that there's corruption within the Bible, or problems with the way it interprets or teaches God.
But and not necessarily interprets, but I tend to lean on the Strong's Concordance, which is the original text. So I don't.
Is that the original text?
Well, the Greek and the Greek and Hebrew, so that I can look at the original words. I find there can be a lot more depth in there, and I think chance for Holy Spirit to work, which is ultimately what we should be listening to, even more than the Bible.
So, you
There was no Bible when Jesus was around.
are you sure?
Well, he referred to scriptures, but they were Old Testament scriptures, so part of it, yes. But what Jesus said that it took to see the kingdom of heaven was to be born again, meaning to be filled with the Holy Spirit and led by the...
Did Jesus believe the Old Testament scriptures?
Well, when he was confronted by the enemy, that is exactly what he used to cause the devil to turn tail and run. So I'd love to offer this that
Is that answering my question though?
Okay, did Jesus believe the scripture?
Yeah.
I think so.
So if Jesus believed this scripture, then do you believe the scripture as well, the Old Testament?
Yeah, I definitely, again, I think that everything that we need to know to live the life that Jesus taught is still in the Bible. That part.
Everything we need to know to live the life that Jesus taught is still in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So then you've kind of said that you don't need the Bible, or that Jesus didn't have a Bible, but it sounds like he did, and that the things he taught are in there, and the things he used to teach are already in there.
Well,
And my question has been this whole time really just about like how literally and how true you take the word to be. So do you take the Bible to be true and literal?
I tend to stick with what Jesus taught, number one. So that's why I haven't read the whole Bible, because because I know that he is the way, the truth, and
How
the life.
new are you to Christianity?
5 years.
5 years.
Mhm.
What did you believe before that?
I believed that we are the authors of our creative life, that what we focus on becomes a reality, that everything is relative, that there is no one truth, that as long as you follow your bliss and don't hurt anyone else, then more power to you.
So what is it that led you from that belief to Jesus?
Very drastic things. I was raised in the church very early, like 5 and below. So I remembered very, very brief snippets of studies. Like some of the things I remembered weren't really, I didn't really remember very great things about church when I was little, and that was another reason why I didn't want anything to do with it growing up. I knew a lot of hypocrisy. Well, what I now know is hypocrisy because I never actually read the Bible, because I thought, I don't want to have anything to do with those people. I don't like how they are. I don't like how they treat most other people, and how they use Christianity as a sort of a way to think they're better than other people. And I didn't like that, and I didn't want to be like that, but I didn't know that.
I'm not hearing though what's led you to Christianity, other than it sounds like there was some nostalgia there from when you were younger.
So what I was saying was that I did have some experiences that I remembered, and what happened was, as a mom, I had a 4-year-old daughter, and I never taught her anything about the Bible. I mean, she didn't know the name Jesus. She didn't watch television. I sort of protected her from any kind of input of media. And at the age of 4, she had a dream completely, almost verbatim, out of the book of Revelation. She saw in her dream a very terrifying end days prophecy where we would choose to accept the mark of the beast. And in her dream, she believed a man that caused the world, both great and small, rich and poor, to choose the mark or not be able to buy or sell. And she lost her soul.
You're saying that you had a 4-year-old daughter who had this dream.
Yes.
And
that was the first seed. It still didn't convince me.
Sure.
So
the first seed.
God knew that would definitely open up my mind a little bit. a little bit.
Knew.
Yeah.
So
he created me, and he created you too.
Oh, okay. I could use a little less of that.
Okay.
So you're saying that God knew that having your 4-year-old daughter have a dream of a doomsday revelation.
There's a scripture
something.
in the book of Revelation 13 that talks about. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was clarifying that you were saying that your daughter having a dream of a doomsday revelation was the way that God chose to plant the first seed. And then I was going to ask a question following that.
Okay.
Just to make sure, though, that's what you're saying.
That was the first seed, yes.
Okay. And do you think your daughter had no prior exposure to a story, anything like this, in any way whatsoever?
There's no possible way.
There's no possible way.
No, she was always with me. She never left my side. She didn't go to any kind of daycare, or she had no exposure, zero. And nor would I. I mean, even if I was a Christian, I wouldn't have told her that part of the Bible. That's a pretty terrifying part. She's too young.
How old is your daughter now?
18.
You got much louder all of a sudden. You said 18.
Mhm.
So this was 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Did you allow your daughter any screen time? Any?
No. We didn't even have a television.
I see.
And so she dreamed about what the Bible refers to as a man who will come and cause the world to take a mark.
I'm sorry. Hang on just a moment. I didn't ask you more details about the dream.
Okay.
You had said that you didn't even have a television.
Right.
Did you read to her?
Yeah. I mean, she was 4.
Did anyone else read to her?
The books. Just me.
Just you. You were the only one reading to her all the way up till she was 4.
Yeah, I was a single mom and my family doesn't live here.
And you never had any kind of child care?
No. Not at that early of an age. It was very important to me to raise my child myself.
So you didn't work or anything for the first 4 years of her
I
life?
had a company that I ran from my home.
I see. And so she was monitored in every way, no radio, no TV,
Right.
nothing. You completely controlled every single detail of her exposure.
We had plenty of classical music and jazz, and I think we watched Little Bear at that time, which is sort of like if Little House on the Prairie was a cartoon, but
And you never had a conversation about anything like this in front of her or around her?
I never used the word God, even.
Fascinating.
Much less Jesus.
Oh, and she used the words God and Jesus?
No, I said I never even
No,
used
I'm asking you, in describing her dream, did she use the
No.
words God and Jesus?
No, she wrote down in Revelation it talks about the 7.
I'm sorry. At 4 years old, she was writing.
She drew a picture. Yeah.
Oh, she drew pictures.
She drew a picture of the mark that will be on the hand, that was to be on the hand, and she drew a picture,
What did the picture of the mark on the hand look like?
which was really fascinating because it was a symbol, and it was a symbol of other things that she didn't know about. But I kept the picture, and later, like many years later, when I finally did decide to look into Christianity, because it took many years even after that, I researched it, and it was actually a sort of an alien-looking head, which she called a scary skeleton, because she'd never seen an alien.
So the symbol so far that you're describing starts with an alien head.
So if you can imagine what a skull and crossbones looks like in placement, so imagine the skull placement, but it's an alien-shaped head, kind of
Okay.
triangular, and then instead of the crossbones, it was very similar to the Olympic symbol, which is like I believe it's 5 circles of different colors. And
So the mark of the beast that your daughter drew was an alien triangle head over an Olympic style 5-ring symbol.
which was why I was
Do you
amazed
still
by
have
it.
this picture?
Yeah, and why it was so particularly amazing was because
Can you show it to us?
it's in an old computer. I did recreate it for the video that I made about it, but what she described was that the eyes changed of everyone who took the mark, that their eyes changed after they took the mark. And
Okay, so people got this mark on their
yes,
hand
and
of,
so did
of
she. And that's why she was terrified, because she was.
so you've got to let me finish the question. So people got the mark on their hand and their eyes changed. And
Yes.
she told you this when she was 4 or later?
Yes, sir, she did.
Did you interview your daughter about this dream? What
I was
kind
so
of questions were you
astounded.
asking?
Yeah, I was so astounded because she was terrified. What had happened was she was at her father's house the night before. She would stay with him like 2 nights a month. That was the night she was with her dad, and she she had only gone 2 times. This had just started, so it was very new. And that night, she had this terrifying nightmare, and she couldn't go back to sleep. And the next night, she was back with me, and she didn't want to go to sleep. And I said, "Why?" And she said, "When I was at Dada's house, I had this dream." And she started telling me about it. And because I remembered the story of the Antichrist, I
Can you
grabbed my
tell me
phone,
why you lied to me?
saying that no one else has ever taken care of her.
She's never left your side. There's no other influence anywhere else in the entire world, not even radios or books, but yet she stayed at
Not
her father's house.
okay. She had spent 2 nights there.
Yep.
By that
Does
age.
anybody else have any questions for this guest? I'm done.
So my ex was an atheist, so she didn't. I assumed your line of questioning had to do with someone exposing her to biblical ideas. No, he was an atheist, so it didn't come from him. She didn't get. He also was against television, so she didn't see.
I didn't hear anybody ask you a question. Does anybody have a question for Dana?
Nope. I just also need the trapdoor.
Oh, I got you, Blake. Appreciate you.
Later, y'all.
You don't like the story.
It has
You don't-
nothing to do with
you don't-
liking a story, Dana. It sounds like you're just making a story up for us.
You
Are you
sound-
just making a story up for us?
I'm telling you that I was not a believer in God, and it took a very big thing, and this very big thing happened. And the mark of the beast is something that she saw in a dream, and then I still didn't believe her. I didn't believe that the Bible was real, but I did pay attention, and I recorded her, and I have the recording in my phone, and I made a video of it where the recording of my daughter talking about this still exists. There's a video I made of it with 80,000 views. So yeah, I didn't make it up. It's real. And
I have a question, if it's okay, Thrayle.
Go for it.
So, your ex was an atheist, and are you making the assumption that atheists would never speak of religion of any kind? Because I'm an atheist, and I have these conversations every day.
well, I mean, he did not have anything to do with anyone who believed in Christianity, that's for sure. And he certainly wouldn't be telling his 4-year-old
Right.
daughter.
Is it out of the realm of feasibility that he could have conversations with believers, telling them that their beliefs might be bullshit, and talking about things like the mark of the beast and the end of times?
He didn't even
And
know about that. He wasn't raised in the church. He didn't ever know about that. Catholics don't talk about the end times. And he wasn't even raised Catholic. He's from Europe, and most people there are Catholic, but he doesn't know anything about that.
I just find
But
it
I
hard
don't
to
know
believe
why.
that
So what?
I just find it hard to believe that you're under the assumption that like everything is like in a vacuum, completely isolated. It seems from your perspective, like you're. It feels like you're not, or it seems like you're not taking things into consideration that that would give proper explanation as to how a child would get these kinds of thoughts in their head.
Well, so I keep getting cut off when I'm trying to tell you what all the details that she shared with me, because it seems like nobody
You've already
wants to
made the video, Dana. We're asking if you can even question your beliefs. You're coming up here with an absolute certainty that's rehearsed and produced.
I'm telling you what happened to me to cause me to believe in God. That's what you asked me. And I'm telling you what happened to me to cause me to believe in God, because I didn't know that Jesus said that in the end days he would pour his spirit upon all flesh, that children and old people would be having dreams and visions. I didn't know that. But once I started having dreams and visions about 5 years after that, then I finally.
I don't even hear like acknowledgement of the conversation that's happening. I just hear preaching past us.
Yeah,
Did you
it seems very it seems very contrived. That's accurate.
Did you have a question, Kat?
No, not for this guest. No.
I appreciate that. Dana, I don't think you're actually up here in good faith to question your beliefs. I feel like you want to display them. And I wonder if you even can question your beliefs. Is that something that you're capable of, or have you found yourself in a dogmatic certainty that cannot be doubted? That was a question to you. Okay. Well, I guess maybe she doesn't know she's muted. Okay, Dana. Well, it was worth a shot. And now
Hey,
you know how to
Thrayle.
join a live. Yeah, Kat.
I have an odd request.
Go for it.
Can I pick who's next out of the two people in the queue?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I don't necessarily want to question them first. I just thought this was interesting.
Understandable. So, Astro, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you please ban me or whatever you did in the chat? That was disrespectful.
You were muted in the chat for something.
I was muted. 30 seconds. Okay, I'll hold off. It's not worth my time. Thank
Can
you.
I get your age? Oh, you're not interested in talking because you couldn't leave a comment for 30 seconds. You could probably leave a comment now if it was a 30-second muting.
Oh, it's been over for a long time.
Oh, I see.
I think I deserve some respect.
Why do you deserve
Why do you think
respect? You just demand it and say you deserve it.
Okay. Because I have experience, and I know what
Do you
I
have
would say.
experience in answering questions like, what is your age for TikTok terms of service?
I'm 500 years old.
Goodbye. There's your respect.
She was making some gnarly claims in the chat, and when I asked her to clarify, she ignored me, which is why she got muted for 30 seconds.
It was the hating women comment, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like over and over again, and I was like, what's the problem? What's going on? And she just breezed right on past me, and so I was like, all right, well, take a time out, come back, and approach this correctly. And then she did that. But I saw that in the queue, and I wanted to know what the deal was.
Yeah, no, I was interested too. I saw that she was a believer and had some comments earlier. I don't know why she wasn't. I don't know why people watch the live for more than 30 minutes and still don't understand. Like, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I just want to see if you can question. And when they get up here, they instantly just demand the floor, demand adherence to their belief.
The indignation with which she like about that 30-second mute was insane. Like 30 whole seconds. Like,
that's wild. Do you want to pick out of the next two? I think.
I mean, I'll pick if you're gonna let me.
Sure.
This one's been there longer, so we're gonna play the fair game.
That's why I asked,
because you know that I know, because I look and you don't.
Sometimes I don't look until it's time to bring a new one up.
I don't think that one's coming though. So I guess it's this one.
Well, there we go. Hey, Donnie Lynn, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Donnie Lynn, did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess by the steady rhythmic breathing, no. But if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you're open to having your belief questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up.
Thank you for trusting me and not questioning my motives.
Yeah, absolutely. Terry says, Thrayle, stop putting on a fake voice. You sound noncy. What is noncy?
Is that a word that you don't know? Or is it a made-up word?
I don't know. Apparently I sound noncy. I hope it's not like a terrible word. I've said it twice. Hello, Inksomnia. Nice to see you too.
It is British slang that means pretentious or overly fancy.
Oh, I sound noncy, do I?
If Con was here, he would have been able to help us with that.
He would have. We wouldn't have had to rely on Google.
I still haven't got to tell him about the Rubik's Cube.
I wonder how pretentious I could sound if I wanted to sound pretentious.
Oh, you could sound pretentious.
So I looked up that word and got a completely different definition, and it's really disturbing.
Uh-oh.
What'd you get?
I don't know if I can even say what I'm reading here.
It's that bad.
Are you in the Discord? Go put it in the live discussion in the Discord.
I don't know if I'm in the Batcolyte Discord or not.
Well, you should be.
I know, but send me an invite.
Okay, I will. Hold on.
And while she does that, I'll go ahead and thank Shell at Cat DeWitch, Freya, and 96 for helping with their last goal. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Z asks, is Bats asleep? That is a good question. Is Bats asleep? Very likely. I'm going to guess by that long delay that Bats is asleep. We'll set them down gently.
Okay, I sent you an invite link in your DMs here, Everlasting, because I don't know another way to invite you. So.
I don't think I can. I, I don't think the TikTok DMs allows you to like do links.
Yeah, no, you have to copy and paste it.
I would have to get off the app to do that. I would have to drop off the panel to look at it. So I'll
I
have to
mean,
do it later.
yeah, just do it later. Yeah. I'll remind you if you join the Discord later. I'll like remind you when I see you pop in.
But in the meantime, if anybody else wants to join the Discord, there's a link in the link tree in my bio. First link will take you there. You'll want to make sure when you get there that you read the rules, though. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. Mask of questions ask, is someone drawing or cutting something?
Is there a noise? I'm sewing.
Maybe that's what it is. Sound of the thread going through the fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And Tutski, on that sound, of course, fitting, reminds everyone to eat enough fiber. Fiber is your friend.
Yeah, I was sewing little ghosts onto a dress or a tank top or something, but then there was a hole in Tyler's pants, so now I'm sewing the hole in Tyler's pants.
I see. That's a little more.
Which is why it sounds like that, because they're like heavier fabric.
I was just about to say those sound like some sturdy pants. Well, hey, Ascend, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I'd like to think that there is, but honestly, I don't really think about it logically.
Why is that?
Because it's an imaginary friend for adults.
And so why don't you have an imaginary friend as an adult?
Because when I think about morality and the things that we're taught about, being a good person and doing all the right things, it doesn't make sense because the people that do the worst things seem to have so much success, and the people that do the good things tend to suffer. So it's kind of hypocritical.
Have you ever believed before?
Can you say that again?
Have you ever believed in God before?
Yeah, when I was a kid, it's just kind of like believing in Santa Claus, right? But you kind of wake up to the truth. It's not real. It's a fantasy.
What made you wake
designed
up
to make
to
us
the
feel
truth
good
about
about
God?
the reality that we are just suffering.
What was it that made you wake up, as you put it, to the reality of God?
Sorry, say that again?
What made you wake up to the reality of there being no God, as you said?
I would say observing the injustices within society and recognizing that there isn't such a thing as justice.
So injustices in society led you to believe that there's no God?
Yes,
no
because
justice after?
Yes, because I believe if there was a God would balance the scales. A God would be a fair God and go, he would balance the scales. And that's what I mean by justice.
Is that not you imposing your own ideas of justice onto a God?
Yes, you are correct for sure. I think that even me making an assumption is I guess, creating a direction. But I think that balance, not the word justice, but balance exists in society as we see, not even society, even in science. Like, you have black, you have white. You need one in order to have the other, right? So balance is necessary. But when we look at the human condition, it's completely out of whack. And this society is becoming more and more toxic. And I think if there was a God, if there was somebody who created all this thing, he'd be like, you know what, guys, you're doing something wrong.
You guys need to fix this, and I'll help you fix it. You know, we look at the stories in religious texts from what's the one in the Bible, Moses or whatever, not Moses, sorry, Noah, where he floods the earth, or Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, there's stories where humanity has gone too far and God steps in, but these are just stories. And I think, and I look at the public domain today, it's way past Sodom and Gomorrah and everything else, and yet there's nobody stepping in. It's just actually being monetized.
So I'm still hearing you imposing your idea of justice on what a god should do. Is it not possible that some greater being exists, allows what happens here to happen, and judges us after?
I mean, yeah, you're definitely correct on that one for sure. I mean, maybe I have too much of an ego, but maybe I feel like, don't you feel the same thing? Don't you wish the world was a fairer place? Don't you wish there wasn't so much war and suffering in the world? And I'm asking.
Right, but what does wishing do for?
Nothing. Wishing does nothing.
So how does that tell you whether or not there's some ultimate judge?
I guess it's because I think that if there was someone with cosmic power or authority, some power, like if he created us, then he has the power. If he has the power to create us, he has the power to wipe us out. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't see how whether I agree or not helps you.
Man, I like your approach, man. You're like completely non-subjective. That's very interesting. Okay. I think that there must be a complex, or maybe not complex, it could be simple, but I think there must be something more advanced or higher than we are for our existence to exist, I guess. Yes, there's something, there's a force, I guess. There's a force that allowed us to exist, I think, yeah.
Do you actually feel that way? You believe there is that?
Yeah.
What is that force?
I don't think that humans can even comprehend it, to be honest. Like,
what attributes do you assume it has?
I don't think it has attributes. It's a force. It's just a direction. I don't think it decides.
So not a mind, nothing that decided, not something that wills.
I don't think so, no. We are given the will.
Given the will by what?
Existence. Right, we are given existence, so then I can choose to, I don't know, I can choose to punch the wall right now. Whether you decide to let me do it or not, I can punch the wall, right? So I'm given the will by being given the gift of life, or the gift of existence.
The gift?
I think it's a gift, yeah.
From what giver?
I don't think it's a giver. I think it's just like a mathematical impossibility, and that's why we assume it's a gift, because, you know, life creation itself, between the sperm and the egg, it's like 1 in trillions, right? So
do you mean improbability? Do you mean improbability?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is existence?
I think existence is an experience of something. It could be anything.
How do you know you're existing?
Consciousness.
What is consciousness?
I don't think we can define what consciousness is, but I think consciousness is
first person subjective.
What's that?
First person subjective. That's consciousness.
But it was a sense. It was That's a sense answer. Unless you're telling him what to believe.
I'm not telling anyone to believe.
You're just telling him what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Morning, dude.
More morning.
That's all he wanted to do. So, oh god, now I'm like lost in the weeds. Something about consciousness experience.
Your initial question was, what is existence? Which is,
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious where you were going with that.
I was probably going to insinuate that none of us exist. That's likely where I was going with that.
How dare you? We exist.
How do you know that?
Because we're here.
Where's here?
What do you mean, where is here?
We're not questioning you. We can do this later,
Came up in
Chinsky.
an argumentative mode.
Yeah, I know. He's just like...
I just don't understand the question.
We can parse that out later. I'm always happy to parse out existence. But Ascend, how do you know that you exist? How do you know that we are existing?
I think it's the understanding of experience, the understanding of senses, and the understanding, because I think what's powerful about the brain is even when we go into our dreamscape, we can exist in another reality, right? So then we can then bend the rules of reality itself. But as long as you know that you're here, or as long as you know that you're experiencing something, then I think then you recognize you exist.
So experiencing something equals existence.
Yes, experiencing something means existence, yes.
What if what you're experiencing, what if you are a product of another thing's consciousness and everything you're experiencing is contingent on that consciousness?
Then my experience is based off an environmentalism, but it's still an experience nonetheless.
Fair enough. But is it an existence?
Of course it is.
If it's completely contingent on something else?
Even if I force you right now to say, watch the Simpsons episode, right? You're still experiencing something, so therefore you're still in existence. You're still doing something, even though it might be forced by me. I don't say that it might be a freedom existing with freedom, right? And that I think what society is trying to reach, right? We're not ruled by the kings and queens, but it's still existence nonetheless.
Okay, that's a absolutely fair take. Thank you. It's not how that usually goes. I don't know what to do next.
You gotta ask him if God's meaningful.
Oh, that is what I have to do next. Does God have to be meaningful? Does God have to exist to be meaningful?
I love the questions. I love having conversations.
So do we.
I think that personally, it's really based on perspective. So in one example, a person can have God be completely meaningless and still have a value of God associated with it. But I also think that you could have another individual who could create a lot of meaning based on God, because I think
But for you,
for me,
does,
you're asking me personally.
Does God
I
have to
think-
exist to be meaningful?
Does God have to exist for life to be meaningful?
No, for it to be meaningful.
What do you mean it?
God.
Oh, does God have to exist for God to be meaningful? Of course,
Yes.
100%, because if
Why?
God didn't exist, then there would have no meaning to it.
Does Santa have to exist for it to be meaningful?
Of course, it's perspective. 100%. If you don't believe in Santa Claus, then you have no magic behind it. So
It
therefore,
wasn't about belief. The question
Yeah, it wasn't about belief. It was
Okay,
about
sorry, I got ahead
existence.
of myself.
You can believe in things that don't exist, right?
Of
But
course,
like, it's
yeah.
not about whether or not you believe in it. It's about whether or not it's meaningful, if it exists or not.
But don't we put meaning? Don't we?
don't we decide the meaning behind something? Like it's an
That's
individual thing?
yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah, so then the individual is putting the value of meaning behind it. Like maybe, Joe doesn't really care about Santa Claus, but then Susie really loves Santa Claus, and that's based off their perspective because of the value they put behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
So does God have to exist for it to be meaningful to you?
I don't understand the question, to be honest.
Fascinating.
Absolutely fascinating. Every time. Every time.
I think that when I battle the outskirts of my mind, when it comes to death and meaning and maybe legacy and what the whole life would mean, I
Do
like.
you think
Oh, go ahead.
do you think meaning is necessary?
No.
Do you have meaning?
Yes.
How do you determine what the meaning is?
My perspective. I practice it every day.
Does it change
Yes.
according to?
Me.
What makes something meaningful for you?
My perspective.
Right. Like, can you elaborate a little bit?
Yes, so I'll give you a very maybe meaningful or maybe I guess control emotions. So I've traveled all over the world and I spent some time in Cambodia and I seen the working conditions in Cambodia and I come back to Canada and I work hard. I work a very difficult job. And when my mind becomes difficult and it complains, I remind myself of the difficulty of another experience. And so then that allows me to have more meaning. It allows me to understand that I shouldn't complain. And therefore, what I'm doing is meaningful. Perspective, really.
I see.
And that's based on your experience, right?
Yes, I think that everything that an individual experiences is ultimately controlled by their experience, and that's where environmentalism sets in. It's not to say that an individual cannot break free of their environment, it's just much more difficult.
Did you have more questions on that cat?
I don't think so. Did you, Everlasting?
I was gonna become Tiny Smalls here for a second and ask you, do you think beliefs are necessary?
That's a good question.
You got to do it in a deeper voice, though.
Are beliefs necessary?
Yes.
Not you, Tootsky.
Are you talking to me or who are you asking?
Why does Tootsky want to be questioned so bad this morning?
I like the hot takes.
What was your answer, Seth?
I want to answer with audacity because I think, yes, beliefs are absolutely necessary in order for ego to exist. And in order for ego to exist, we need ego. Even though we say in order to be a great human, you must destroy the ego. But if you destroy the ego, then you don't have something that compels you into tomorrow. So I think it's necessary, whether it's right or wrong. All beliefs are incorrect because as we move through time, you could believe in the raw and you could believe in Christianity. And as we move forward in time, our beliefs ultimately change, evolving to the next greatest thought.
You're saying
but
all
without
beliefs are
beliefs,
incorrect.
without beliefs, we cannot advance. We cannot exist without beliefs, right? Like the belief of like if I put my hand on a hot oven, right? If I believe it won't burn me, it will burn me. So then I have to learn, and that's still a belief at the end of the day.
Interesting.
I think kind of what I mean by necessary is, does the sun require your belief? that the sun is up there doing its thing? Is it necessary? The the forces of reality, are they necessary? Or I'm sorry, are they contingent upon your belief in them?
Does the sun exist without my belief in the sun? Is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Of course it does.
So I'm looking for the necessary thing about beliefs.
The necessity that you believing.
Ah, well, then here's the great conundrum. If you, friend, everlasting, right? You're in this existence, you're experiencing all this realm, right? If you cease to exist, do I cease to exist? Because you no longer experience this reality, so then therefore I must disappear. Or am I separate from you, and are our existence an individual reality? Which is an impossible question to answer, but it's something great to ponder.
Is it an impossible question to answer?
From my worldview.
Sorry, go ahead, Everlast.
I was going to answer from my worldview. If I cease to exist, I don't see any reason to say that you cease to exist. I can't really flesh that out logically.
Okay, because it's a philosophy, right? If you're experiencing this world, right, and then you cease to exist, you are no longer experiencing the world, then I cease to exist because you're no longer experiencing something.
All that really tells me is that I don't exist.
Okay, yeah, sure.
It doesn't tell me anything about your existence.
Get your jar ready, Cat.
I'm like, I don't think any of you exists. Nobody exists. How about that? We just start there, baseline.
Okay, I like that thought, but Kat, if nobody exists, then how do we have experience at all? Like, how does anything even? How do we quantify anything? How do we have thoughts? How do we have anything if nothing exists? How do we formulate anything?
Well, it's really just like in your definition of existence, then we exist. But the way most people define existence, like there are ways to not exist and still have the experience. It just really depends on how you quantify existence. The way you quantify existence, we exist no matter what. You out existence to me there. So.
I have an interesting question that I can propose. Can there be an existence beyond our reality? Like, so we're human beings, right? And we breathe in nitrogen and oxygen and everything.
Can I answer that just to
sorry.
speed things along so we can get to the next guest ascend? I don't know. I don't know why anybody would assert that they do know. But I don't have any more questions for you at the moment, and I'd like to move on to a guest who maybe does have a belief in a god or gods that we can question. So, appreciate you being here and answering the questions
You
that
guys
you
having
did.
me up? I'll sign off. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you. Keep asking questions. It just gets better, Kat.
What is this?
Hello, universal mind.
I'm unfamiliar with this.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I muted you just for a moment because the background noise, I didn't know if you meant to join. But then I heard a hello right when I pushed the button. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
40.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods?
Do I have an existence? Or do I believe what?
It'll be easier to ask questions if we didn't have a rotary saw in the background.
Yeah,
Do you have a belief?
That was me, not him.
That was Cat. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in a spirit or some sort of a communication that's speaking to me or communicating with me all the time.
A spirit is communicating with you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What is a spirit?
I try not to ask that any kind of question like that. What I do is
real quick before you go up and tell me what questions you do and don't answer, I have to now ask you, can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What does that I can question my beliefs? I don't get stuck in kind of a, what do they call it, like a dogma. I can be pretty open-minded.
So you don't get stuck in a dogma. You question your beliefs.
I'm a master of this stuff. Someone said this to me. I'm a master of this stuff. I'm a neurolinguistics master.
Just slow down. I don't need your qualifications. I'm asking if you have a belief in a God or God's higher power. You've said that you have a spirit that communicates with you.
No, I'm not thinking something's helping me. No, I'm thinking that the spirit is helping me, but I'm not sitting there thinking that God is watching me sin and stuff.
Right. You said a spirit is helping you, communicating with you in some way.
100%.
Okay. And I asked what a spirit is, and you said you don't question that.
Right.
So can you question that?
No, I can't question that. It's the one thing that you're not supposed to do. The one thing that's in the Bible for sure tells you the one.
Not to question what a spirit is.
What it says, do not offend the spirit. So I don't want to accidentally say any words that would be offensive to the spirit.
The spirit. So you believe in the Bible?
Not 100%. I believe in. I only believe in that it works. The part where it said Jesus' words actually work, not because of a magic God doing them, but because they are exactly what Carl Jung wrote in his analytical psychology. It's the exact same thing as analytical.
I'm sorry. Let's slow down a little bit. So now we're on Carl Jung. Went from the Bible to Carl Jung, and this is a spirit that you won't question. Did Carl Jung write that you shouldn't question what a spirit is?
I haven't read that, but he definitely does have the same sort of understanding that spirit communication is speaking to you.
Spirit communication. Well, here's the thing. We're not going to get much farther until I find out what a spirit is or what you mean when you say the word. So can you at least enlighten us what you're talking about when you say the word spirit?
Well, I could give you just a little idea. As I operate through I can control the matrix. I can give myself wealth.
Oh, I'm sorry. What matrix?
The matrix is kind of this illusion that we're existing within.
I'm sorry. You're saying we're existing within an illusion.
Yes.
And it's a matrix.
Yes.
What gives you that idea?
That's just the word kind of to give you that.
Right. So what is the matrix then?
The matrix is a system of modality bubbles, and the system of modality bubbles is coded.
Wait.
What are you saying?
Fucking kidding?
What's a modality bubble?
Yeah, I'm not like a poor person that doesn't make. I find a door and figure out how to open it.
I see. Do you? Can you tell me what you mean by a modality bubble?
A modality bubble is it's an energy that exists and it has certain codes. It has a certain coded.
I gotta be careful here. What does energy mean?
Energy is kind of like like your TV. You can turn to whatever channel that you want, what you want to see on it.
Energy is turning to a channel on a TV.
Yeah, it's similar to your TV. Your TV is an energy that you can project onto. You're projecting onto what you believe you want to see on that TV.
Wow.
Yeah, this is how it works. I control it.
So you control it?
Yeah, I control it. I do. I make it work for my benefit. I do that.
It's starting to feel like promoting unwellness, but go ahead, Toots.
It's not unwellness. People that don't want to see it, it's just doesn't call it unwell. It's something that some people can't handle because it takes them out of their own particular power process.
You can drop your condescending bullshit while Tootski figures out if he wants to ask you a question.
One, doesn't it require energy for a TV to function? And then two, is this spirit so fragile that it gets offended when you try to define it?
You'll have to unmute to answer the question now.
Yeah, yes, it's very it's not fragile. It's powerful.
And didn't Jesus tell tell the world to test everything?
No, did not see that.
Okay, you didn't? I would double check your Bible again then.
Yeah, I have the New Testament of Jesus' words pretty much memorized, so I don't see that in my mind anywhere.
Yeah, well, you probably should do
Whole
an
New
update.
Testament?
No, just Jesus' words only. They're only 12 minutes long.
The red letters.
Yeah, they're basically just 12 minutes long. It's very easy to memorize those words because they're over and over. They're written over and over again.
And nowhere in those red letters he says test everything.
No, not that I know of. I would not think that would be in there at all. But there is something in Ecclesiastics that says something similar to that. It says, "When searching but still not finding, adding one thing to another to discover the scheme of things." But that wasn't Jesus.
And you believe in this spirit. You think that this spirit guides you, but yet you cannot define this spirit.
I'm not sure that it's guiding me as much as I can talk to it through translations, through analytical translations. Such, for instance, a bat is a very bad symbol. It actually symbolizes a disappointment is going to happen. So I look at those symbols, and it's hard to understand that. Once you understand it, you can speak.
Who assigns these meanings to these symbols?
I'm not 100% sure, but my speculation, and as far back as you could go, is I call it Yoganandan dialect. It's the fracturing of speech. When humans first began to start grunting, they had a certain frequency or tone in each little syllable of the word. And when you add those together to each other, they kind of conjure up things like
Thessalonians 5:21. Sorry, test everything. Thessalonians 5:21. That's not Jesus. I agree, but it is there.
Sure, I only memorize the parts of Jesus's words. It's similar. What he does is actually like hermetics. Jesus is teaching hermetics. The people didn't understand it. They thought that God was there, and now this God is all around. And now it's God's watching them, and it grants their prayers and all this stuff. But that doesn't seem to be what Jesus was teaching. He was teaching hermetics and a little bit of Kabbalism.
So why is it that you take the words in the Bible that are claimed to be Jesus's as truth, but everything else within it is false?
Because it's not any magical thing. It's actually analytic psychology. He's teaching you about projection, the superego, the fractured superego, and he was teaching you things that analytic psychology has put into science.
I don't see how that differs from anything like Paul taught. What's the difference?
The difference then, what was the word you said?
I just don't see a difference from like what Paul taught. I think Paul taught similar teachings.
Well, here's for an example. In one of Jesus' sayings he says, if you want to remove the plank from your brother's eye, first if you want to remove the splinter from your brother, if you want to remove
You
the
have it
splinter,
memorized, though.
Well, I just said it backwards. It's a little complicated. If you want to remove the splinter from your brother's eye, first remove the plank from your own eye so that you can see clearly to remove the splinter from your brother's. And so he's saying, remove that giant piece of wood out of your eye so that you can remove the tiny piece from your brother. You have a bigger piece. That's projection. That's just projection.
So you're focusing on other people's, I don't know, ideology. I honestly
where I don't
know why
believe in other people.
I don't know why you brought that up. I'm just trying to figure out why you are cherry picking the Bible. Like,
because it's Christian. If I'm a Christian of the Bible, then you would only just worry about what Christ says. That's what's so strange. Is you go to the church and they haven't memorized Christ's word, but they worship him.
Why do you think that the words that were placed in the Bible that Jesus supposedly spoke are true? Did Jesus write them himself?
No, I don't think anything like that. I just think that they work.
Don't know how long that was like that, but yeah, now we're back.
Friends, thank you for having me, but I need to get some sleep.
Understandable. Appreciate you, Everlasting.
All right, appreciate you too.
And I hope you keep asking questions. Take care.
So take care. So I did he believe that there was a God or not?
A spirit guiding him.
And this wasn't in reference to the Holy Spirit.
Yes. But no, but yes. Where convenient. So questioning it, yes.
It's the Holy Spirit only when you question it.
To a degree.
So it just feels so all non-definitive.
There was some definitiveness there, and it was questionable. It would be difficult to pry apart without getting into really boring weeds. Or outlandish ones. Yeah. It's an interesting take. That Carl Jung somehow outlined what Jesus did in a way that simplifies it to a clinical degree.
Is that actually backed?
No, I don't know. To be honest, I don't think so, but I don't know. I know he's referenced to me in the archetypes, yeah, and universe according to him. But yeah, like I said, those become very boring weeds. The Machiavellian route would have been interesting to question, but I feel like it would have led to what might have sounded rage baity.
I almost dropped him when he made the BG comment, but I didn't. But I almost did.
I find it hard to trust somebody that defines energy as a TV.
Not to put words in his mouth, but he'd probably tell you not to trust him.
That would be good advice.
I mean, unless it benefited him for you to trust him.
Because Machiavellian.
Mm.
Makes sense.
It's a self-advantageous headspace, and
I do see. Do you have another test in our box?
was this time, if he's still there. I'm gonna guess he's not still there. But yeah, if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, we're not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I'm not interested in a shouting match. I'm really not even that interested in the elocutional exercises of your sesquipedalian vocabulary. I do want to know if you can question your beliefs, and well, then if you can, then what are those beliefs and why do you hold them? And then maybe if we can question those things, then we might be able to find out what the benefit is and what the cost is. And we may not have directly ask those questions of our previous guests. I got the answers. Did you?
Sometimes it's very clear that the cost is that you are an insufferable bastard.
I don't know.
Like, that's the cost, because it costs you the ability to have a meaningful conversation with any other human being ever, you know?
Well, I would say that insufferability and meaning are subjective experiences.
That's fine.
But there may be a consensus of subjective experiences there.
I just feel like there have been a disproportionate amount of insufferable men tonight.
Oh, I think it's just objective that men are insufferable.
Were any of the women insufferable?
Yes, and I didn't say that men were insufferable. I said that the men that came here tonight were insufferable in a disproportionate amount.
Well, I was just calling myself insufferable.
I do agree with both statements.
I was curious. I mean, while we wait, something else to talk about. I was curious on where Kat was going with believing that none of us exist. Did I say that right? Or like we don't exist at all.
Tutski, what does cat in a vat mean?
Brain in a jar.
Right.
Okay, but I was thinking that.
Right, it comes down to how you want to define existence.
I mean, if you're still a brain in a jar, if I'm a brain in a jar, regardless of what I perceive, is my existence not there though?
It's up to how you define existence.
So how would you define existence to make that claim? You don't. I'm not trying to question you. I don't know. I don't know how existence affects being a brain in a jar, or like, I guess me saying that I'm a brain in a jar could just infer that everything is a brain in a jar, or that I'm just making it all up. But because we all have different experiences, I think that would show all would have to be a brain in a jar. Like, I can't make up the experiences that you have experienced, so it can't be in my mind.
What if you are a product of another thing's consciousness and you're completely contingent on that consciousness?
Oh, okay. So, like, hypothetically, God thought up everything, and like the universe is just a thought in God's mind, and none of it actually exists. Within, how do you give God's mind?
Do people in your dreams do things without you telling them to do things?
I guess. Well, technically no, because it's all subconscious.
Right, but like, do you like? But they have agency. It appears they have agency at least.
It appears they have agency. It does, yes, they can appear to have agency. However, I can just whisk them away when I want them to go away. I can't whisk the cookies away.
Who says?
Well, I'm trying right now. It's not working.
Well, because you're not the god, but like, if you were God, you could.
If I was God, I could.
Your inability to do so verifies that you are an NPC.
So, wouldn't that infer that God is thinking about somebody who's having a dream who has agency over that dream?
Why can't God just
Like,
be the person
you.
having the dream?
Well, I mean, yes, it would just be that person having the dream. However, if you are in God's mind, then ultimately He's having the dream.
Right, that's what I was saying. Why is God the person having the dream?
You're getting him right past the jar and making him an idealist.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just asking questions.
You're just hurling brains and vats and.
Yeah, I'm just like hurling things in Tutski's direction and seeing where he goes with it. This is not this exercise is not for me. It's for him. I've thought about this many times.
If you guys hear your GPS, I'm sorry. Okay. So, even though it appears that you have agency, Thrayle has agency, I have agency, you're saying it's an illusion that we have agency, because it's all in God's mind.
Sure.
Or whatever's mind. Oh my god, I can't, I keep losing my train of thought because of the cookie.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, you're fine.
That just means they're working. And then you left.
Okay. I have to backtrack because I lost it. We think we have agency even though we're in God's mind. You can tell me your experiences. My dreams, the people in my dreams cannot tell me their experiences. They only can tell me what I've already experienced.
How do you know that?
Because they're my dreams, right? My dreams cannot tell me a new experience. Like, they can't tell me what it's like to, say, live on the surface of the sun or live on another planet. They can only tell me experiences from, let's say, living on Earth, right?
Have you asked them?
Huh?
Have you asked?
No, I'm just, it's inferred because it's in my mind.
I'm just asking if you've asked them.
Like, they could tell me an experience and say, this is what it's like on the sun. But that's just my mind telling me this is what I think it would be like living on the sun. Um,
So who says that's not what's happening?
who says what's not happening?
Well, there would be no way to know what the being who is dreaming this, what like experiences it had had and what it hadn't. So how can we say that it hasn't had all these experiences?
Yeah, okay, so that would be definitive on which God is it that we would be talking about, or what create. Yeah, it would be definitive on what God. If it was like just a brain in a jar, I don't know. Making it very amoral, a neutral brain in a jar. I definitely don't have a good response to that.
I've just been making this up as we go along. Yeah, I've just been making this up as we go along.
Oh, so leave the jar open in case he wants to get back out.
Well, it's just every time he asks a question, I've come up with a really good answer.
You mean the brain in the jar came up with a really good answer?
So, well, you know, whoever. That's fine.
Do you believe you have agency, Kat?
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't know if you have agency? It
Then
doesn't
I
matter
don't
to
really
you?
care. Yeah, no, I don't care. My experience doesn't change either way, so why should I give a shit?
Because we might be wrong, you might be wrong, everyone might be wrong.
Well, hang on. If the experience doesn't change either way, what matters is being wrong.
Yeah.
And say it's productive. Right? So if you are, or if thing.
I don't know what
Yes,
you just
Kat,
said.
that's what it sounds like.
What?
Yeah, I believe that.
The Wi-Fi hit Florida.
Oh no.
The oh no was clear though.
That was funny.
Is it clear right now?
Nothing, dear.
There you go. I think you're there, Tootski.
Cool.
So what were you saying when the Wi-Fi attacked?
Oh, I was saying we could just put it all aside and call it aproductive. Kat says that agency and all that doesn't matter. Right? I think things like agency give us clues or insight to things like free will or
See, I don't care about
determinism.
that. I don't care about that, though.
What do those give us insight into?
What?
Free will and determinism.
Oh, yeah. For me, at least, it gives me insight into the universe. It gives me insight into the way things work, how things relate. All these things all these things take effect within things like determinism or free will.
Right, but
How
like,
we
here's the
interact with each
thing.
other.
This is an unknowable thing, so how could it possibly give you insight if you can't know?
The brain in the jar is an unknowable thing. I don't think the brain in the jar gives me insight. I
I
think,
don't think it gives me insight either. I think it's a fun thought experiment.
yeah, but I do think that questioning things like agency do give me insight, especially with like how people interact with each other.
Will understanding whether or not you have free will help you to relate to others?
Yeah, mainly so I can understand other people's perspectives.
Do you think that it would
On free will.
alter your behaviors?
If I knew I had like free will, yeah, a little bit actually, probably. I'd probably be a lot harder on myself if I knew I had free will. Like I could make myself not be neuro neurospicy. Could change the way I respond and treat myself or others.
Does determinism absolve you of some of those responsibilities?
In a way, yeah, it does. It helps me not be as hard on myself. It gives me more room to be forgiving to myself, uh, and and it gives me a purpose to live with these. I would call bumps in the road, like my short-term memory.
It allows you to excuse missteps and mistakes.
Sure. In a way, like as long as I'm there to acknowledge, yes, this is something that I made a mistake on, but you know, based off of what I've done in the, my experiences in the past and who I am, being say neurospicy, um, it gives me an explanation or understanding of myself to correct mistakes and stuff.
If you don't have free will, how can you correct the mistakes?
Because it would be within me. It would be within my nature to want to correct it. Like not everybody's going to want to correct it. That's just something that I would want to do. And if I have the drive to do that, then it's determined for me to make that change.
And if you falter in making the change, does determinism give you an excuse?
If I falter, it, again, it doesn't really give me an excuse so much as, well, I did say kind of, but it gives me a better understanding of of the situation to adjust for um, um, variables that cause me to make mistakes.
Really quick, I'm gonna make sure and thank Gabby, Shell, Z-Witch, 96, and Fairy Dust for helping with that goal. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Do you feel that what choice you make, what wants you have, what intentions you enact, that those are in any way comparable to free will, even within a determinate model?
Thinking about it, is it comparable? The choices that I enact, are they comparable? What was the last part of it?
Is it comparable to free will, even within your deterministic model?
Is it comparable to free will?
Limited choice, exercise of intention.
Like, you mean comparable?
Yeah.
Um, in the way I define free will, the way I've seen the definition of free will, um, no, with free will, if I wanted to not have like short-term memory, then I'll will myself to not have short-term memory. Within like a deterministic model, I would be like, oh no, I have short-term memory. I have to compensate for that. I have to live with that.
Is that compensation in any way comparable to free will?
No, free will won't, like with free will, you don't have to compensate. You just change it. Like you don't compensate the variables around like short-term memory.
Would you use another phrase then instead of free will, like limited choice or something similar?
So like take free will out of the equation and use something similar. So like somewhere in between determinism and free will. I wouldn't. I think it. I would feel like it would be one or the other. I don't think there would be.
You feel like even those limitations that you put on yourself, those intentions that you enact, the seeming choices that you make, everything is determined.
Oh, yeah. Even though I don't know what's like what's gonna happen when the next domino falls. Um, yeah. Oh, okay, bye, cat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by cat leaving. I got in my head for a second.
Don't get all in your head. She's still here.
What was the last thing you said?
I was I was asking you if you would use a different word, if there was something else you would call it, the choices that you make, the seeming things, the seeming decisions that you enact. Is that is that all determined within your understanding?
You
I
want
see.
to correct a behavior because you assume that that
Oh,
behavior is determined. Is that wanting to correct? Is that determined?
yeah, I would think so.
So every layer within the model is determined by the things that precede it.
Yes, yeah.
That's
Are
the
people?
case, though. Well, I just wanted to say, if that's the case, if every layer is determined, um, I'm not about to totally sandwich you, but if every layer is determined, then what are you actually accomplishing by understanding that? Doesn't that give even the excuses?
Um, I would say maybe not so much for me. It 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 helps me like understand other people. Um,
Mm-hmm.
it helps like it gives me room not just forgiving to myself, but it can also give me room to be say forgiving to others. Like some
Could you not
people
be
literally
forgiving
can't help
to
it.
others without having a preset framework of either determinism or free will?
I feel like when people make bad decisions that affect others, um, we all ultimately come to this discussion of free will or determinism. At least my mind always goes back to it. Um,
Hmm.
because like you're driving on a road, somebody cuts you off, and you're like, why are people so shitty, right? Um, something like with determinism, it allows me to be like, well, there could be factors involved that ultimately made them make that shitty decision that they never might have considered.
Do you
While with
think
like
that
free will,
requires a deterministic framework in order to understand that people are going through things?
um, it doesn't. No, not necessarily. A deterministic framework will allow me to understand that those factors that affect people um, can't be helped. While with free will, you can just ignore those factors and make the choice yourself.
Hmm. You think that assuming other people had free will, that you would assume that they've ignored all factors and just made choices to offend or to cut you off in traffic?
Um, Not me specifically, but they made choices to just be an asshole, yeah,
Hmm.
because they wanted to, because that was what and this is why I find it to be, um,
Useful for you.
yeah.
Because
Well,
for you, without the deterministic factors, the things that lead to those outcomes of their actions, you would be less forgiving and say, well, they're just being an asshole.
yeah, essentially.
Hmm. I wonder. I wonder if that requires a full um, black or white to achieve that. I wonder if the um, the idea of determinism versus free will isn't a kind of dogma in itself, that it must be one or the other.
Um, so you come across like a moral dilemma when you try to find something in the middle. Um, when you have something like free will, now you have, I guess you call like moral obligation, while something like with determinism makes morality, or the things that we consider to be morality, amoral. Um, is the gray zone, really. Like, even though there are people out there that just keep making, say, like, bad decision after bad decision that harms others, there are other people out there that can be variables in those people's lives to make that change. And I think that, like, let's say people like you who help people critically think, um, you are a variable in people's lives to give them a deterministic outcome, um, to to start thinking critically, to start questioning their own beliefs. Right? Without that variable, they don't have the free will to make that choice. Right? I mean, there could be somebody else that you know gives them that ability to question, but I'm just using you for a specific example.
I'm not hearing the moral dilemma.
Oh, yeah. Let me think about that for a second.
The moral dilemma of, well, you didn't even say compatibilism, you just said any free will at all. Is that based on your definition of free will?
Is what my definition of free will?
The idea that there would be a moral dilemma, is that based on your definition of free will?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Which would be a full freedom to do absent any priors.
Yeah, so like with free will, if people have free will, then that would make them say like the that would make them like the authors of their own choices. So that would give them moral responsibility for their actions. Um, with something like determinism, there isn't really a genuine choice. The choice, the feeling of making a choice would be an illusion, and our actions are predetermined by like prior factors.
Do you think that laws should be made in accordance with determinism rather than free will?
I think they might make more sense. Like,
So
let's say,
what actions would we actually be holding accountable, and in what way?
so like if there was, let's say we have sea turtles. I know this sounds like way out of left field. I'm just trying to give an example. Um, so in Florida, we have like sea turtles in that lay eggs on the beach, and there's a law that we can't be out on the beach at night because that's when the sea turtles come, right? Um, those laws help us mitigate um, help mitigate making choices that we might make if we were on that beach. Within a deterministic framework. I think laws already compensate for a deterministic framework. I just think that there are some laws that don't.
How is the law accounting for a deterministic framework? I'm not following.
That sign itself is enough of a factor to persuade people not to make decisions that they might ultimately make if those laws weren't there.
Decisions.
Yeah.
So they're making decisions.
Yes. Yeah, they are. The difference with free will or I'm sorry, the way it would work within determinism would be like, a prior factor leads to the result of the current state. So if there was no sign there, if there was no prior factor, they might have impulsive nature to say like touch sea turtle eggs. But
does anyone still do that?
I don't know.
You don't know if anyone disobeys the signs.
I'm sure there probably are.
Are they determined to do that?
To ignore the signs, yeah, they would be.
Based on their priors.
Based off their priors. And not just priors, but current state of mind as well. Like let's say you're inebriated. You might make a different decision than what you would make sober.
Different decision.
Yeah, like ignore the sign, ignore the law.
Does the sign, by its very existence, imply that people have the will to obey or disobey?
Say that again.
Does the sign, by its very existence, imply that people have the will to obey or disobey?
That people have the will to obey or disobey. Yes.
So then, doesn't it seem more like laws are structured around the idea that we do have some will, some choice?
Yeah, I think that we have will and choice. I just don't think that we are able to cut ties with those choices completely if wanted to. Like,
I know you think you're a hard determinist, Tutski, but I think you might be a little more compatible than you think.
also,
Because we're making all these choices and these decisions. I think it's in the definition of free will and the idea that there's an application of libertarian free will in anything implying anything that isn't hard determinism.
are you saying that because I said that signs imply people have choice?
Not just because of that, no. Pick up a whole lot from the conversation. I wonder if you don't recognize more choice than you want to.
I mean, I don't. I have a hard time understanding what you're saying because the way I view things is that people make choices based off prior factors.
Right.
I don't think that they would make a different choice if you repeated like, say, a certain scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So I see choice more as an illusion. If somebody's going to ignore a sign or ignore a law, then I see them as determined to ignore that law.
Do you see an illusion of choice?
Yes. I find choice to be an illusion.
If choice is an illusion, then what is the function of punitive recourse for your actions?
It would be they would be maybe not necessarily to change the actions of said person who made bad choices, but maybe as an example to deter people from making those choices. So, like, if a sign isn't enough, maybe seeing somebody punished for ignoring the sign will be enough for others.
Is only justified as an example, but not justified in actually punishing the guilty party.
Yeah, I don't find punishment to be a great way to change somebody's, like, the person directly being punished. I don't find punishment to be a great way to change somebody's actions. Um, Only as like a passive example will it maybe persuade people not to make those decisions.
So punishment is only effective for an audience.
Correct.
It's performative.
It is performative. I find punishment to be brutish, in my opinion. I don't think that is effective, or I don't think it's necessary. It might be effective to a degree, but it's certainly not necessary. We can punish people, say, for believing in God and just shit on them, or we can say have them question, be more passive with it, so that they can come to that decision themselves. Themselves. Yeah.
I'm running out of questions for you, Dudesky.
I did see a non-Red Skull.
No.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, we've already been down that road. Well, I don't know. He might make you question your understanding of free will with the absolute random, prompted things that might come out of his mouth. Here, we'll give him a moment and you'll find out. Hey, Anon. Are you with us, or did you fall asleep waiting? Probably for the best. Maybe next time. But if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well, only you and your free will to press the button and request on up could save Tutski from the determined fate of being questioned.
Save me.
You're not going to call out the use of fate with determinism.
I didn't even catch it.
I'm sneaky like that.
I think that fate and determinism are compatible. If you were trying to use it ironically.
I was using it ironically. Do you believe in fate?
In a sense, a deterministic outcome is, I would consider to be fate. Like a baby's in. Sorry.
Is it fate?
I mean, I've never really defined fate, so.
I rustled the proper feathers, but on the wrong determinant as something to.
Oh, okay. So I just like looked up the
It is
definition.
very different.
Yeah.
It's what a lot of people who don't subscribe to determinism hear when you talk about it. Not you specifically, but when others talk about it, they hear fatalism. You're saying determinism, and that's why even you kind of catching that conflation or missing that conflation can call some questions into why it is that determinism matters to you. Is there some remnant of Christian fatalism running through your atheist veins?
Well, with how I am now reading fate to be, I don't think that there is any kind of supernatural entity that affects the determined outcome. I just consider the determined outcome to be fate.
Colloquially.
Yeah, colloquially.
We do have a new guest. Enrique, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the natural sense of like, I'm not baptized in anything, but like, I do not believe in abortion. I do not believe in killing each other. I do not believe in stopping.
Did you hear the question I did ask, though?
Yes, that's true.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do believe in higher power.
What do you mean by higher power?
The higher power is that what is distinguished between us, and we have no free will.
I'm sorry, I just asked what is.
It's really nothing, but.
So you don't believe in a higher power? Hey, Enrique, let me ask you another quick question. Are you drunk right now?
Yes, I have been. But also, your first question.
I find, Enrique, that these conversations go a lot smoother when you're not completely inebriated. So maybe try again later, and who knows, we might have more questions for you. In the meantime, though, Silulami, or is it Sil? Yeah, Silulami, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Did I pronounce it wrong? Silulami. Are you with us?
Hello. Yes, I'm with
Did you mean to request up?
No, I don't have a request.
Oh, okay. Well then, if you didn't mean to request, I don't know how you ended up on the panel. And moving forward, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to
debate you, argue with you, or tear you down. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what are those beliefs? Hello, CJR. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
Yes. So I think I've spent a lot of time questioning this and trying to figure out what I believe, and I'm definitely open to still questioning it. I guess to me it is the source of all.
What does that mean to you, source of all?
I guess everything that we know, or that we feel we know, or that we perceive as reality or as existence, there would be, I believe that there is a source of all of that, like the great projector of it all.
Why?
Why? I believe this because there is so much to for us at all times to perceive and to experience, and I guess I just believe that I'm not the sole creator of it all, therefore, and at times I feel divinely guided. I do believe in free will, but I do feel
Divinely guided.
excuse me.
What does divinely guided mean?
To me, so I guess divinely would, sync up more with, the belief in God. If you weren't putting it in like a God greater than just myself, where maybe I'm using my free will to make choices and moves in life, but something else intervenes to lead me to a greater understanding of things in that moment.
So when you say something greater than yourself, do you mean like a volcano or like a supernatural being or
More of a frequency or a plane or a realm that you can kind of function in, where you are protected, there is an unconditional love there, you have the room to move around and have these experiences and to make these mistakes, but you still get to exist and you still get to grow and learn from it. Does that answer your question?
Thrayle? I think you have a question. Or were you?
If Thrayle doesn't, I do.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go, Titsky.
I mean, we know the question. We know the question.
I'm just gonna let you ask it.
No, ask me. I want to know. I'm curious.
Titsky, you're up. Go for it.
Oh, I don't know if the
You
Thrayle's
don't know the question?
No, that was definitely not my question.
So I don't know if you're looking for like, I'm not the best at like memorizing all the most perfect, definitions of everything, whatever, but frequency.
That's fine.
Thanks. Frequency, I would think, is a level where things are resonating or almost magnetized to that same level. And you're kind of on that plane, on that frequency where, you can have higher and lower frequencies happening. For instance, let's say, alcohol, like being drunk and like maybe being on a lower frequency, you're going to attract other, things into your life. You'll notice more things being magnetized to you during that moment than you would existing in like a super sober state, maybe meditating, where you're attracting higher frequency things into your life and you're noticing, more positive things.
Yeah, you mentioned something about unconditional love,
Yeah.
and um, I'm guessing that is a necessary condition for this being to exist.
Um, I I feel that it is a part of it. I don't know if it's necessary as much as, in my belief, it just is. It just exists. It's just there. That unconditional love is there, and you can tap into it anytime you need to. It doesn't mean that everything's going to go perfectly for you, but it means no matter what you're going through, no matter what you are experiencing, it's there for you to embrace and to feel and use it as a jumping point to heal or grow or change your situation.
Yeah. So I'm unfamiliar with. I do know that unconditional love is taught in Christianity, or at least the idea of it, right?
Yeah.
Is that where you are getting this from?
Um, I would say that I definitely grew up with Christian background, and most of my beliefs probably sync up to some extent with Christian background. I'm not extremely into religion, or my family was kind of very religious, and I always felt like I wasn't quite Christian enough, but for them or whatever. But I had to separate myself from like what I thought everybody else's idea of God is, and what they, maybe the Bible or the church or the religious beliefs, in order to find my own. And I have always found this source of unconditional love. So maybe that could be just the Christian nurturing I grew up with, conditioning a bit, but that.
He's got a follow-up question, but real quick before he does that, I gotta thank 7 Lemons, Gabby, Freya, and 96 for helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you so much.
Yeah, I find the idea of unconditional love fascinating. What do you view? What does unconditional love look like to you?
So I think it's pretty rare to find that with humans, even sometimes, between mother and child, or even, husband and wife. I think unconditional love is something maybe more powerful than what most humans can offer each other. It, to me, is a space where you are allowed to go through any darkness, any mistakes, any doubts, any growths. There's no jealousy, there's no truly wholly be. By holy I mean WHOLLY, like fully be your true self, in ways that you really can't be with other people, and you can explore those inner scapes of yourself where safely, because this source still does love you and accept you and is willing, to basically be there with you through it all.
And you don't specifically believe in the Christian God.
I won't say that I don't. I would say I get hung up on the idea of God because I feel like there's so many people's ideas being projected onto us of what God is and what they think God is supposed to be. God, I would say the universe or source or whatever, but I could explain to you how I came to the conclusion, but it's a little bit of a story, and it could be a little bit sad. I don't know if this is a place for that or whatever. if you wanted to stick with questions.
I mean, that's up to Thrayle. I'm just really curious on like what your thoughts are on how, like, let's say the Christian God to be unconditionally loving yet only allows people who believe in him, this is a specific condition, to continue, who doesn't believe this God exists will ultimately be punished forever.
Yeah, so like stuff like that I do have a hard time grappling with because obviously I don't know the answer. But I feel like maybe the punishment and all the like doom of, God or hell, it gets kind of put on people by other people. And it's kind of a social construct by man over time. Um, Somewhere in my heart, I feel like as you're dying, God reveals itself to you in a way where you have no doubt of the unconditional love that is wrapping itself around you and taking you from your suffering. And I think in that moment, we all know that we're saved in some way and that we're
Sounds
okay.
to me like your framework for God is the Christian God because that is what you have been like exposed
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Um, but the God you believe in isn't necessarily the Christian God. Is that?
Um, I think what it is I still have some doubts of what people have said that God is. And it's led me to be hesitant to just agree to what anybody says about God because I don't really know what they think and what they're projecting onto God.
Do you have an ideation of what God is that you're thinking and projecting onto it?
I think
Is
we
it
all
possible? Is it possible that yours is just a comforting framework that you, as I said, project?
Yes. Yes, it definitely is. Because that is what I use my belief in God for, is definitely a comforting, reassurance. I don't, I can't deny that.
This has been centered a lot around the idea of something loving you unconditionally and being able to have a space and a thing, a presence where you can be. Is this like what is essential in this belief to you? Like, is this what, like, could you have this belief without that?
Um, if I believed that it was not a source of unconditional love,
Yeah, like, would you have it if it wasn't that? Would you
so
have this belief if it wasn't that?
well, and that's what actually helped me agree to within myself that I did have the belief was this feeling of unconditional. So it is very foundational of my belief. But before that, I did believe there was a God, but I didn't. I was hesitant of, like you said, the punishment and all of this shame of not being enough for God and everything. And I just don't think that that's what personally. I just don't think that's what God is.
That's fair. Um, Outside of this like unconditionally loving space and like presence that you get from it, do you get anything else from this belief? Like, is
I
this benefiting you in any other way?
Sure. I guess it benefits me in the way that I feel like I can have a little bit more space in life to just do and learn and test my, thoughts and theories and abilities and everything because it's not such a I'm not so afraid that like I'm gonna make some detrimental mistake and damn my soul to hell forever, because I feel like I do have this unconditional love and this space to be able to live my life and make those mistakes.
Why do you need that reassurance to feel like you are not going to accidentally damn your soul to hell or what have you?
Why do I feel like that?
Yeah, like why do you need the reassurance of believing that there is this unconditionally loving God that you know that you're not going to be
Sure.
damned, eternal damnation and all that good stuff?
Yeah, so well, partly, it is just being raised to be in fear of, God or the church or religion or, basically punishment or the devil, hell, and so on and so forth. Um, so it's hold on, my voice is echoing. Hold on. David, can you close the door or turn that off because it's echoing? Sorry about that. I think some of it does come from, being, nurtured into having those beliefs and then looking for an out and a way to kind of reconcile that and trying to find the positive in it. But it's not so much that I just have like some need to hold on to these beliefs as much as I feel them very much. I see them in my life. I've experienced them in ways whenever I have doubts and I try to like really seek out answers. They find their way to me, and that's what forms, my belief. I'm not one to really push my beliefs too hard on anybody, but I definitely like to discuss.
Sorry, it's raining really hard and I didn't want it to be distracting. Uh, that do your beliefs continue to evolve over time?
Do I believe that humans evolved?
No, sorry. Do your beliefs continue to evolve over time?
Oh, I would say up until this point, I'm 40. Yeah, they have continued to evolve through experiences and testing my beliefs and being open to doubt and question and discuss and
Are you
experience.
still open to them evolving?
I am. I would say I had a couple of experiences in my like later 30s, where I was very much seeking some sort of like solid ground of where do my beliefs lie. I felt like at this point in life, at this age, I should have like this foundation of beliefs, that I felt at the moment was still lacking. And I feel like I had several experiences that did sort of solidify my beliefs a lot more than they had been at this point in life. But I still find myself very curious and open to, and I still have gaps in my beliefs that I'm still looking to fill, but am also accepting that there may just be gaps in life, and that's okay
Can
too.
you give me an example of a gap that you have in your belief?
Yeah, let's see. The gaps for me, I guess, are just like my doubts. Like when I doubt or I have what ifs, like what if I'm wrong and what if this is not real, or what if my
What if you are
imagine
wrong?
what if I am wrong? I would feel a little bit we have this source of unconditional love that is there for all of us, because to me that is probably the safest, most well-intentioned, thing that could exist for all of us, and I think that that's what I hope for. So if I'm completely wrong, I think I'd be a little bit sad if we just die and we're nothing. and we just cease to have any consciousness or existence whatsoever. I feel like that's a little sad for me just because maybe it's my imagination, but when I have loved ones passed, I do feel that there are moments that they reach out or send me reassurance or some sort of sign. I
You
think
seem
that,
pretty reasonable. Have you considered that all of these things could be like a confirmation bias or just like you
yeah,
finding comfort in things?
yeah, totally. And I worry about that actually. Like, am I just bullshitting myself? I don't know if it's okay to cuss, but am I just
It's fine.
BSing myself, or, am I just being like finding like what I think is the most ideal situation and just choosing to believe that that's true? But
Do
that,
you think that there's anything wrong with believing something simply because it brings you comfort?
anything wrong with it? I think that if you settle too hard into your beliefs, no matter what, it probably blocks you from growth. I don't know if it's wrong as much as a blockage. Does that make sense?
So, yes, it does. So, um, if you have a belief that is flexible and it is something that maybe isn't true, but it brings you comfort,
Yeah.
does it matter if it's true or not? As long as you're open and flexible and
Well, then my mind goes straight to the, well, if it's not harming anybody, and if it's maybe even benefiting yourself or others, excuse me, then how could it be wrong?
yeah,
How
I
could it be
agree.
like that big of a mistake to make?
So does it matter if it's true?
Um, I guess not.
Does the God need to exist to be meaningful?
For life to be meaningful, or for like my
No, for the God to be meaningful.
um no, not really. If it didn't exist, but we all are just not we all, but lots of us are imagining that it exists, and we're using it to try to have a better life or make better choices or whatever, I guess it has meaning all on its own, even if it's just some ideal that we created.
Exactly. I don't have any more questions, so.
I think you both did great.
Yeah, I guess I'm not like the most argumentative because I am very
We don't
open.
argue here, so that's perfect.
That's why you both did great.
Yeah.
CJR,
Yes.
you accept, you admit that your beliefs are mostly based on the comfort they bring.
Yeah. Yeah,
It sounds. Oh, go ahead.
well, because I went through the turmoil and the struggle, and I dwelled there for a long time trying to find what I believed in and what would help me and what would bring me comfort or peace. And when I found those things that did, it felt as if God was with me and showing me, the light and everything. So, yeah, my beliefs definitely tie pretty deeply into what brings, comfort.
You leave room for the possibility that these beliefs could be nothing more than that comfort.
I do leave room for that. I I I do. I try not, like, I almost feel like I shouldn't, like I should have a stronger faith in them or something, but I don't know if that's just the pressure of being raised to be, you know, you're supposed to be more Christian or more Christ-like or more religious, like.
If you were to wake up tomorrow and discover that the Bible and everything about it was wrong somehow, would that alter your faith in a God that
No.
is there?
No, it wouldn't, because I feel like I would kind of laugh because it's been handed down through the hands of so many humans, that I just feel like it could be heavily, heavily manipulated. If I could have, if I could know the truth of what is real, is the Bible real, what parts of the Bible is actually real, like to me, that would be really cathartic. It's hard for me to have blind faith, and I think I was raised where I was supposed to have blind faith and not question it, not even voice if I have doubts, really.
But it wouldn't affect your belief in a God of unconditional love.
It wouldn't know if the Bible was fake or, completely man-made. It wouldn't affect my belief in God at all, because it's personal experiences that I had without a Bible even near me or in mind whenever I formed those beliefs. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Would would you be able to find some other source of comfort if you were to find that there was good reason to believe that the God you do believe in doesn't exist?
I think personally, like I said, I think that would be kind of a sad realization for me. But in the same sense, I would try to have an optimistic outlook on it. Like, well, I'm thankful for all of those, amazing thoughts and feelings that it did inspire in me while I believed in it. And I guess there is some relief in the same sense of knowing it's maybe it's much more simple than we thought, and maybe if we do die and it's nothing, well, what a great experience, we get to have for a little while. But I think there's times in my life where I maybe wouldn't have looked at it like that, and I would have been a lot more scared and felt more negative about it. But I try to find balance and try to find the optimistic outlook when I can. I kind of feel like maybe, going to heaven, or if you make mistakes, you just get sent to hell and you're banished to hell. I don't believe in that. I kind of think, and I also don't believe like heaven is like this fluffy cloud land that we go to and we're just, living it up completely. I think while we exist, I think water is sort of like the conductor for like spirit to move through physical matter. And that's why, we're made up of water. Our planet or our realm, it has to have so much water to exist. Without water, we turn to dust and we see this in physical realm. So existence is being like your own little droplet of water, but dying, or maybe the idea of heaven, is when that drop of water falls into, the ocean. And you don't cease to exist, you just transform into the all, like the source.
It sounds poetic, but isn't that drop diluted by the all? Doesn't it just become part of that?
It is, and that's part of letting go of that identity or individual, ego, or that thought that you were the main character.
So then, when you go back and become a drop in this poetic ocean, is that even you anymore?
It's
Is that really any different than ceasing to exist?
I don't think it's different than ceasing to exist because you do still exist in there somehow. You're just connected to something much bigger. Someone described it like, you know, the finger on a hand. You know, the finger still exists, but it's not the whole. You know, your whole body is still there. The whole body is there, but the finger is still the finger. Does that make sense?
Isn't that just what we call it, though? It's part of the body. It's
Yeah.
only individuated by us
Yes.
making the distinction.
Yes.
So then if there's nothing making the distinction and we're all just part of it, is there any real us?
I think that there is because when, you know, if my theory is, you know, correct or whatever, but you're still there, you know, the whatever it was that made you up, your drop, it still exists. It's just no longer an individual drop. It's just part of it all.
Mm-hmm. And that brings you comfort.
That is a little bit tricky as far as being comfortable for me. I guess I like the idea of it because I guess it does bring me comfort because it makes me feel like those that I have lost still exist in this realm. And their energy or their...
Is the comfort really the crux of it?
Very possibly.
If it ceased to bring you comfort, if instead it gave you anxiety, do you think you would still want to believe it?
I think there's moments where it's given me anxiety of like letting go of myself and like all I know myself to be and like releasing that control over like who I am and what I want my heaven to look like, things like that. But I guess I would still believe it. You know, whether it's making me anxious or comfortable.
Mm-hmm. I am curious, just based on your response. I normally don't ask this of believers because it's too on the nose. But what do you think might convince you that your God does not exist?
Sure. I think if I found out that of existence at all for you after you died, if you really just black out and that's it, that's the end, you know, there's no connection to anything greater or more, I think that I would believe, okay, well, you know, there's not a God. We just have this moment, maybe due to scientific factors that, you know, all happened at once. But in my heart, I just don't even feel like that's even real. Like to me, I have this reassurance, and I can't push it on anybody because I can't really put it into words. But
right, you have this reassurance. I had a brilliant question a moment ago, and it escaped me as soon as I.
that's okay. Have you guys ever read the short story by Andy Weir called The Egg? Yeah, I was wondering, like, some things you guys were talking about earlier. I was curious. Like, I don't know if you're a believer or not.
I like the mystery. I have read the story.
We do talk about that a lot here, though.
I have read the story. I've even read it on the live before. It is a fascinating story. I don't think. I think when you hear about what Andy Weir was trying to do, it changes the perspective a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know about it.
The idea was to come up with an afterlife that was the least objectionable that he could imagine.
Yeah. I don't know that I fully believe that that's. I don't know that I've ever fully accepted that that was what is happening.
I don't think he intended anyone to ever accept that. I'm pretty sure it surprised him that people started this whole the egg theory movement that followed.
The only way that I kind of connect it to my beliefs loosely would be, you know, that thought that once we join, you know, like if our drop falls into the hole, the full ocean or whatever, that, you know, then we do sort of collectively experience things in some way where we're connected to other people's experiences, and maybe that's why the love thy neighbor is such a prominent, you know, phrase in Christianity.
Do you notice the sort of theme between trying to find the least objectionable idea of an afterlife and believing in the things you do out of the comfort that it brings?
Mm-hmm.
I know Kat asked you a similar question, and I think I know the answer, but I am curious if I ask it point blank. Does it matter to you if this is true or not?
Yeah, it matters to me just because I don't want to like base my life in false beliefs, but I do feel like there's never a way of anyone proving whether it's real or not. We don't, I feel like we don't know until it's our time.
Go ahead, Kat.
How did you know? Oh, I guess because you could hear the frogs. Well, okay,
Are you
So,
talking about Universal's frog theory?
no, I'm talking about the literal frogs in that like live
She was
here.
wondering how I knew she was ready to
My
say
invasive frogs. Those invasive frogs that indicate that I might have VD. God, that was awful. Anyway,
Universal's actually my fiance. We've been together for about 14 years, and he's got some very strong beliefs, and at times can be difficult to live with.
Well, I am not. I'm just saying. That was not the best way to give an example. Anyway, what I was gonna ask was, so it's really interesting to me, and this happens often. Like Thrayle and I will ask somebody, or whoever, and but like we'll ask somebody the same question just in two different ways, and we'll get two different answers. And this is what just happened.
Okay.
And it's not a bad thing, and it's not like you're like, I don't think you're intentionally like, you know, being, but I think it's just when framed a certain way, you'll have a certain response, right? And so,
but isn't that
it matters to you if it's true, because it matters to you that the afterlife turns out in the way that you hope it does. It doesn't matter that it's true in the way that whether or not it's true, it's not going to change how you live your life.
Yeah, pretty kind of, yeah. I mean, it matters that it's true in the way that in the big like end game of things, that I hope that I have not just lived like under just completely false beliefs. But it also, in the same sense, doesn't really matter if it's true because I can't prove it, and I am doing my best to use it to have my best life and to also not cause any harm to anyone else. So I guess in the way that you look, I mean, things are
It's all
paradoxical.
about how you frame it. Yeah, that's about how you frame the question. Also, that makes sense of why I was echoing earlier. I was wondering about that. I was so confused.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, he's in the room.
I was like, what is going on? Is the person that she's with listening to us? Like, what? That makes so much more sense. Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I don't know if I have many. This is really interesting to me, though, and I'm going to think about this a lot.
Yeah, I think if you frame questions differently, there's it probably going to have the same answer or some form of like basically the same point made. But
You'd be surprised at how the framing of a question
Well,
can shake someone's intended,
yeah,
the things they intend to hold to.
yeah.
And then you reframe
and
the question,
Thrayle,
and sometimes it just absolutely shifts.
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that those framings and then those answers are pretty consistent.
Yes.
Like it matters if it's true for the afterlife, but it doesn't matter if it's true in the way that it won't change the way in which they live their lives. I think that's a pretty consistent thing that I'm just now kind of like realizing, and I think that's interesting.
It could be maybe because people just want to settle in to the fact that they think that they're right and they're making their best choices to the best of their ability. So they have to somehow reason with the fact that we don't know for sure anything. So we just accept that we're most likely trying to just do the right thing.
I think that it is an issue of non-existence. I think it matters if it's true because people don't like the idea that they won't exist.
So you think, oh yeah, because you guys did mention that you kind of feel like maybe no one exists. Do you think that maybe?
Well, cat in a vat is
Yeah,
a
it's
bit of a solipsist.
yeah, I have a tendency towards solipsistic behavior. And thinking. Not really behavior, just thinking. Yeah, I think it's a really fun idea that nothing exists in the way that we perceive it. That is very interesting to me. Um, but I, I think that something else I've noticed is that people have a hard time with the idea that when you unalive, that's it, and you no longer exist. Um, and so I think that's why it matters if it's true in the like as far as an afterlife goes, and not necessarily for everybody. I'm just like kind of generalizing here from things I've noticed. But their core values are not going to change whether or not it's true during their earthly existence. So that's why it doesn't matter if it's true as far as that goes.
Real quick, I'm going to jump in here and thank McKenna96 for helping with the last goal. Also, CJR, I appreciate you answering the questions openly and honestly and going on a journey with us.
Sure.
I really do. Thank you.
Yep,
I hope
thank you.
maybe another time you'll come back, and who knows,
Sure.
maybe when we have more questions, you might have different answers.
Yep.
But,
Yep. Have a good
until
day.
then,
Yeah,
keep asking
you've
questions.
been fantastic because you've got my brain going, and that's what I love.
Good.
You did a great job, though. Also,
Thank you. This is my first time ever getting on a live, so thanks for making it easy.
I hope all your experiences go this easy. Thank you, CJ.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
that's so funny. Sometimes people come up here and it's the first time they get on live, and they think it's the hardest thing ever.
We might be spoiling them. Some of them.
I think we are spoiling some of them. Don't go get on other lives, CJ. You're gonna be so sadly disappointed.
Oh, I guess that one didn't mean to request up. Well, I guess now we have an empty queue again. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to burgle your god or tear you apart or make you look like a fool. Although you might do that on your own. We're just here to ask if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what are those beliefs? And why do you hold them?
And every time somebody comes up here, we want it to go like that.
Well, not exactly word for word.
Not exactly like that, but like we want it to be that, like,
cordial.
The flow, yeah, to go like that.
Hey, Roderick, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? What's a higher power or anything like that?
Yes, somewhat.
And what is that, God?
My belief is that anywhere there is life, there is God. You know what I mean? I also believe that, in a sense, we are all from the divine source, and at the end of the day, we're going right back to it.
Can you tell me what you mean by divine?
All right. Life has to come from somewhere. So therefore, you know, whatever that source is, I don't give it a name or anything like that because I really don't really want to label it.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, that's the divine source. Where
So divine source is the label you give the thing you don't want to label.
Well, yes, you could call it that. But I don't give it a specific name like God, Jesus, Yahweh, or whatever. But
I see. Do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
I am free. I don't believe in no religion whatsoever.
I see. So you don't believe in any religion?
None.
You believe that there is a divine source of all life, that wherever life is, that source is.
In a sense, you could say life is my God.
Life is your God. Do you think of life as an entity with a singular mind, goal, and intention? Oh, we lost you, Roderick. I don't know if you got a battery warning or a phone call, but while you're off screen, we can't hear you.
All right, you hearing me now?
Yes.
As I said, I do believe in duality, that you have good and bad, black and white, night and day. So even though it's one divine source, you have like two sides to it. You know, just like we as human beings, we can do good if we want and we can do bad. So at the end of the day, it's whatever you decide.
So it's a dualistic life God that I missed the answer to the question. Does it have a mind or an intention? Is it a singular thing?
It is a singular thing.
So it's a singular thing with a dualistic nature.
Yes.
Why do you think that there is this singular life God with a dualistic nature?
In a sense, I think we reflect what God is. And as human beings, you know, we are one individual, but at the same time, we can, you know, choose to do whatever, good or bad. So, as above, so below, you know what I mean? So that's just my belief. That's how I look at it.
You said we reflect what God is. Why do you think that?
I mean, if we are from that source, then, you know, we're going to have some sort of ability that come from the same source.
So if you assume that we come from a single source, then we will reflect that source.
Oh, yeah, we definitely will have some.
Why does it make sense to you to assume that we come from a source we reflect?
I wouldn't say assume, because I believe in myself, and when I really look at who I am and the things that I do, for example, I could be here right now and I can choose to do good or bad. You know what I mean? So that is not an assumption. That is something.
Uh-oh, I think you got another phone call, Roderick.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Let me
I was
just sit
getting a
up here.
call.
I had a feeling.
So yes.
I was trying to understand, Roderick, why you assume the source. You say you don't feel like it's an assumption. You look within you and you feel that it's there. I'm not sure how that's not an assumption.
Because I don't assume whether I have good intention or bad intention or have the ability to do both. That's something I know for a fact. So I try to use my life as an example to understand who God is.
You have, so you assume that a God will be like you, and that because you have what you assume are good and bad qualities, then a God you assume is there, and you assume it would have those qualities too.
That's
a lot
of.
Somewhat. I mean, the divine is more intelligent than human mind. So in a sense,
That's another assumption.
well, yes, it is an assumption. But yes, that's what I do believe, though.
I understand. I do. I understand, but I also don't. And what I don't understand is why you make the assumptions. I know you say it's what you believe. Do you question why?
I normally question everything, but answer certain questions because who will I ask then? So that's why I have to look within me to find certain answers and assume what I think God is.
Would you agree that the most logical conclusion that you can come to is the one that makes the least amount of assumptions in any given scenario?
Well, yes.
So why make so many assumptions about God?
Again, it's based on how I think, like the things that I've been through. You know what I mean? I think I'm here for a reason to express what I think God is, and I express God through the way how I live, basically. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yes, that's just how I look at it.
It
There's
the
a
assumptions
question
are
there.
stressing me out.
It's hard to ask a question about the assumptions without pointing out the assumptions.
It's there's a lot of them and it's stressing me out. Why? Okay, why? Why? Just why?
Why what?
Why make the assumptions?
What else is there to do? I can't know for a fact until the truth reveals itself to me. I just
There's
have
another
to.
answer.
What is the other answer?
I don't know.
Well, definitely I don't know a lot. I don't know. You're right about that. There's a lot I don't know. But what I know for a fact is that I am here, experiencing life right now in a conscious form. I know that I'm in the physical, but I also know that there's a spiritual side to me as well as a mental side. Like, for example, I've experienced a lot of stuff in my life. Like, I have premonition. And, sometimes I go to my bed and I have dreams and I see they actually come to be. There's so much spiritual encounters that I have in my life before. You know what I mean? I've seen things that I can't explain, and I know that there's more to life than what we see with the eyes.
I see.
Just like how you can feel the air, but you can't see it.
Mhm. So you've had experiences that you feel must be. So you uh, take those experiences and assume that that they are spiritual and evidence of something spiritual.
Yes.
Do you ever question those experiences?
Yes, as I said, I do question everything. Everything about myself, I do question. Because I am a seeker of truth. So I'm not going to tell you guys that I know everything. I'm trying to understand. That's the reason why I even joined the program.
Yeah, no, you seem to be very honest with your answers. I feel like you're honestly seeking. Um, but I am hearing a lot of assumptions, and that's what we're trying to get to the root of is why you make the assumptions, why you hold those truths, and if you can question them. So if you can question your experiences that you say are supernatural, can you think of reasons for any of those supernatural experiences that aren't supernatural? Some reasoning that is mundane.
I really don't understand your question, to be honest.
For instance, if you were to take one of your experiences, can you give me an example of the most compelling one that makes you think things must exist beyond the physical?
All right, for example, my mom, she passed. She passed like 6 years ago. And, I never dream see her or anything like that. But the only time I dream and see her, she have this message for me where she was warning me about someone. And eventually what she was warning me about come to pass where, everything that she told me, it was as she did in my dream.
So you had a dream after your mother passed?
Yes, sir.
That she warned you about things, and everything she warned you about in the dream later came to pass?
Yes, it did.
Exactly as she warned you?
Yes.
And do you recall this dream and the preceding, or yeah, the proceeding events? You recall these correctly? You're sure?
Positive, and not just that. Even when I was much younger, I could see things and I could know things before they
Right,
happened.
we were focusing on one.
Okay.
Just to see if we could question it, right? So
All right.
you say that you had a dream that your mother gave you
Yes, sir.
advice, and was there something specific she said was going to happen?
Yes. She warned me about an accident. If I'm not careful, what will happen, and exactly where it would happen. And I did went to Jamaica, and the exact thing happened.
Did the accident did it turn out badly for you? Like, did you miss the advice, but recognized somehow that it was accurate?
It was accurate. I didn't heed her advice because it was just a dream.
So you didn't heed the advice. The
No, I
accident
didn't.
happened exactly as you dreamed it.
Exactly as she told me it would.
And you had the. Let me try to phrase this question right. How do you know that the dream was accurate? Did you write it down before the events occurred?
No, I didn't. And as I said, it's not the first that something like that happened to me. It happened more than once.
If you were to make a list of all of these occurrences, How many do you think you would come up with?
A lot, and I'm not lying. It's something that I used to pray for to can see the future, but the first time it happened, I was a bit scared because it feel like a deja vu actually. Like I've lived this life before and I've seen this before, and I wasn't drinking or smoking.
Sure. Um, do you think that there might be some mundane explanation for deja vu and why people feel that?
I mean, there can be, but I also think it has like a spiritual connection as well.
So even if there were some scientific and physiological explanation as to why deja vu happens, or even why you might have some aptitude for pattern recognition, then you would still assume that the spiritual exists.
Um, yes, I would still assume that the spiritual exists because I mean I am here as a living being, and life definitely has to come from somewhere.
Well, I hear you
And
saying
not,
you're here as a living being and life has to come from somewhere. But why does life have to come from a spiritual source?
that's a good question. I really don't know, but my belief again.
I understand. I was just about to praise you, though, because I don't know is a really good answer.
Mhm.
And I would wonder why you want to follow it up with more answer instead of another, I don't know,
I
maybe
see.
a question that it inspires.
Yeah, was just trying to explain my belief, but yeah, I definitely don't know.
I respect that you were just trying to explain your belief. And I really respect the I don't know. I wonder if the phrase, it's just my belief, or it's just what I believe, is sometimes a comfort or an easy way. Um, an easy way to avoid digging deeper at the real reason.
Well, again, as I said, I do question everything. So I'm always digging, I'm always seeking. So I just don't limit myself and said, all right, my belief is correct. That's why it's belief. When I know, then I can say I know. But for now, I am just believing until I can prove.
Were you raised religious, Roderick?
Yes, but
You
and
already know where my questions are going.
all right. So my mom was a Christian, but my father wasn't. He doesn't believe in Christianity.
Okay. So you had a mixed faith household, and you were raised with some Christian views and some
Yes, a lot.
freedom otherwise. A
Definitely.
lot of Christian views.
Yes, sir.
But you don't believe in the Christian Bible necessarily, the Christian God.
No, no, it's too confusing to believe in.
I see. Is it possible, Roderick, that you, having been raised Christian, still want for there to be this comfort of a God, but absent the complicated nature of dogmas and doctrines and scriptures? That perhaps you just go with a God that feels comfortable to you.
I am not seeking comfort. I am definitely seeking the truth. That's one of the reasons why I will not accept any sort of religion. I am free to choose whatever.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand that. I wonder if this answer that there is this spiritual because it's your belief. I wonder if that isn't born out of that Christian upbringing, although with a different face and a few less rules.
Uh, to be honest, I wouldn't think so. As again, I used to practice religion, not just one. You know what I mean? Just to see if I could find some sort of truth that I could embrace and said, well, this is my truth. But at the end of the day, it's just somebody else's belief again. You know, so that's one of the reasons why I don't adopt. I am free to choose.
Mm-hmm. That's important to you too, isn't it? The choice part.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's the only thing that I do have.
You think that your belief that things are spiritual, that life implies a God, that is a choice you've made consciously that you want to make.
In some sense, it's a bit influenced based on, you know, the society in which I grew up in, where you have to think that life definitely have to come from a source. So in a sense, yes, you know, yes, I would say.
You saw my point then.
Yes, I understand exactly where you're coming from.
Excellent. So if it is this influence of the society you're brought up in, is there any way you could try to imagine past that at why you would, or why there would even be some kind of God? Does there even need to be one?
To be honest, it's not important whether or not there is a God or not. You know what I mean? What is important for me is what I do with my existence, my reality. You know what I mean? And again, as I said, life is my God. I'm here right now experiencing this, you know, and it has to come from somewhere. It has nothing at all to do with society nor religion. No, this is a belief, you know, and my belief is based purely on what I think and the way how I perceive my reality.
Did I ask you already if it matters if it's true or not?
I think you did. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It doesn't. Trust me, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it matter?
Whether or not it is, I am here right now living this life, and that's all that really matters to me. You know what I mean? That I'm here, can experience and enjoy this and share whatever I want to. So the only thing that is really important right now is my existence and how I perceive it. So, you know what I mean? Again, I am free. I choose and I do. I think, therefore I am.
I can respect where you're coming from, but I do want to ask one more shaking question.
Okay.
Do you think that I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase it. Do you hold to any superstitious views?
Not really, because I'm always evolving. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna tie my belief onto one thing, or you know, I believe in this or believe in that. It can always change.
Are they prevalent in your community? Superstitious views?
Oh yeah, definitely. Where I'm from, trust me, you have a whole lot of those. Yes.
Do you feel it's possible that the beliefs that you hold let me rephrase this because I usually phrase it in such a way, and I'd rather change this. Between your belief and the superstitions that are prevalent in your community.
All right. Let me tell you, where I'm from, I'm a black sheep. I'm an outcast. The things that I am saying right now, if they should hear me say this, they would wonder where the hell where it's coming from. Because for me, for them, it's like I'm blaspheming basically. So I don't practice the things that I was taught. None of it whatsoever.
Right. What I guess I mean is the level of assumption. What is different about the amount of assumptions your beliefs make versus the assumptions of those superstitions?
It's totally different because, again, as I said, where I'm from, they practice all sort of religion and all sort of superstition.
It's
Like,
the style that's different, though, isn't it?
no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh.
No. Trust me, because they can label everything and identify it and tell you this is that and what's not. For me, I'm just going with the flow, trying to find my way. So I really don't pinpoint myself to a particular thing or a particular belief.
Yeah, no, I understand you don't pinpoint yourself to a particular belief. My question wasn't aimed at trying to lump you in with superstition. My point was to see if there's any difference in the way you come to your ideas about what is and the way they come to theirs.
All right. All of my ideas sometimes are based on my experience. So the things that I experience are what brought me to where I'm at right now.
Do you think that might be possible of how superstitions are formed?
Well, in a sense, yes. You know what I mean? Yes, because regardless, sometimes, in my subconscious state, I will think that, based on what I was taught or believed then, it does affect the way I look at things now. So I'm not going to deny that as well. So, yes, it have a trace of, superstition. But at the end of the day, it boils down to my experience.
Mm-hmm. It's different because it's your experience.
Definitely.
And if their experience leads them to their superstitions, well then it's just as valid.
If you want to say that, yes.
I'm just trying to see if it makes the same sense to you.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Roderick. I don't know that I have very many more questions. You've been a delightful guest. You actually questioned a bit. I think there are some things that you hold to kind of dogmatically, but I think you're still working those out.
All right.
And I appreciate that you're basing it on your experiences. I would wonder if you can question those experiences a little better than you have here. What I would suggest, and what I sometimes mention to people who have, a long list of experiences, is to actually list them out, to write them down, and see if any questions come to mind from each of those experiences.
Okay.
If it's possible that they have mundane explanations, is it just the sheer number of experiences then that become the evidence? And if so, shouldn't that be questioned too?
Question: what if they are mundane but still spiritual?
How would you apply a spiritual explanation to something that already has a mundane one?
I mean,
for instance, if I reach in my pocket for a penny and a quarter falls out on the ground, do I need to imagine that a ghost reached into my pocket and made the quarter fall out? Or could it not have just fallen out because I stuck my hand in my pocket?
Yes, but that's a practical example you just gave.
It was kind of, yeah, really simplistic. I understand.
Yeah.
If you have an experience, and we'll just make one up here, where a thing in a hallway on a table moves at a distance, and you don't see anything interacting. But then you can imagine that the window is open, or maybe there was an earthquake, or maybe it was precariously placed, and the board you stepped on was connected. Right? If you can find a reasonable explanation, why would you apply a spiritual one?
Earlier, I told you I question everything, and I do believe in cause and effect. I am not that simple to just think that things just happen like that and everything is all spiritual. Based on my experience, as I said before, you know, that's how I derive to my belief. But anyway, thanks for having me, but I really got to go right now, right?
Yeah, Roderick, I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions.
I will. Thank you.
Take care. Do we have any more questions in us? Do we have any more beliefs to be questioned?
It's raining really hard again, so it's hard to hear you, and it might be hard to hear me.
I heard you.
Okay,
Raining
good.
hard again. Deborah Rudd asks, what is your need for me to question my beliefs? Well, Deborah
Well, I
Rudd,
think,
I don't have a need, but it's an offer I'm extending.
yeah, I think that question tells us that, like, why you probably should question your beliefs. Which emphasis. I love it when people fly up here all accusatory. Well, do you guys ever question your beliefs? What do you think we do in our free time? You think we like get off here and just go fuck off? Nope. We question each other in the Discord. You too can question us and each other there.
That's right, they can. Linktree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. First link takes you to the Discord, and you'll want to read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little empty. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out you're not alone.
You think we don't question our own beliefs? Oh, well, you're in for a treat.
That doesn't make any sense, ma'am. Okay.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was her response.
Well, you...
Oh, goodness.
Paying the patriarchy said I'd say you should request that, but you seem angry for some reason.
Hey there, alien. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Extraterrestrial.
The Greys.
The Greys.
The Grey, singular, sorry.
Commercialized depiction of a assumptive non-humanoid species. Biped. Okay, well, we tried a few different titles. There was no response. We'll send the alien back Maybe that was Alien. Maybe that was the one alien. Remember?
That was the alien. Yeah. No, that's what I was thinking. That's
Not the alien, just Alien.
just alien, right? We're so entertaining though, Thrayle. Like we're so funny.
We amuse ourselves.
God, we're
Probably the
so funny.
important part.
Yeah.
This is
Well, at least we think we're funny.
right.
That's all that matters.
There have been a lot of laughs in this live.
There have been a lot of really good Thrayle laughs, which is like really fun. Like I really enjoy that. It's like partly because like sometimes it catches me off guard, but it also catches the whole audience off guard. That's fun too. Also, usually a good Thrayle laugh is because one of us made a really good joke, or because the guest says something that's just so infuriating.
I don't know if it's infuriating, but definitely shocking.
I don't know, it was infuriating for me this time. Like, he had said something, and I was, like, so angry, and then you started laughing, and I was like, oh, I'm not even that mad anymore, damn it.
Maybe that's why I do it.
So I don't yell at them.
Yeah, it settles everyone down.
That guy deserved to get yelled at.
Well, he got laughed at instead.
It might have been worse, actually. Getting laughed at, I think, was probably worse for his ego, so that's fair. But if you have a belief in a god or gods and don't have a huge ego and aren't a misogynist, or if you are, we can probably work with that. Maybe.
Maybe.
I might yell at you. But I'll try not to. You better hope Thrayle laughs and diffuses the situation. Is really what that boils down to. Please request up because we do want to ask you questions. We've like had a bunch of like really good like conversations tonight, and I like they've been so good.
They really have. Most of them have been really good.
Yeah, there's been like a lot of really good ones.
Jack Doss says his ego has been waylaid.
Well, that's good. It needed to be.
How was your ego waylaid?
Hi, Jack Daw.
Was it the guest with the super ego booster?
Oh my god. And then I was like, you were gone, and you were the person that was going to know the answer to the question that I asked, but you were gone.
Oh, I did
I was
step
like,
away.
yeah, because he was talking about superego and Jung, and I was like, is Jung's superego the same as Freud's superego? Because I was never really all that impressed with Jung, but I did find Freud very like entertaining.
You know, I actually don't know the answer to that question.
That's fine. If
So it's
anybody
probably
knew, it
best
was
that I
going to be
wasn't.
you, but it's nobody knew.
I probably could have found it.
We have circled all the way back around to the audience singing The Little Mermaid. We have made it all the way back to The Little Mermaid sing-along.
Oh no.
This has been quite the adventure.
And sponsoring this adventure, let me thank 7 of 9, Freya, McKenna, and 96. Thank you so much for helping with that goal.
You guys are the best. All of you.
It's the best audience on TikTok.
Oh, easily the best audience on TikTok. The best host on TikTok.
I'm only working with what I'm given. And
Well,
apparently, I'm given the best audience to work with.
it's a really great audience. Oh, a wild filly has appeared.
Oh,
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was gonna say it's the best audience on TikTok because so many people just fall asleep in it.
And then they wake up in it, and then they're still here. Which has just happened to like I've just watched this happen to like 3 or 4 of you.
Mm-hmm.
Like that were down there and were there all night and fell asleep and woke up. It has been a good night though.
What kind of conversations have you had?
We had some really good ones. We had some people do some actual critical thinking. That was nice. We love that. Lots of lots of personal gods is what I call them. Like like a god that is kind of a piecemeal god.
Mm-hmm.
Not too many like actual like religious beliefs, right? Just like a lot of piecemeal gods, which are sometimes the most fun.
Both sides. Ian says plenty of source.
Lots of source. I don't like that word. I don't know why. It just like makes me angry, but it does. Oh yeah, lots of questions about existence. That's always, how much I love that. At one point Tyler turned on a saw and I was not expecting it, and so I wasn't on mute, and then Thrayle blamed the guest.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, I took ownership though. That was funny though.
And a Machiavellian, self-described.
Yeah, Machiavellian.
Really?
He might be back sometime. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, but like the fact that the other guest was like his partner.
She was a pleasure to question.
She was so lovely.
Huh.
Like she was so wonderful, and her partner insinuated that the frogs meant I had VD, and then like she was just wonderful, and I was like, why?
Yeah, the frog theory was a little out there. I missed part of how that started, so it was what I came back to was weird.
What was the frog theory?
Let go of that's blocking you. Like if you hear or see frogs a lot, you have to let go of something that's blocking you from accomplishing things in life. And then because I have the frogs, Tootski and I were like asking, we're like, okay, but like the thing is, like, even if I get rid of like whatever thing, I can't get rid of the frogs.
Maybe that's what you're supposed to get rid of.
His suggestion was to get rid of the frogs, and at one point even like move away from the frogs.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like I should move off this island.
ask remembered the one who came up and called my voice ew. I thought we were going
Oh,
to
there
get
was
somewhere
that
with
one.
that one.
Ew.
I mean,
You did not think we were gonna get somewhere with that one. Stop. Quit. You knew that one wasn't going anywhere from like 30 seconds in.
she might have been drunk.
She might have been. Never mind. That girl was a Barbie doll.
We had so many no belief Barbie.
No belief Barbie. She was, and she said, "Ew, why are you doing that?" Oh my goodness, that one was funny. I was like so sad though because I clicked on her profile and it said Outer Banks, and I was like, "Oh no, no, not representing this well."
Hometown hero.
Questioned Everlasting.
We did. We questioned Everlasting.
That
Oh,
was really fun.
I would have liked to do that.
I think
Yeah, that was really good. That was really fun. It was funny though, because like literally a couple days ago he was on Tiny's and um somehow one of them asked a question that you always ask, and it was funny because like he asked a question that Tiny asked and he did like a Tiny voice, and anytime Tiny asks a question that you always ask, he does a Thrayle voice. Um and so they were talking about here, and Everlasting was like, yeah, I like was accidentally up on the Batcolyte the other night and I didn't mean to be. He's like, but I really would like to go hang out with them sometime. It's such a great show. And then he came and hung out with us tonight. That was fun.
Yeah, hopefully he'll come back and join us for questioning sometime. Maybe then Philly can sneak some questions his way.
Yeah, questioning Everlasting was fun. I like Everlasting.
Both sides saying, I am surprised it didn't happen sooner. I know he's been on the panel before. I don't remember him asking any questions. I don't know if it was just that one time. I've been on other panels with him, which is why I assumed I questioned him. But come to think of it, I think most of the panels we've shared together before were talent shows, and he has an amazing singing voice too.
Does he? I
Yeah,
didn't
and
know
he can
that.
play. Yeah, he plays at least guitar. I don't know if he plays other instruments.
That tracks. So yeah, we had a really fun night. It wasn't one of those nights that makes you want to scratch your eyes out.
Oh, the AI says discussing piecemeal gods. Comment on beliefs. Yay.
Oh, we could make it say something way better than that, you guys. Come on.
It hasn't said anything about mermaids for hours.
Well, we'll have to change that. Mermaid, 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 mermaid.
I'm so glad we can discuss mermaids to such an extent because this topic of mermaids and
No, Philly, no. The chat will do it on their own, I promise. They'll sneak it in there somehow. We don't need to add to it, because then it'll linger up. And then it'll be a mermaid sandwich before you know it.
mermaid sandwich. That sounds like an interesting topic.
I mean, which half is the fish? Jacqueline, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Welcome to the panel, Jacqueline. did you mean to join us? Well, okay. We'll just move on to the next guest.
If you have a belief in God or gods, a higher power, or in mermaids, please request help.
Hello, guys.
You have the best
Hello.
troll.
Sama, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god is that?
I simply put it, I believe that the universe is alive and it have personality and it have agency.
You believe the universe is alive, it has personality and agency. Why do you believe that?
There is several reasons, but let's start with the most obvious one, which is how I inherited to deal with the world from my family. As a Somali, we have this tendency to give agency to things. So we do that with time. We do that most of the things. So we have this attitude to personalize things because it's easier to deal with something if you believe that it's look like you. So that's just one reason I inherited this way of thinking. Secondly, it is useful.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You say it's useful.
Yes.
I don't know if I already thanked 7 of 9 Freya, McKenna, and 96, but if I didn't, I gotta make sure I do. But you say it's useful. In what way is this useful?
Oh, it is. Sometimes I feel alone, and when I feel alone, I remember that the universe is watching me, take caring of me. Sometimes, my ancestors did this at the beginning, and they used to go in the woods and in the jungle, and they used to, feel that there is purpose to all of this, and there is a spirit take caring of them, and so on.
Right. You said that already, that your ancestors found it useful to think of things like them, to give things, like to personify things, and give it a human face to relate to understand. I understand that, but how else is it useful to you?
It's so many. Like, it helped me with loneliness. It helped me with decision making. Sometimes I get cues, like I want to do something. Like, for example, I wanted to go to university, and I was like, if this is what I'm supposed to do, make it easy for me. And it became very easy for me to register at the university. So it's helpful in more than one ways. Like, my life is full with meaning. Just the same way.
What is
like,
meaning?
Oh, I can explain meaning. Like, when we go to kitchen, we sit on the chair and we eat on the table. Even though easily you can do it the other way around. You could sit at the table and eat at the chair. But we love to make our world colorful. We just make patterns. We make things make things to have meaning. Even though chair and table are very similar, we just love to give them different meaning and have habit, because it's very, first of all, it's useful to have habits. Second of all, that's what we all about. Like, if you visit me at home, you can easily sleep at the kitchen and eat at the bedroom, but because we all agree to give meaning to the kitchen is where we eat, we sleep at the bedroom. Even though you can easily do the other way around, it's just, when you think about it abstractly, a table is nothing except wood, and I of them with this whatever I want. But we infuse meaning with things all the time.
We infuse meaning.
Yes, you know, whether we infuse it or it is really have it is another debate. But for simplicity, let's say we do it.
It sounds like you already believe that we do it. Do you
I
think
love
that
to say
things?
that because we
Do you
live
think
in.
that? Well, I understand. Do you think that things do have some inherent meaning? That meaning is already there.
I really see no difference, like whether the chair is really chair and the table is really table, or whether they are simply wood and I'm imposing the table on them will change nothing in my behavior. I will still sit at the table, I sit at the chair and eat at the table.
What
So
about
the
life?
Huh?
Does life have an inherent meaning?
Yeah, you know that's I don't think I can answer that.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. It's too early to do it. I'm just young. I'm still 30. Maybe when I'm 60, I would have a better answer.
Do you think that there should be an inherent meaning to life? Does it make sense for there to be one?
You know, this would be confusing. Like when you say inherent meaning, what you are talking about? Like
The way you said that we ascribe meaning. Meaning is
you know,
the
practical.
job or the
Look,
duty
yes,
that it has.
yes. I
Right.
always, you know, connect meaning with behavior. So actually doing things. So the meaning of the chair is to put food in it, to sit on it, and the meaning of the table is to put chair on it. And if you talk about the meaning of life, I think the meaning of life, there is so many, but one of them is to live. I think to live, you know. It's just simple as that. Simplest meaning is to live. Because I don't like the idea of meaning something you discover. Like some people think of meaning of life as for example,
What about the
will
universe? Is there some meaning to the
something will
universe?
envelop you. Yes, yes. I don't like that notion of meaning. When I say, I love practicality. This is how we deal with in my culture. When we talk about the meaning of a word.
Just to back up, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting you. I just want to make sure that we stay on topic here. Didn't you say that you, by giving things these animistic, these personified spirit, you were giving things meaning, right? It helped you to find meaning.
Right. And that meaning is action. So when I give the universe a personality, my action change. I get cues from places. I trust more. I become a little bit more courageful. So when I ascribe meaning and personality, it always comes back to action. Because when you have action, when you have behavior, then that
It sounds in the recognition of this that since you know that you're doing this, in almost a psychological way to convince yourself for these purposes, it almost sounds like a form of self-deception, or cosplaying. Is that kind of? I mean, is that unfair of me to point out?
No, you know, you could say that. I didn't think you are. I assumed, you know, that you think the way most people think these days. Most people think that we give inherent meaning to things, like we choose. But the question whether the universe have personality for real or I give it, as I told you before, I can play the both sides as much as I want. It will not change my behavior. So let's say I believe that I impose it. How I would behave, let's say, because the universe have personality, or I give it personality, I play dangerous games like skydiving. Now, I will ask myself, if I impose it, will I skydive? My answer is yes. the question now would be, if I didn't impose it and really there is personality that for the universe outside of me, would you skydive? The answer is yes. So the both ways, me doing skydiving didn't change. So why I would care that question so much? Whether I impose it or I didn't impose it, would my action change? So this question, you can say you cosplaying or so, but if my cosplay will direct my action, if let's say I made this up, I said that the universe it have personality, I made it up, but that make me do some actions. You see, there is no difference. I hope you understand what I mean.
I do understand what you mean. Yeah, you're saying that in a very practical way, that it doesn't matter to you if your personified understanding of the universe is made up or if it is actually that, because your behavior will be the same regardless. It will
Yes.
improve your behavior in the way that you've described, in a way that you want it to.
Western way, I live in the Western, I study the universities, and oh boy, everybody looking about what is objective beside of you. And for me, it's like, why you care whether it's objective or subjective? Let's care about the behavior. What result from this, objective or subjective?
But if you are doing this in a way to elicit a certain behavioral response from yourself, could you not elicit that response absent the mystic, supernatural claim?
That would be really good, but I must have another justification. So let's say I want to skydive and I convince myself that it is safe. So this time I didn't say that there is the universe protecting me. It's just safe. I checked it with the guy. They tell me it's super safe. Here is another place. Whether it's objectively safe or I made it up is not really important. It's just that I now change. But I'm talking when it comes to my behavior. So if I
Right.
convince
Also,
myself,
I'm not sure the skydiving analogy is fitting anymore, because my question. Can you repeat back my question?
yes, you tell me. Wait a second. How I lost? Oh, sorry. I take antipsychosis. I keep forgetting things. Can you repeat it?
No, but that's fair, Usama. I had forgotten a little bit of the phrasing of it. I wonder if Philly has a question.
If I have?
Oh, no, Philly, but I think
Oh.
it might have been the screen I was looking at. I don't think she was unmuted after all. I didn't mean to call you out there.
I'm
If
like,
you don't have a question. One screen showed you unmuted, the other didn't, so it's my mistake. Yeah, Usama, it sounds to me like you recognize that you're doing something by choice. You seem to understand at least a base level of the psychology behind the way this belief is influencing your actions, and are doing it almost deliberately for that result. If I'm understanding you correctly.
Yes. It's all about our actions. I think that is what is come to the end. Like, are we living better life? Are our ideas helping us to create better life? Then the question whether what is our idea or whether they are real objectively, whether we believe them or not, it's just secondary. Truly,
What is the standard by which you're measuring a better life? though?
You know, I love to speak to the common what the word people know, because you know it's hard to reinvent everything. If I tell someone why certain things mean some things, it's very long thing. But better life mean, let's say, more happier, more in tuned with let's say with our humanity, with you know, with our purpose, or whether it's in tune with everybody around us. So we are happy individually, and we fit good with the collective. So you know how to deal with others healthy way. You know, happiness is good measure. It's very underrated. Some people say, I don't care about happiness, I care about truth. But you know, happiness is a good measure. If truth will not make you happy, then I really doubt it is have any value.
You think that if truth doesn't make you happy, then truth has no value?
That is what he says.
It is high value, but it's very disappointing. I mean, like,
Less
if
value.
truth is you know, became something like, some people, when I go to spiritual circles and some people talk about enlightenment and they say, oh, enlightenment is suffering, it's the curse of consciousness, you know too much. And I was like, why anybody would pursue that then? I'd rather be you know, neglecting. I feel truth should set you free. Like, this is what I believe about truth, what I impose on truth. I would say truth will make you more free, truth will make you more happy, truth will fulfill you. And
so if it doesn't fulfill you, if it doesn't make you happy, then
I will
you
doubt that it's
determine
true.
you
I will
determine
definitely
it is
doubt
not
it.
true.
Yes, I will doubt it, yes.
So if given the opportunity to choose between a comfortable lie and an uncomfortable truth, you would choose the comfortable lie?
You know, if you put it that way, it becomes distorted.
It's phrased
You know,
that way
I am
intentionally.
against this kind of question, because I'm telling you, when you're telling me there is a bad lie and a good true, I'm telling you that is not true. Always goodness is with the truth and badness is with the lie.
So if something makes me uncomfortable, like that I have to,
Like a doctor telling you, for example, your diagnosis, and now you have to.
and now I'm uncomfortable with that
Yes, you
diagnosis.
can't.
So,
You know,
so
eventually it's better for you.
you're saying if I'm given that diagnosis, then I should believe the opposite of that if it makes me uncomfortable. I
No,
should believe what's comfortable.
no, I'm saying
I'm
that
fine.
knowing the truth, I'm saying that knowing the truth is what will make you happy. Like, if the doctor didn't tell you the diagnosis, for example, and tell you, oh, you're fine, maybe you live happy for 3 weeks and then you die. But now you have more chance to cure yourself and look for other things. It is the way I think about things, you know, truth must always be good.
It sounds like you just framed that analogy just to fit that conclusion, though.
No, I was just trying to help you. You can come up with really weird situation where you make truth really bad and necessary. Like, for example, okay, if I would take you another example, is the pain of learning, for example. Let's say someone is learning something and he learns a lot of truth, but this happens in mathematics all the time, and I hate mathematics, and you know, you suffer all the time. You always suffer because you're learning truth. If you, for example, didn't learn and go play PlayStation and other things and didn't know mathematical truth, you'd be more comfortable, more. But then again, I would tell you, you know, in the long run, these truths that you learn will make you more fulfilled than playing PlayStation and jerking off or whatever.
You tell me that in the long run, that it will make me more fulfilled.
Yes.
But isn't that you just deciding for the sake of your narrative, to make it fit your analogy, that it will. Supposing that this truth will not fulfill me in any way.
Yes, this I think it is my metaphysical position, let's say. I believe that always true this better. And I'm not willing to defend it very long. It's just one of the things that I believe. I believe a lot of things. I will defend that the universe have personality way more than.
Why do you seek to defend the belief instead of question it?
Oh, because other people do that for me. I guess so. Like other people question me all the time, but sometimes they don't. Especially if your circle is not very critical and they are not hard.
But I wonder why you don't question. I understand other people question you all the time. If I present my views on here, they'll be questioned repeatedly. Why don't you question yours?
You can do that if the circle around you is not good enough and they don't both give you hard critique, then I think that is necessary. You do it yourself.
Do you not think both are necessary?
If you have good circles around you that is very critical, I think you can stay at the defense mode.
If you're staying in defense mode, doesn't that close you to actually analyzing and understanding the questions? Or I mean, if you're always seeking to defend, can you truly be self-critiquing?
You remind me of in Islamic school, we have so many doctrines like in Islam. And I used to always say, why when each doctrine is in defense mode, and in praising, always say, oh, our ideas are the best and we are the best and everybody else is wrong. And then, a little bit of time in Clubhouse and TikTok and these areas, I discovered why, because the critique from outside is really harsh. Like every group of Islam, we have so many groups, and every group any idea will have holes, and people are really good at finding these holes. And then other schools, different with my father, for example, he was Salafi or Wahhabi, and then the Ash'aris and the Hanafis and the Shi'as and so on will find the holes in our system, and then they will poke at it so hard that you don't see anybody from that within that system saying, oh, this is our weakness, because that job is redundant. If there is no critique from outside, somebody from inside will say, you know what, our system is really good, but we have holes here and here and here, doesn't make sense, and where there is contradiction here and so on. But that is being done by other schools. And that's why they are in the praising mode. I think it's survival mechanism.
It's a survival mechanism. Would it not be more honest to consider the critiques, to analyze them, to even seek out your own critiques, the way a system like science would do?
Yeah, but science is doing something that is unimportant, you can have fun in science because it's not really important. Like if you discover the real relativity, or you didn't discover, or I don't know, you discover that some chemical reaction is like this or not, will not.
What is the, I'm sorry, what is your definition of important?
It's important for me, at least. Like I prioritize people's life, for example, more. And when it comes to stuff like
doesn't science lead to advancements that prolong and save lives?
Yes, but that is connected with morals. Like, for example, science discovered the nuclear bomb, but the moral action of killing hundreds of thousands of people with it, that was moral action. So science it will give you some advantage, but then the moral action is from our side, whether we do it in good or bad. And then when you come to this morality...
Was I talking about morality? What was my question about?
Your question was about why we don't critique ourselves the same way science do, and I'm trying to rationalize you through this, why I think science is a fun place to criticize yourself, but when it
I wasn't. So the critique here shouldn't be about science. Science was a comparison, right?
Yes, yes. And I'm answering. I'm not attacking science per se. I'm telling you why
Right.
this phenomena is. Why in some areas where there is
So
no
even like moral conclusions, shouldn't those be critiqued and examined, but especially by the moral decider?
But there is no fun. You cannot experiment. Like, for example, there is certain things, like let's say there is a president and he is in some situation and he wants to know whether something is moral or not. He doesn't know if he's honest for himself. Let's say he's very honest and he comes and say, you know what, let's do experiment on this. What you gonna do? You're gonna bomb a city and then wait whether majority of people accept it or not, or so on. You cannot measure it. It's tense place. Truth is being made. Culture is being made. Spirit is being made. So it must be this friction. Everybody must be on the edge, and everybody must do what he thinks it's good from his heart. And then the dialectic will play. Everybody will push each other, and this is my another metaphysical assumption that I believe things get better over time. But there is no place for experiment.
Does anybody else have questions for this guest? Well, Usama, be capable of questioning your belief, of self-critique or examination. I'm actually hearing you argue against it in some strange way, having to do with morals. And I don't think you're actually participating or really capable of it at the moment. Maybe another time you'll, I don't know, consider the benefits of self-critique and understand that critical thinking isn't just defending an idea, but actually critiquing it as well. Good morning, Bats.
Good morning, Thrayle. I feel like I passed out at the sound of your voice and I woke up again, like, oh, I got it.
Philly did the same thing. She might have done it again.
Oh, dear. Yes, seems like it. Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, Cat might have done it too.
Oh dear. I'm here. I am not sleeping.
That was
Was
a
that a-
wildly circuitous conversation that went absolutely nowhere.
That was awful. That was not fun to listen to.
It seems as if even questioning his beliefs is very difficult for him.
Impossible. Well, not impossible. He's unwilling. He is only in defense mode. Critiques come from the outside. Debating self-critique. Ask about the guest's view.
Is that what it says? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Nothing about mermaids?
Oh, Philly, we have you. Yay.
Oh.
Mermaids.
Sorry,
She's awake
I was
for
just dropping
mermaids.
off my kiddo.
Yeah, the timing didn't make sense for you to be falling back asleep.
Now, we need to make art of Thrayle interviewing the mermaids and Pooh Bear now.
Oh, the Pooh Bear one was so good because nobody mentioned Pooh Bear.
Somebody did in the comments one singular time, and I noticed it, but no one addressed it. So I figured, okay, move on. Apparently, AI didn't think so.
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah. Say beliefs a million times, but say Pooh Bear once, and suddenly it's a debate about Pooh Bear.
Debating beliefs. Winnie the Pooh. Share your proof.
Winnie the Pooh. I love Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, bother.
Did you guys know that there's a whole story arc of Cthulhu with Winnie the Pooh?
Uh-huh.
And you too would know that if you were following Philly Red. You'd have seen that interview. When she interviewed the one and only Cthulhu the librarian.
Oh no, I missed that one. Do you post anywhere in Philly?
I have the best of intentions to post them.
I wish your intentions well, so I can hear this. May they live long and prosperous.
And if we're just plugging things that we partook in or that we did with our friends, you can catch 2 separate episodes of Jimmy B's podcast, Funny Not Funny, wherever the fuck he posts them. Somebody will have to ask him because I don't even know. But I was on one and Thrayle was on one, so I don't know what they talked about, but I'm sure it was good.
Oh, nice.
We talked about the Batcolyte.
We talked a lot about the Batcolyte too. We also talked a lot about SLC Punk, which I loved, so that was fun.
Maybe now is a good time to plug the Discord where they can find out all this information, perhaps firsthand alongside a game of chess.
That's true. That's true. The Discord, which link tree in my bio or the Batcolyte's bio has the first link, will take you there. And it might look empty when you get there, but if you read the rules and you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone.
And basically what we're saying here is like, if you can't get enough of us for the 12 hours that you see us here, here's all the other places you can get more of us.
Oh yes, and Michael reminds us, the YouTube channel for replays.
That's true. They do get unlisted, and I may make them even harder to get to soon. So you better get in there. Subscribe to the YouTube. Who knows, I might make them easier to get to.
So about those mermaids.
I just want
Holy water.
for the people.
That's all I gotta say. Yeah, crucifix, a blessing, and some water. I just think we should go ahead and bless the whole ocean. All mermaids go to heaven now.
I think you're mixing up movies. I think
No,
these are 2 different franchises too.
Nope, those
Mermaids
were
Go to
the
Heaven.
same. That was. Oh yeah, that was a mix-up. Yep. Mm-hmm.
If you want to save us from our singing and our mermaid talk, then you have a belief in a god, God's higher power, or something like that, that you are willing to have questioned, please request up.
Flipping your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for jumping dance. Fuck. Oh. If you want to hear me accidentally off mute and singing songs, join the Discord because I do that in there almost daily.
I won't sing it, but Both Sides Sing has the right mermaid song in mind.
If you sing Thrayle.
I have been known to to sing a little bit. Whether or not that's successful is up to the listener.
I like it when Thrayle sings.
Thrayle, maybe one night in the near future you would maybe consider singing after the poem or in place of the poem.
That might happen. I hadn't thought about that before.
Really?
No.
Not that we're begging to hear your voice more often, but we're begging to hear your voice more often.
What are you talking about? You haven't thought about that before. Like, that used to be pushed a lot, especially around the songs that you used to sing in Baha'i as a child.
Oh, I've never heard you sing those. I would love to hear you sing those.
Well, I sang one of them on To Be Philly.
And we were trying to convince you to sing them as the ending of your life.
I guess I forgot that suggestion. And they would be very different, starkly different from the poems that I read. They were prayers.
Are there no Baha'i lullabies or anything like that?
I'm not sure if there are. I mean, there's a lot of songs, but most of them were prayers.
It would definitely be educational and maybe even summon some people with Baha'i faiths around to come listen.
The only Baha'i I can think of is the excommunicated one.
He scrolled through a little while ago.
At this point.
Oh my gosh. I am so sad that I'm the only one that caught him, like, on Ice Cream's panel, because he's probably never gonna be there again, but that shit was so funny. He went up there, and he got one sentence out, and he went, nope, and dropped him.
Yeah. He's had that sort of turn up here before, too. And then again, he's been up here for 45 minutes or more, going off on random tangents before.
I haven't seen Jay, the drunk Catholic, in a while, but, like, I was living for the second time he came up here, and he came up here, and he said hello, and you said, oh, it's you, and dropped him.
Yeah, he's been in requests a couple times since, but he hasn't been back up.
Oh, that was the funniest thing.
But I wonder if anybody scrolling in just now or just waking up has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that. And they might be open to questioning. If that's you, we'll go ahead and request up, and if not, make sure that you share the live out and send the link or repost, and maybe somebody who
And
follows you will come question their beliefs.
if you already reposted, you can unrepost and then re-repost.
I forgot.
I've done it like 3 times since we figured it out. The sun is going to rise soon.
There's a rooster.
Does somebody else have roosters?
Yes.
I couldn't decide if it was my roosters echoing or like somebody else had roosters.
Mine
I
just
don't
aren't.
have roosters.
Mine are wild, feral.
Yeah.
Those are a neighbor's chickens.
Yeah, I don't fucking have roosters because roosters are of the devil, but there are lots of them around.
I hope the AI summary catches that and says that roosters are of the devil. And also mermaids.
Roosters are of the devil. Like,
How can mermaids be of the devil? Wasn't one of them a saint?
If you're Catholic, I suppose.
Full Catholic.
There's some people view mermaids just very similar to sirens. Some think they're one and the same.
Do you think we can confuse an AI into sentience?
No.
It would need programming for that. I don't think it's possible.
How would we confuse it into sentience?
Don't you feel confused?
Are we computers, Thrayle?
Are you confused? Are you sentient?
Are we getting jars again?
It wasn't terribly long ago that we questioned somebody who believed that the devil or the Antichrist would show up through AI.
You're right. But what the
Remember
fuck is
when
my
Foreknown was
fault
on
about
To
it?
Be Philly and said that Satan was gonna take over the AI?
Well,
Yes.
if you...
That was like the second week I knew you guys. That was a lot. Can you imagine just becoming friends with all of you and then like listening to that for 40 minutes thinking, what have I gotten myself into?
It's all been uphill since, right?
It has been uphill since, yes. That was wild. I was like, is this man for real right now?
I think the only thing that prepared me for the interesting guests we get up here is dating a flat earther for 6 months. The amount of questions you get that just like, and then when you question them, they're just like, but it's a conspiracy. They just can't move beyond their beliefs, or they believe in mermaids, like Philly is projecting. Whatever you believe in.
I believe in the toroidal earth.
Toroidal. I don't think I've heard that word before.
It means donut.
Yeah, the donut earth.
Oh, sounds blistery.
Before I ever had a flat earther on this panel, we had a toroidal earther. And everything was a toroid. You're a toroid.
It was a toroid sandwich. I think my favorite flat earth highlight from here at least was the time Thrayle and I accidentally got two flat earthers on the panel at the same time, and one of them was anti-Semitic. About gravity.
Oh dear, the bigots. There's many of those, apparently.
I remember the two flat earthers that at least seemingly went away questioning.
well, the time I remember, we had two on the same time, and I asked him about gravity, and the first one to answer made it into something anti-Semitic, which didn't make sense to me, and then he left, he forcibly, you know, and the other one was really minding his P's and Q's after that. But he left questioning. He was good.
I think that's one of the two I remember leaving questioning.
Mm-hmm.
No, most spaces on here want people to leave with answers, their answers specifically. But this space allows people to leave with questions, whatever questions I think that seem to spark curiosity in them. I appreciate that. It's a great way to promote actual thinking and not just yes man ideology, which a lot of debates say, like, you agree with me or your mama.
Well, thank you for agreeing with me, so that I didn't have to say your mama.
I don't always agree with you, but I agree with a lot of it. And I think that's a good balance to have, is to not agree with everything everybody says, but constantly challenging the things that I want to believe in.
I've questioned a few atheists that have come up here, who I agree with quite a bit. They don't tend to stick around as questioners because I agree with them. And no shade on them. They're just not usually the best questioners. Because they're going to ask most of the same questions I would. Or they're just not questioning enough.
If you could have one of them up there, someone who believes similarly to you, what kind of question do you think you
Well,
would ask
similar
them?
to me happens all the time. I just mean, like, the more I agree with them, the less likely I think they'll be a great... Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your question.
This is by design a very diverse group, I think.
The diversity definitely creates a beautiful learning space.
So, okay.
Hey there, Didi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
19.
What year were you born?
Wait. 2002.
What?
You had to do the math.
The math ain't mathing, my dude. Like, that was so bad. 2002? 2002? That would make you 23, my friend. Come on.
Debating beliefs, flat earth. Join the discussion.
God damn it. We didn't get roosters are of the devil, but we got
mermaids. Mermaids. Mermaids.
Insomnia. That was the belief he needed questioned. He believed.
Well, if any other one of the 51 plus people in here does have an actual belief and has done the math already of how old they are, please request up. We would love to hear your beliefs.
Yeah, if you're under 18, like, at least do the fucking math first.
But don't request up if you're underage.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I did mean to add that disclaimer in there too. Like, just don't request up if you're under 18, but if you're going to, at least get your fucking math right first. But just don't do it.
if you're young, now's the time to listen. You'll have plenty of time to ask questions when you're older.
If 5 is already flagged for adults.
If you're young, it's very good to ask questions. We just need to respect TikTok TOS. Yes, I do. Sorry.
If you're young, you're still in school and should know how to do basic fucking math. Like, if we can do it, and we haven't been in school for a long time, then you can definitely do it.
Get your shoes on, go wait for the bus, and do your homework, okay? I love it as we had that conversation. The live dropped by 3 as if people had to rush for the bus. Oh yeah, the bus.
Let's not run them all away.
No,
Because they're all old enough, and now we want them to request out if they have a belief. Because I'd love to get one more good questioning in before I read a poem and crash out for the day.
Hey, Thrayle, can you drop me for now?
Sure, Philly. Appreciate you.
Bye, Philly. Take care. Or better day than yesterday and a better day tomorrow.
Wow, we are up to 155K. Thank you.
No, Philly, you have to stay here forever.
The panel is Hotel California.
Sometimes it is.
Only for me.
Come on, guys. We still have frogs for like a little while.
Kat and I have both been in the hot seat, so we know what it's like. It's not scary. It's actually a great opportunity. So if you've been thinking about it, now's a great chance to put aside any fears you might have and realize that this is a safe space to question beliefs, and we're not going to tell you you're wrong. We're simply going to question and learn more about what you believe. Perhaps give you an opportunity to grow your beliefs or change them, or whichever way is meant to happen. I don't mean that anyone's in control. But if you do believe that, maybe you could sway me.
You've all done it now.
Oh no, what does it say?
Oh no, not the AI.
Guy. Oh, it's question the questioner. Oh, good. Shit.
I'm saved up. And you forgot.
Well, I never did get a clear answer to what kind of question you would ask someone, like, or say you even had yourself cloned and you gotta spend a moment with yourself.
if I'd have very many questions for myself. Except why you do the stupid things you do. I don't expect that I would have very many satisfying answers.
Do you think you've asked most of the questions you've needed to ask?
No. No. Freya. Yes, I would ask why I talk this way. But I would ask it in an exaggerated way. Why do you talk this way?
Because I'm Thrayle and I can.
If
Fairy
you
dust asks if I believe in a god, gods, or a higher power. I don't. No.
if
Not I don't
you
know, but I don't.
back and have a conversation with yourself busking an IHOP, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard. What would you say?
Probably something to humble myself.
But did you think you were the shit busking an IHOP?
Some days. Slippy
Who
asks if
busks at IHOP?
somebody who doesn't have anywhere better to go. Someone who's not in it for the money.
Mm.
Slippy asks if I have any beliefs that I fear anyone knowing, or I fear you guys knowing. I don't know. Hello, Hal. Welcome back. Jarl Hal. Are you with us? Okay.
I fear we knocked someone from their bed.
We'll just keep going.
What kind of God would you want to believe in if you could, Thrayle? Or would you?
What kind of God would I want to believe in if I could? If you're saying, or would I don't know that I would. I don't know that I'd want to believe in a God. If you phrase it like if I had to, something like the one I created. One that encourages questioning the mystery, one that doesn't encourage hasty conclusions or really even require any kind of worship or acknowledgement.
Do you think we formulate our gods based on what we want to be ourselves?
I think, yes, I think most of us do, though some of us are told what to want. And that has an influence.
If you could sit down and question someone, living or past, who would it be? I'm sorry, that probably must bring a lot of names up.
A lot. Tons. I feel like I'm being
Okay,
asked my favorite color.
You're a cookout. And because you can invite more than one person, I guess.
Well, I mean, anybody who can question, anybody who actually might have an answer. I don't know who that would be, so I'd also have to invite whoever knows who that is. My answers are vague cop-outs.
Yeah, some people will answer like who they think is the head of what they want to learn more of. Like some might say Albert Einstein because they have appreciation for science, or some might say Gandhi because they might find his morals fascinating or something. Like, I was curious, is like there has to be someone or some group of people, or maybe even just an era of knowledge that you would like to visit.
The next one.
Oh, so you'd like to visit the future then?
I don't know that. Yeah, given the choice between visiting the future and the past, I'd much rather see what's coming. Or
I would question Albert Hoffman and and fucking, oh god, Peacock and Teacock, what are their names? Sasha and and all the you know, the all-star chemists that did the cool things.
Like Madame Curie. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar on the history, but they sound like fascinating people to conversate with.
Yep. And who else would be cool? Fuck, why can't I remember his name right now? Brave New World. Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley would be cool. Aldous Huxley would be really cool. Yeah, Aldous Huxley would be dope. Terrence McKenna, yeah. Terrence McKenna. I'm not really that into mushrooms, but like Terrence McKenna would be a cool person to question. I really think Sasha and Anne Shulgin would be the coolest. Like a lot of them shines through in those books, and and they just seem like really dope people. Jerry Dust asks if anybody believes there's an afterlife after this life. I hope not. No, I don't believe there is, but I also hope not.
I also hope not, but there's a part of me that thinks there might be some sort of wandering. And that's what I fear, I think, the wandering. I'd rather live and then one day not live, and that would mine. Hopefully my life would be remembered, but I don't want to be around.
Hazel wants to do everything. I don't care if there's a place that's better than this. I think eternal life sounds awful, and I don't want it. I just want to do this one and be done, and it makes this one really special, and I like this one a lot, and I don't want to have to do any more. A lot of people have a really big issue with the idea of non-existence, but I think non-existence sounds fine.
I think a lot of people, such as Witty down below, just seek an afterlife to be reunited with loved ones lost. And that's a fine thing, to want to see your loved ones again, but sometimes we need to cherish the moments we have and remember them. Because that's what they would want.
Ghosts that we haven't questioned. It's not that exciting. It's just one dream one time, but...
Oh, you dreamt of a ghost?
And when my brother-in-law arrived, a couple days later, I had a dream that was like really, really weird. And I don't really dream that often at all. I like very rarely do I dream, and like even rarer do I like really remember it. But like this one, I remember so vividly still, and this was like so many years, like 6 or 7 years ago. Like it was a long time ago. But yeah, right after my brother-in-law arrived, I had a dream that he was like, and it was just like it was very, very strange.
Did the dream bring you closure of any kind?
No, but it wasn't for me.
Oh, okay. You think it?
But like the closure wasn't for me. It was like a closure I was supposed to pass along, which I did.
Oh, okay.
That's the belief.
What?
The closure that you were supposed to pass along.
Well, I mean, I just told her when I felt like I needed to tell her. There wasn't much more I could do than that, but I did do it.
Do you think you were maybe sent by this person who has passed to deliver that message?
No, not really, but it was a very, very compelling dream, especially at the time when it was like really raw and emotional. And I was really young. I was probably 23. Like,
is it possible you saw a need for closure and stepped in where you were needed?
I probably saw a need. I probably saw that somebody else that I cared about like needed something. Well, like a couple people that I really cared. That dream was like centered around, not me. I was just like kind of an observer, really. But it was more centered around my ex-husband, who I was married to at the time, and then my brother-in-law's fiance, it was like more for their like more about them than it was about like my own like needs. Yeah.
Do you think this message was from you or from some elsewhere?
I mean, I think it was like ultimately like at the time like I thought it was Matt, but I feel like it was probably just like my brain recognizing a need in two people that I loved.
Yeah, you saw someone you cared about in pain and you went to help them.
Yeah.
I think that's an admirable thing, regardless of where it originated from.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it did help both of them a little bit, but I don't know. I think that like it probably maybe I hope that it helped them a little bit, and then like I was also like it is raining really hard. I was like working through the trauma of having to tell my husband that his brother like I was the one that had to tell him, and that was like really difficult, and so I think I was just like trying to like make it all like okay, and it like obviously wasn't, and it like still isn't, but like
You still recount the dream to them, or would you choose to tell them something different?
yeah, no, I would totally recount the dream to them. Yeah, absolutely.
It sounds to me you did a wonderful thing for them, regardless of.
I tried.
Yeah. I've done some, maybe not recounting dreams, but I've done other things for friends when I saw there was a need. Whether it worked or not is not my concern. The fact that the results were what we wanted, I guess, was what all I cared about.
So it's worth it to give comfort, even if that comfort is false.
And that you're not entirely sure, and that maybe there's some disclaimers that should be had. And the person can decide for themselves whether they want to.
Yeah, I made it very clear. I was like, hey, I had this dream and like this is what happened, and I felt like I needed to tell you, but it's just a dream, you know, like, but this is what it is.
As long as it's not
And I
said
think
into
that
authority, I think that's gives people the opportunity to make up their own mind. We're not saying like, oh, this is what we have to do, and this is what happened, and this is how you need to respond. No, this is what I received, and do you want it? And in my case, I worked a spell for a close friend, and now they're not as much in physically danger anymore. And maybe the spell worked, or maybe it just helped us get through the moment to where there was no more danger.
Really quick, I've got to make sure. I think Naomi and Freya and 96 for the goal. I really appreciate it. I was gonna question Kat about the dream, but Bats, you said you worked a spell or in less danger. Is that something that's quantifiable, or is that just the feeling that it gives.
Well, in this case, there was physical violence for a person above them, and after the spell, there was no more violence, physical that is, and that's what we asked for. And since then, they're currently still in the same house, but there's been no physical violence.
What? Why, though, would this spell be responsible for that?
And in witchcraft, that's painful. So it's a spell not done very often, or at least not sure that shouldn't be done very often. But we all put our heads together, and I think it was more or less, what I believe is that it was more or less placebo, that it gave us hope, and that somehow the confidence and hope of being okay is helping to deter the assailant. But this person asked for help, and they believe in such things, and I guess if it provides comfort, I'm willing to do what I can. And the end result ended up okay. And if it hadn't, I'd still would have given them hope, and that was really something to hold on to.
Is the person actually safer, or could this just be false hope?
This has given them enough hope to arrange getting housing, so very shortly they will no longer be in that situation anymore. I honestly don't know, because there was talk of giving up, and when people talk like that, I take it very seriously.
I wonder if there I wonder if there are other ways absent the supernatural promise of spellcraft that might help in a situation like that.
Oh yes, the spell wasn't the only thing we did. We talked a lot about self-love and taking care of oneself and confidence. We've talked about self-defense. We looked up and found out different things we could do for physical self-defense. I think we should use that as a motivation to remind ourselves, oh, we got to keep on working on this thing so that it comes true. And maybe witchcraft is just more like a hope with a little manifestation sprinkled in for seasoning.
Comfort. Discuss beliefs.
Oh.
That's where the AI is.
Well, this is, I guess, more or less what I believe. I think life needs a little flavor. For Kat, she needs flavor. And I guess I need the spice of.
Why do you?
Oh my gosh.
We kind of took over from her dream to the spell, and I don't know where she went.
I hope she comes back. I definitely want to hear.
There she is.
Okay, there we go.
Or something.
You're fine. I'm back. I didn't mean to not be here. Do you think that shut up. Do you think that that this is a responsible way to try to ensure safety for anybody?
I think when all else fails, it's it's better than not doing anything at all. I think all other means should be pursued. Like, I tried to talk her out of it before I agreed to it. I asked her several times about different legal ways to go about it, and apparently all other hope was gone. There was no. They tried, and they failed, and they tried again, and they failed again. So they thought there was no other way out. So I saw the need for hope stronger than anything else. And if I could have done more, I would. If I could physically remove them out of that situation, I would. But I'm just not in a position to do that. The best course, if someone is in physical danger, is to remove them from that physical danger. I'm sorry. I weighed the pros and cons heavily before I agreed. And then I gave a whole CVS receipt list of disclaimers. But it was something they needed. And it was the only way I could help a friend. And I think it did help them. So if I could go back, I don't know if I would do anything differently.
What if you had done this and nothing changed?
Then I would probably just try to be there for my friend as much as possible. I said that I made sure to say that this perhaps could do nothing at all. And they were okay with that. And then we proceeded. I think it was a time where, when you try something over and over and over again and nothing works, and then someone gets a bright idea and I'll give it a try, and then it works. Whether it was the bright idea or you just giving it one more try.
It sounds like a calculated risk, and
like worst case scenario, we wasted a candle. And
that's not the worst case scenario.
Do you think the worst case scenario would be something else, like maybe false hope?
Yeah, I think the worst case scenario is a person has hope for something or thinks something is going to happen and stays in a situation with that hope that could cause them serious bodily harm or unalivement. I think that's the worst case scenario.
I think it was the fact that we got down to there are no other options was when I seriously considered it, because they were.
I'm not telling you were wrong. I'm just saying that
it's good. It's a good thing to consider. Yes, I think it's important to consider that. What if I was encouraging an abused person to continue to live with their abuser? That would be very irresponsible. But if there's no option to leave, I don't know if you've been in a position where you have no option to leave, but in those moments, all you can hold on to is hope.
I won't say that I've been in a position where there's no option, because there's always an option. Like, even if it's not a good option, even if it's not an ideal option, there is an option, and I have taken it. And then spent 6 months living in a VW Beetle, but whatever. You know, that's what it is. It wasn't a good option. It wasn't a comfortable option, but it was the only option.
Maybe the outcome of the option is worse than staying in the situation, because in a situation where there are children involved.
Right, and that's the one factor I don't have, right? So I don't know, but
And I think that's what connected me to that person was we both had children. We'd both been in a very hard situation, and I recognized that what got me out was hope. So it might get them out. Because you have nothing to hold on to after that. Like, it's like the ground is like sinking sand and you need something to hold on to. And an imaginary rope to pull yourself up is at least something. And for some people, I guess their hope is hopes. But I would maybe ask that you consider changing your hope to something more something that can understand the questioning. Because that's why we're here, right? To question, learn, to think, well, did I do more if it in the future didn't work? Would it be a worse outcome? Weighing, I think what you said, Kat, about calculated risk.
You got quiet.
Mm-hmm. I only can stand my voice for so long, Thrayle.
Hazelnut says that she's manifesting that Thrayle is writing a poem, and he is almost finished. She bets. Or that I'll sing.
Oh yes, I haven't heard you. I have only heard you sing for a little bit. I haven't heard you sing very much, and that would be awesome. Entirely up to you, though, Thrayle. I don't want to put you on the spot. Maybe another time would be better.
I don't know. Singing is not usually the... I'll think about it. I don't know what I would sing.
your favorite song, of course. That was a joke because you don't have favorites.
I like to give myself a top 5 kind of thing.
Oh, the sun is rising.
Well, how's the sun out there, Cat? It's not risen here yet. Or has it? I haven't looked outside.
It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun is rising.
Yeah, the sun's got to be risen where you are. It's
Yeah, if my sun is rising, then everybody else's sun has risen.
I have blackout curtains. Sun can't catch me unaware. I need the dark. Maybe I am a bat after all.
I wonder if the man is still asleep. I put him to bed a while ago, and then came and laid in my bed for the rest of the life.
I walk. I'm not quite sure what that means.
In your practice is what she means.
It's eclectic. I don't like Wicca. I don't like any of the particular pantheons. I don't work with deities. I practice witchcraft, but I don't follow any particular group. I simply research the hell out of whatever I'm going to do before I do it. And if I think and I make sure it's not a close practice, I make sure I respect the origins and go to the source. It's just an eclectic smorgasbord, I guess. I do like a buffet. Now I'm getting hungry. I think I'll make waffles today.
Oh, dude, I wish I were a waffle maker. Waffles would be good.
Let's give today ham, so ham and waffles sound nice. Sounds almost like IHOP.
Busking in an IHOP. It's where you go play music and ask people to give you money, like on the street usually.
Then you love
But Thrayle
Pikes.
used to do it in an IHOP.
Then you love Pikes Street in Seattle. They got a lot of those people down there performing
Yeah, I love
music,
Seattle's.
magic, all kinds of things.
Seattle's one of my favorite cities on the planet. I love Seattle.
I like when they throw the fish too. It's fun. It's a good tradition to go and see it.
Yeah, no, I love Seattle. Seattle's I really love Seattle.
I go for the oddities like shrunken heads and wonder what they were thinking and how they did it. Right, Shannon, I guess the primary form of witchcraft I practice is earth it is an earth-centered magic, so I focus on earth, and I like food. It's about cooking witchcraft. I do spell jars, and even my daughter's been asking me how to do them because she's apparently on a pagan path. I have to educate her now, and that's a bit of a hurdle to overcome. Because then again, I have to weigh whether it's I let her learn on her own curiosity, or I help her learn at least to go to the source.
I would definitely want my children to question their beliefs as much as I do already. Maybe it'll give them a head start in logical thinking.
Yep.
Is it about that time of Thrayle?
Yeah, I think it is. I read through a poem, and I think it's a poem. I thought about a song. I'm gonna read a poem. Maybe when I'm mentally prepared to end on a song, I'll do that. I don't know. But I do need to make sure that I thank everybody for being here. Absolutely thank everybody for tapping the screen up to 169,000 likes. You guys are fucking amazing. That's really awesome. And thank you to the 39, 40 of you that stuck around. Those of you who are still asleep, it's probably time to wake up. We stayed later. So, I appreciate all of you.
And we appreciate you, Thrayle, every day and all the hours you put into helping us learn.
We do appreciate you.
Thank you both. I really, really mean that. The AI says that we're discussing Earth-centered magic. I think we were at one point, but now we're talking about how much I appreciate all of you.
No, we appreciate you more.
Before we get trapped in that vicious cycle.
Yeah. We appreciate, like my son says, we appreciate you beyond infinity.
Beyond
There you go, you strapped.
Whatever is beyond infinity, I appreciate all of you that much and more. Thank you all. I am going to go ahead and clear us down for the poem. So thank you, Bats, for sharing and questioning. And thank you, Kat, for all of your questions, too. And I'm going to question that dream here soon. The dream ghost. I just know it. But if any of you want to join the community and see what we get up to behind the scenes, you will want to join that Discord. The link tree's in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. The first link goes to the Discord. You'll want to make sure and read the rules, though. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I thank every one of you who helps out that way. It really does make all the difference. And if I didn't thank all the mods for all the hard work that they put in the comments, well, thank you guys. You guys really do. I'm at a loss for words. You guys, without you, I couldn't keep my focus up here. I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. So I appreciate you so much. And, well, the sleepers, I mean, you guys, without you, well, then I wouldn't hear how many of you were asleep. And we probably wouldn't have that many viewers, to be honest. How many people really want to question their beliefs? How many can? The dogma is everywhere. It's thicker than the hate sometimes. So questioning the things that declare themselves unquestionable, that's a tall order. And I can't thank all of you enough for actually participating, for actually trying. I don't expect everyone who comes up here to walk away agreeing with me. As a matter of fact, I do my best not to give them something to agree with or disagree with. I just want to see if they can question it, if they can at all challenge the assumptions, the certainties, and the dogmas that they are stuck in. I think that stepping out of those dogmas is really the only way to understand what could be true. Otherwise, you're stuck with what someone else told you. I think I'm gonna wrap up my final thought. I think there's really only one more thing left to do. They told me God was everywhere, in love, in light, in loss, in air. If he's in all I see and do, then why can't he be proven to? They said he speaks in subtle signs, in thunderclaps and twisted pines. If he can speak, then why the game, the cryptic hints, the veiled name? They said faith can build, for faith is proof. Well, if that were true, then where's the roof? If faith's enough to make it true, then what stops me from godding too? They said his ways are not your own. Then why the mind beneath my bone? Why give the urge to think, to test, if doubt itself is a thing to detest? They said without him none has worth. Then how does life still teem on earth? Do children cry by godly plans, or by the hungers born of man? They said one day you'll understand. If justice waits beyond the veil, why do the wicked still prevail? And if your God exists at all, why hide behind a temple wall? Why speak through men who beg for tithes and call their greed your grand disguise? So I'll keep asking till I rot, till all I am becomes what's not. For if there is a God above, you'll have to earn my doubt's respect, not beg my faith and call that love. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together,